It was a really eventful day, too, because we saw a lot of dominating victories by a couple teams we didn't expect.
Curse looks to make it 2-0 in the spring split.
Evil Geniuses picking up their first win at the North American LCS. EG looked a lot better. Dignitas looked a lot better as well.
Huge moves for Dignitas right there.
Dignitas just completely in control.
Voyboy's standing out to me actually quite well. No one really knew if he was going to do well in the mid lane, but so far so good because Curse is undefeated.
Wow, Voyboy is just getting fed right now.
Voyboy is just unstoppable.
The big match for me today is TSM versus Curse. I think these teams are on pretty equal levels.
Dig versus C9. It's going to be really tough for C9 to drop a game. They seem unstoppable.
Cloud9 stays undefeated in the spring split of 2014.
Get ready for an awesome day 3 here at the NALCS. It's going to be some great games.
Ladies and gentlemen, to day 3 in our Super Week rollout of the 2014 North American League Championship Series Spring Split. We're coming to you live in front of this amazing studio audience here in the city of Los Angeles, and I am Rivington Bisson III along with Sam Kobe, Hartman Kensler. Today we've got 5 more matchups as teams try to climb their way up in the LCS standings.
And it all kicks off with Hotshot GG and CLG taking on a red-hot Curse.
And as a reminder, at the end of today's NALCS action, we have 2 more games in the NA Challenger Series as teams battle their way to get to the bigs.
The action has been exciting all weekend, and today promises to be no different.
Absolutely. First, let's send it over to the caster's desk where Freak and Jat are standing by to break down the day 3 action.
Thank you very much, Riv. I'm David Freak Turley. With me is Joshua Jat Leesman, and of course an amazing crowd.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited. We're 2/3 of the way through our first Super Weekend. Let's get it underway.
It's going to be awesome, guys. So one of the bigger stories so far this weekend is actually Curse starting off really strong.
Yeah, they're 2-0 right now, which not too many people expected, maybe except for Curse, because they've come out strong with some unconventional picks in at least their second game. The Akali mid, the Pantheon jungle, it was nice to watch.
Yeah, it was fun. Of course, on the other side of the spectrum, though, Team Coast off to a disappointing start with 0-2.
Yeah, Coast has started a couple of these splits really rough. They were actually beaten by Dignitas in 31 minutes, even though their first game was very close against Curse. They have to pick it up today if they want to try to finish this Super Week on a good note.
Yeah, they're going to have to. And, of course, speaking of ending on a good note, Evil Geniuses finally picked up their first win last night when they took over CLG, but they've got another game to play today.
EG really took control of the game that time. They had a good early game, and then they were able to transition throughout the rest of it. And the top performer for them, really, was Inox in that win. He had struggled so much in the first 2 games of the split. Then he played a more conventional thing and did very well in game 3.
And it's funny, too, because Crepo said that when he was playing the, squishy carry top laners, he tended to really perform well in scrims. So we'll see if that's kind of a clutch thing here. But of course, we can't not mention Cloud9. They started 3-0. They're top of the North American League again. No surprise here for most people.
Yeah, Cloud9 always the dominant force since they joined North America last summer. And also yesterday, the games were really fast. We had a fast pacing in them. 31 minutes was the average game time for the North American games. And just for some comparison, the average game length in Europe was around 40 minutes. So the North American games definitely closing out a lot faster once teams take a lead.
Yeah, good job by these guys to keep that play going up, keeping it fast. Of course, let's take a look at the standings now. After our first 2 days, we can see where everyone stacks up. As we said, in first place is Cloud9, 3-0, and they're not slowing down yet.
And sitting in second with a clean 2-0 record is Curse, and in third place at 2-1 is Team Solo Mid.
And then there is a 4-way tie for 4th place, Counterlogic Gaming, Evil Geniuses, Team Dignitas, and XDG all there. And unfortunately, in last place is Team Coast, yet to pick up a win.
Yeah, it's tough for them.
It is. Oh well. But we'll see if they can get themselves back on track. Now, of course, nothing stays the same forever. Today we have 5 more games to shake things up, and that all starts with Counterlogic Gaming versus Curse.
Then it is Dignitas taking on Cloud9, followed by Coast looking for their first win when they face off against Evil Geniuses. And after that, of course, it's a classic matchup between TSM and Curse.
It's my match of the day to watch for, guys. It's going to be a fun one. Of course, closing out the day as well is going to be XDG versus Coast. And this is, again, a Coast team looking for their first win there. Now, guys, remember to head over to lolesports.com and let us know who you think is going to win today. Click on Matches in the top right, go to Week 1, and lock in your vote.
Yeah, and then head over to Twitter and let us know what you think. Today we're asking you, which LCS player has impacted your own game the most and how?
We are at LOL Esports. Be sure to use the hashtag LCS, and hey, you might get bragging rights among your friends if we read your answer later on air today. Now, of course, we're going to now send it over to the analyst desk where Riv and Kobe are going to give us some in-depth look at what players to watch.
Thank you very much, Freak. And while the 2014 Spring Split is exactly 2 days old right now with another one up and coming just today, we've already seen some great plays and some great players. So for you, Kobe, looking at this, who should we be keeping our eye on?
So the first one, they sort of mentioned it there, but I'm going to have to keep my eye on Inox because in the games where he didn't perform that well, you know, he was on some of squishy champions, they did end up losing, but he kicked off to a really, really good start yesterday with that Mundo game and really stepped it up. Next is Bjergsen. He's been making big plays in the mid lane, especially yesterday on LeBlanc, getting first blood solo versus Skara.
Yeah, one player, you know, I think that's actually been flying under the radar a little bit is Cop. He has a 16.0 KDA coming in 2 games. Is Caitlyn? He's putting up some numbers.
He has been. And then next we have, you know, not a lot was expected from Kiwi Kid because he was switching from the top lane down to support. But man, yesterday his roaming Annie mid-game just led Dignitas to their first win of the LCS. And then finally, I'm going to keep a close eye on Double Lift as usual to see how the star of CLG is going to respond to these first 2 losses.
It will be interesting to see if he kind of builds defensively or more in line with the team, or if he reverts to his old tendencies of kind of going off and farming by himself. We'll see. We got a closer look at the bot lane combos. Has taught us anything this week is no matter how it turns out for Double Lift, he'll be starting the game with a friend.
Synergy is when you know what your support's going to do and vice versa before they do it, so you can start like planning your next action, like what you're going to do in response to what your support does.
Then you have to figure out who's the big spoon and who's the little spoon.
Then you're done. I think the most fun part is when you're smashing land so hard, the jungler comes, and then you just 2v3, and then they just GG like 10 minutes later because the game is over.
When one of us is on tilt, it's the other partner's job to take everything on their shoulders and carry the game. So like when we played Battle of the Atlantic, and they 3-man level 1 yanked me in the bush bottom, and I was out for the rest of the game. And then Peter just took everything on his shoulders and started carrying the game.
When you have a bad day, it's just like, oh, that was bad. And then you just kind of want to redo, so, you know, go on to the next game so you can just not do that stupid thing that you did. Sometimes you just randomly play really bad for like 2 to 3 games in a row and it just feels bad, but you end up fixing it.
I've never yelled at Peter, and he's never yelled at me, so it's just...
The love is in the air.
Man, they
Love is in the air, Riv.
you can feel it. Just cut it right with the knife. But yeah, I mean, maybe they need to yell at each other a little bit. Get more aggressive and on each other's skin.
I've yelled at you before.
Yeah, I know. It's terrible. We got to take a short break. We'll flash away, but don't go anywhere. When we return, CLG and Curse take to the Rift in our first game of the day. More Super Week action continues after this.
In 2014, my goal is to stop being so hesitant on engages.
For my New Year's resolution, I want to own noobs.
It'd be nice to die a little less.
So that I don't have to get carried by my team.
Since I have a tendency to die with my stupid aggro playstyle, I'm just gonna tone it back a little bit.
Whenever I'm in interviews, I wanna be funny and just joke around, but I'm just completely serious.
I guess my New Year's resolution is to get a pentakill in LCS.
I think just to get a lot of pentakills this season.
Well, if other people are getting a pentakill,
I kinda wanna steal a pentakill from a team. That'd be awesome.
The only thing I ever did was cut down on vulgar talk.
I don't want to make my fans feel ashamed of being my fan.
Not to be as much hated.
probably just try out a lot of new stuff.
My New Year's resolution is to become a good AD carry. No, I don't know. That kind of sucks, doesn't it? Let me think of something else.
Guys, we ended the video too early. He was still thinking of his New Year's resolution.
We'll have to figure out what it is later.
Yeah, he'll be playing later on today. We'll figure out what it is. Now, guys, welcome back to Day 3 of the North American LCS Spring Split. That's Super Week action. It's going to be awesome. Of course, it was nice to hear some of those players' New Year's resolutions. And 2014 holds a lot of promise for these guys.
Yeah, I had a New Year's resolution, actually. I said to play more ranked 5s and also practice Dyrus and Maokai in the bottom lane more.
How'd that go for you?
Haven't done it yet, but there's plenty of time.
So you have 0 wins with these guys?
Yep.
Okay, Jat. Well, nice try. But guys, it's going to be time to kick off today's games now. CLG versus Curse is up next. And the crowd's ready for this one, so am I. Jack, Curse is currently 2-0. The question is, can Curse remain undefeated here?
Well, Curse has shown a lot of versatility in their team comps. They alternated between a very slow team composition in their first game against Evil Geniuses and then a much more aggressive comp in that dominating victory of XDG. So I think that team composition flexibility with all the versatility they have in that lineup is going to be really strong for them in this matchup.
It's definitely looking that way. And of course, CLG is coming in with a win as well. But since that first victory, they've had a really hard time putting points back up on the board.
Yeah, I know. It's been tricky for CLG with this kind of replacement lineup. They lost so much momentum in the last 7 minutes of that Cloud9 game because they seemed to be on the track of actually putting up a fight against Cloud9. We were talking backstage, wow, is CLG going to be the first team to knock off Cloud9 just like they did last year? And then it just went all downhill from there. They lost that game, they lost their momentum, and they got crushed in the third game.
So they got to try to bounce it back. Now, of course, CLG and Curse, they actually scrim a lot against each other. And if those scrims are any sort of predictions, then CLG thinks the next match actually might be just what they need to get their groove back.
CLG, I think the main thing is how they perform at LAN, because in scrims they always win. They just dominate us.
We've done really well versus them in scrims. We should be fine, but I don't know. It all depends on how we play that day.
I mean, the first week sets the momentum and it sets a message out. We have a kind of trick up our sleeve. I'm not sure if we'll get to pull it out, but especially prepared for them.
People were really harsh on CLG after their loss at Battle of the Atlantic. We had scrimmed them a lot going to that, and they were looking really strong, and we were in the mindset that we were a really strong team at the time. We were taking games off almost everyone, and then CLG was just giving us trouble. So I think that people will be surprised with how well they're going to perform this season.
And I'll see if they can do it. CLG, as Cop said, is notorious for scrimming well and not putting it up when it comes time for it.
And you always have to be skeptical of teams and their scrim records. It's A, they can lie about them, because I've never really heard a team talk about how many scrims they've lost, except maybe Curse last year. And then B, it's just a totally different environment when you're on the big stage like this.
Yeah, absolutely it is for these guys. Now let's check out the starting lineup before we get ourselves into the game. Spawning on the blue side is Counter Logic Gaming. Nien in the top lane, Link in the jungle, Hotshot GG in the mid lane, Doubleth and AD carry, and Aframu, the big or little spoon, we'll see on support.
And on the red side, we have Curse with Quas in the top lane, I Will Dominate already getting hyped in the jungle, Voyboy in mid lane, Cop on AD carry, and Zcan on support.
And of course, this brings us now to today's featured matchup in the mid lane, Hotshot GG versus Voyboy.
Yeah, and this has to be the featured matchup because these are two players that actually have a lot of experience playing against each other in the top lane.
Yeah.
Back when they were in the 2013 spring split. Hotshot and Voyboy were also on CLG, and they would practice against each other. But now they're in the mid lane, and Hotshot's been getting targeted a little bit with a few of these bans. His LeBlanc has not been able to be played, and teams have actually been letting him play Nidalee. I feel like Voyboy would be a player that would have something against Nidalee, but we have to wait and see.
And it's interesting, too, because while Hotshot's pulling target bans, a lot of his main champions are like normally picked now. It's weird, like LeBlanc's like a normal champion now instead of like a really special one, which I like. She's a fun champion. Whereas like, do you really ban a Kali every time you play against Curse? That seems so off the wall.
Yeah, it's just because I remember when the LeBlanc rework happened, or at least the large sets of changes. Hotshot played something like 300 games of LeBlanc in a week or two.
Yeah.
And then wrote a huge guide on LeBlanc. That's been the thing that's kind of even got him into mid lane in the first place. So it just makes sense that they would ban it away.
I remember he said something about, I might have this misquoted, he said like, yeah, LeBlanc's really fun, but she's not quite competitively viable, and is now pulling bans for it.
Oh, yeah.
And she's winning games in the LCS. The
Bjergsen had a pretty good game on LeBlanc yesterday.
Little bit good.
The other European mids didn't have good weeks on LeBlanc over in the European LCS, but Bjergsen, the European mid in North America, did.
That's all it takes. You've got to beat up on Americans. Here we go. CLG on the blue side. Pantheon and LeBlanc bans. These are, I'm going to say like 6 months ago, no one would take you seriously. If
what are
you're
they
like
doing? Why are they banning these things?
I love how the game changes.
6 months ago, Yasuo didn't exist.
Yeah,
3 of
that'd
the
be a
bans
weird
are gone
ban.
Right now. Yasuo is most likely targeted at Voyboy. He had a victorious Yasuo game, one of the few to actually win with Yasuo here in North America.
And of course, the Jinx ban aimed at Doublelift. And I think of all the popular AD carries right now, Jinx is the most Doublelift-esque. It's the most late-game carry. It's actually got good lane presence along with the other AD carries. And it's like, yeah, let's remove one of those Doublelift factors.
Yeah, and if they ban Annie as well, those would be the same bans that EG did against COG to much success yesterday. I think it's personally a smart choice if they decide to go in that direction, because once they got rid of COG's bottom lane, they could deal with Hotshot, and then there was 2 of the 3 lanes kind of dealt with, and Yen wasn't able to take over.
We'll see.
I think he's done this every time.
Yeah, he picks the same two. Now, to be fair, Teemo's like undefeated in LCS right now. Hybrid Digger, I want to see at some point.
I feel like Teemo's going to be undefeated in the LCS for a while.
Because they'll keep getting banned against C9 and no one else has the skill to run that champion. Teemo, hard to play with his 0 skill shots and auto attack reliance.
There's plenty of champions that are hard to play without skill shots. I'm personal to the Uter myself, and no skill shots on that guy.
You just match your face in the keyboard.
Yeah,
you
got to be smart about where
That's
you
true.
go.
It's true. All you have is your intelligence in the game, and so there you go. CLG still taking their time for these picks. Now,
well, what could he do? Like, there's a bunch of top laners available. Elise is also available. That's
Yeah. All right. So Link on Elise right here, and you actually mentioned that they fought EG with the same bans that EG brought at them. So they've got to be like, oh, we screwed up and took this champion too late. Like that's fresh in their minds. They can make that adaptation.
I should hope so, but they also don't know exactly what they're up against. That's Caitlyn again for Cop. He's had a couple really strong Caitlyn games so far this week. And then the Lulu is taken away from Aphromoo. I feel like they're really trying to push Aphromoo off of his comfort. I expect Afro to basically have to go with Thresh. It's pretty bold actually by Zcan to pick Lulu that early, seeing as the normal power level of supports would just say, oh, and he's banned, let's pick Thresh. But it's because Aphromoo has so much comfort with him.
Yeah, and an interesting thought sort of about these sort of lane setups as well is my understanding is like Doublelift Aphromoo are like Cop Zcan's Kryptonite. Like, Curse loses the 2v2 lane so hard against CLG. In scrims, to be fair, but both the players, both Cop and Doublelift tell me that, like, it's a really one-sided matchup. And with Kate Lulu, like, that's a really good push lane for a 2v1.
Yeah, that's definitely a push comp starting out. And knowing that COG is most likely going to the Nidalee, even though that is a poke comp at the moment, it's not the fast push right off the bat. Nidalee does have some issues with wave clear at the start of the game, but no surprises with the Mundo and Nidalee pick for CLG.
So now does Curse know what was coming here? CLG said they had tricks up their sleeves in the preparation for this game, but these are very standard so far.
Yeah, if they're tricks, they'd have to be something like a double bruiser bottom lane.
Like Darius Maokai?
Darius and Maokai.
Darius Maokai. We're waiting for it, guys.
Not gonna happen.
Hey, if I got my Teemo in LCS on the very first game, you get your Darius Maokai at some point.
It's not gonna happen, Freak.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
You'll just have to bribe the players.
It takes too much time for that to develop.
The mastery?
Unless I am in the LCS myself, I don't think I'll get to see it.
Okay, well, we'll see if you can always make the run for it.
Yeah.
Summer Split's coming up soon. There we go. Vayne and Thresh coming through here. So counter logic gaming, putting the carry pans on the double lift. More of a skirt, I guess he's Vayne.
Yeah, surprisingly, with Vayne, Doublelift loves to split push, and that's kind of the old CLG where Doublelift is off on his own doing farming. We'll see if it ends up working against these guys. He will be able to dual cop if he doesn't fall behind once he gets later on. The early laning phase might necessitate some lane swapping unless they're just that confident that they can win a 2v2. Caitlyn theoretically beats up on Vayne in the laning phase.
Yeah, should be a pretty scary one here if you're double lift. Now we'll see what follows through here with the last picks now for Curse. Of course, they picked up Gragas and Shyvana. No strangers to the competitive scene. Gragas, needly, I feel like should be a good one for Voy. Oh.
It's exactly what Pobelter did against Hotshot. He had a spectacular game on Kha'Zix. He actually ate double lift in about half a second by the end of the game. Voyboy, again, is on an Assassin champion as well, which fits him in the mid lane. This Curse lineup seems like they picked in and around what CLG was going to bring very well. I don't see any surprises by CLG, and even though Curse's lineup seems very standard, most of these things are strong counters against one another. The Shyvana in the top lane should be able to push Nien back early on. Voyboy should be able to get an upper hand on Hotshot GG's Nidalee. Even the Caitlyn should have more pushing than Vayne. So every lane for Curse is actually poised to win, and CLG is like playing from behind just from champ select.
All right, well, Jat, we're going to talk more about these picks in a little bit, but guys at home, you talked about who you thought was going to win on LOLesports.com, and according to you, 57% said that Curse was going to make it a 3-0 to start the season out, so online fans in favor of Curse here, man.
OF times have changed. I remember back in Season 2 and even early Season 3, no one would have voted Curse over CLG because oftentimes Curse are just made up of members of CLG that had been removed from the team. But now it's just Voyboy remaining from that bunch. And Curse 2-0, undefeated so far. I do not disagree with that vote.
Yeah, they're looking pretty good. They win this game. They're tied for first with Cloud9. And that's a good way to start the season. Of course, they'll play their fourth game later today as well. And heck, you got teams starting out 4-0. Like, you're in a really good position. Now, the other question I wanted to ask you, though, is you talked about having a standard composition, but the jungle Gragas, something I've not seen much of, at least in pro play. Tell me about this from Dominate.
Yeah, so the jungle Gragas is actually very dependent on getting a lot of kills early. So his early game jungle is actually extremely strong because he gets a lot of AD from his W and his ganks are really potent. But then his itemization gap after he finishes his Spirit of the Spectral Wraith is a very large item gap. He wants to basically get a death cap after that, and unless he's getting kills, he can't generate that farm. Late game jungle Gragas is spectacularly powerful, and so is early game. It's just the mid game where it has a dip.
And it's interesting to me because we see, like I remember Nintendo's jungle fiddle was like tank fiddle, for example. We've seen so few players play like true carry-esque champions out of the jungle. The closest we normally see is someone like Olaf, who tends to be a very big damage threat, but like most guys go tanky out of the jungle. Even at least like Magic Pen, but still goes Ancient Golem. Gragas is like the one guy I think we see, aside from maybe Evelyn, who really builds damage out of this role. And it's fun to see the different takes.
Yeah, this is going to be another fairly assassin-heavy team for Curse, especially since I Will Dominate definitely goes in for them. Quas will be that one super tank, and in this situation, I feel like it works. Normally, I'd say that you want 2 tanks for your front line, become the dive buddies, but especially with Mundo and Shyvana, they're some of the few that can function quite well as being the sole tank in the initiations.
Well, let's see if Curse's lineup then pans out right here. Everybody drawing standard battle lines, no one looking for the 2v1s either. If they wanted them, they'd have to move right about now as minions have spawned up. The trinkets coming across from these guys. Doran Shield starting the supports, and here we go. Looks like actually a recall from Cop, so Curse going to be lane swap in this one.
Very surprising that Curse decided to lane swap this one, seeing as they theoretically would win the 2v2 against Thresh and Vayne. I'm expecting them to just play a very fast push strategy here, try and trade as many turrets as possible, and then get into the rest of the game. Quas has had a lot of success in the LCS thus far, coming back from 1v2 situations and still being very successful. So Zcant is going to do his best to zone out Nien here. And also, if we think to yesterday, Nien had a huge struggle against Evil Geniuses in the 1v2. He died multiple times to Snoopy and Inox.
See if you can have a better time at this one. The jungler's actually going to be ending on the same side of the map right here, so a bit of a lopsided situation. Nien's going to be there for the 2v1 push, but no one... Oh my god, are you serious, Aframu? Well, that's pretty good for CLG.
That is a huge move by Aframu, and it's so exciting because yesterday, or the first LCS game that COG had, there was a similar thing where the other team invaded Link and Doublelift and Aphromoo just stuck to their lanes. But this time Aphromoo was just peeking, just to see what was happening. And Dominate was actually taking the blue buff without having his smite up, so he couldn't secure it. And since Aphromoo had that charge kind of super attack from his E being on Thresh, just can't even get the words out because that was very unexpected.
That was, yeah, you get to be flabbergasted for that one. That was super awesome. CLG with a huge experience advantage now. Aphromoo, I think almost the first champion in the game to hit level 3 because of that. They're already on the turret. Quas nowhere to be seen, and Link is already here.
And this really hurts the early game of Owl Dominate's Jungle Gragas. We haven't seen any Jungle Gragas in North American LCS, which is, well, I was kind of excited for this one to happen. But when he gets his blue stolen away from him so early, he is immediately playing from behind. His early game edge has just evaporated in front of our eyes. And COG's kind of weak lanes with the fast push are now actually doing decently well because of the blue steal. Yeah. And because there's no way Owl Dominate can have presence in lanes without those buffs.
And this turret is going to go down without Quas even showing up to it before it falls. So there we go, CLG first turret right here. And you still have Dominate finally hitting level 3, but definitely not having his like mark made on the map here.
Yeah, this is a disastrous fast push strategy by Curse so far. The top lane has only taken down half of Nien's turret, and he's still at full health. Cop and Zcan are trying their best to take it down, but on the other side with COG, like, they're going to continue this push until they feel like they have to go otherwise, and they don't. There's no threat from Owl Dominate right now.
And Doublelift's even winning in minion kills right now as they're kind of pushing up a little bit farther on the map right there. Second tier turret also under fire. As you mentioned, still the top turret for CLG not going anywhere whatsoever. And the other thing I think about as Dominate now hits level 4, but I remember seeing a game back in the summer split where Meteos lost all 4 of his buffs, I think to Dignitas.
Yep.
And he just
went and pushed.
Just showed up top lane with Nasus and was like, yeah, I don't care, whatever. We talked to him about it after the game, and he's like, yeah, I just pushed. It wasn't a big deal. Dominate's defending with no buffs.
Yeah, and that was also before teams really understood how these 3v1 and 3v2 pushes work. At this point, Dominate will get experience and catch up a little bit that way, but his team is falling far behind in overall minion kills. On the next wave, there's a good chance that CLG will just finish off that turret, and Curse is just barely finishing off the turret in the top lane.
Yeah, there we go. It's going to fall likely on this wave. Nien doesn't have too much more to defend it. He is winning on minions against Quas here, but keep track of the other lanes. Hotshot is also keeping Voyboy pushed in. So basically, CLG winning the push race pretty much everywhere on the map. There's the 2 turrets bottom lane, and now they get a pretty safe rotation out.
Just a disastrous start so far from Curse. Giving up straight away 2 turrets for 1, even though they're the team with the Caitlyn. That just can't happen if they're trying to make a run here as being a top North American LCS team. They're going to have a lot to recover from the outbreak.
We'll see if these guys can do it now. And the Dragon now also being started. Look at the Dragon dancing here by CLG. Aphromoo making that happen pretty nicely. Good move right here, and just slowly but surely, Doublelift dealing damage with his Silver Bolts.
Yeah, to explain actually what's happening there, the Dragon will always prioritize the closest target and try to attack it, but he's got extremely slow attack speed, so when he goes to wind up his attack, if he then sees a different target, he'll actually cancel his own attack and not hit anyone, and constantly kind of switch back and forth. So you can see Aphromoo there on Thresh just running to be the closest target and not the closest target, back and forth again, and they took almost no damage from Dragon. We see a lot of pro teams do that nowadays.
That was very well played. I've even seen videos of like trying to solo Dragon. It will attack wards, and so you'll like hit it with Shaco, pop a ward down to interrupt an auto attack, just to get enough space to do it. There's a lot of little tricks you can do when you understand the minion aggro rules. Pretty fun game. Voyboy, though, level 6, maxing Q, and also evolving Q here. So extremely high spike damage available if Voy singles someone out.
Yeah. At the moment, though, he's just in farm mode. He's honestly done pretty well against Hotshot early on in the lane, knowing that it was a melee versus a ranged matchup. Hotshot wasn't able to punish whatsoever early on. Considering neither team had any jungle pressure in that mid lane, it was a straight-up 1v1.
Okay, so here we go. 10 minions different. Looks like the early Tiamat started out here for Voyboy. Hotshot again going for Seeker's Arm Guard. Try to survive the eventual burst damage here. Hotshot hits 6 with a blue buff 7 minutes in. And that mid lane's so far stagnant, but I imagine it explodes before too long as Voy gets more power.
I think we're going to see Voy trying to roam around and make some plays. Doublelift missed that CS?
Yeah, he missed a CS.
For
Doublelift.
shame.
He's actually 14 minions behind Cop out of nowhere as well. I don't know where he ran.
That's not to be blamed on him, though. Oftentimes when they're pushing more turrets, minions fall by the wayside, and also he helped his team secure Dragon.
Oh, that's true.
So at the moment, this is the Doublelift that existed in the game that COG won this weekend. He was lower on farm, but COG overall was taking more objectives. Whenever he's 30 or 40 CS up on the enemy AD carry, or more importantly, the thing to track with Doublelift is if he's like 40 or 50 CS on the rest of his team, is when they're not doing well, because it means he's taking a disproportionate amount of farm away from his team, and he's just not able to carry the game on his own.
Yeah, kind of keeping track of Doublelift as well. He's the only guy I really see, or one of very few, who goes Bloodthirster Vein as opposed to Ruin King, which is normally much more popular elsewhere in the world. So
He's been doing Bloodthirster since before Bladed Ruin King was a thing.
Yeah, well, that's because it's all you could ever build.
Yes.
But he kept with it. He's not a man who likes change. Did not vote for Obama. And here we go. Nian
because he was too young, freaks.
Might have been. I don't actually remember exactly how old he is, but that's all right. Hotshot GG and Aframu now showing up in the mid lane, and it's the Doublelift Vein split push. They've pulled the support somewhere else. Looks like Aframu's brought his spoons elsewhere, and he's trying to help out somebody on the middle of the map, but not a lot of headway given, actually, as Zekan also made that same rotation.
Yeah, COG has a lot of control of the map right now. You can see Owl Dominate's just now trying to get back in the game, really just trying to farm up, and he hasn't made any real appearances in the lane. Link, on the other hand, while it looks like he's a little bit lower on farm, was all the while pushing that lane. Lisa's very good in a 3v1 push because it's a very safe 3v1 push, and she has the access to those ranged auto attacks. And now I feel like COG is just trying to group up and push. This is the training that they've been trying to get towards. Whenever they can actually execute this strategy, they generally win.
And a giant rotation now towards the top lane as well. CLG really wanting control over the map. It's actually going to be Nian sitting there in the mid lane for one more wave, but 4 members top lane here for CLG, and that forces a recall from Voyboy and a complete numbers advantage here.
This could be another turret here for COG. It's too many people on COG in there and not enough for Curse. And surprisingly, everyone in Curse is on their base, so even though everyone on COG showed, they can't defend this turret. CLG is rotating very strongly right now, and Curse is just way behind in response.
Here we go, 3 turrets to 1 now, 10 minutes in. Counter Logic Gaming still even has an outer turret to kill in that mid lane if they want it. Nian still holding this one strong. Has the teleport if he needs to rotate. Dragon in a minute and a half. CLG doing an amazing job of objective control, and because of those turrets, their individual gold is great as well.
Yeah, everything kind of ticking properly for CLG. This is the methodical game that they like to play. It's again, I can't emphasize how well this early game is actually going for CLG, because if you were to look at the actual matchups that the lanes would have went down in a standard fashion, almost every one of their lanes would have lost.
It's true.
But because they did the 3v1 swap, because Aframu was able to steal the blue buff, and because all the pressure was removed from the mid lane, and Hotshot's actually been doing very well in his 1v1, everyone is doing well, and Curse, with a team that was stronger in the early game, is losing the early game badly. So COG, it's going very well for them right now.
Oh, good job by these guys then. Again, strategic play has been sort of the hallmark of CLG, I guess, in the season so far. I think compared to the old CLG, it's the strategic play that's keeping them up, more so than individual carrying. And that's kind of cool to see. It's cool to see the new look for these guys. Of course, Curse right now, though, I feel like it's much more individual focused just in champ select, because you've got champions like Kha'Zix who can take over a game. Cop on Caitlyn, who's going to be able to sit there in the back lines and just fire down at people. So if he gets big, and, you know, Bloodthirster done now on this Kate, like, there's still the threats here from Curse, of course.
Yeah, I think Curse, if all farm was equal, would have a stronger team fighting phase, only because I Will Dominate and Quas bring a bit more to the team fight than Yen and Link do. And then Voyboy going in to assassinate people is a much different type of thing that Hotshot would bring, where Hotshot's just poking with spears. CLG's going to want to split push as much as possible come the later game, but for now they're roaming around and controlling it. There's a bit of danger here that they'd get caught in a bad team fight.
Here comes the damage out, but that is going to be Dragon picked up, and will the fight start? Quas getting hooked in, has the ulti though. Caitlyn ult comes off, hits Doublelift a bit, and now the Lulu ult pop. Dominate's going to knock people in. Hotshot not in range to get jumped on though. CLG has the disengage if they want it.
Yeah, Curse burned too many spells to continue that chase. There was actually a Lulu ult that got popped on Quas that really didn't do anything. You normally see the Lulu Shyvana combo where she dives in and knocks everyone up, but now they're actually down a lot of key spells. CLG could try and initiate this one, or at least turn in some kind of siege down the middle lane, because most of Curse's big spells are down right now.
Well, here we go. Then the mid lane under siege by these guys. Took the dragon, kept going for this one. There we go. Mid lane turret down to half HP, running out of minions though. And Logic Gaming will back off. No, they won't. They just switch aggro. Another turret falling. CLG controlling everything.
Exactly. There was nothing left with Curse to threaten with. No Gragas ultimate, no Lulu ultimate, no Ace in the Hole from Cop. It meant CLG could just set up their siege. This is what they like to do with the Nidalee composition. Nidalee and Elise and the Mundo Cleavers is a lot to poke at the enemy team. Hotshot 1 for 1 on Siege Spears so far. That's about 100% better than he was the other day.
Seems that way. Here we go. Mid lane siege still going. Quas forced to go back to base to heal and dominate, sacrificing the mid lane turret just to grab his own blue buff here. So counter Logic Gaming, 13 minutes in, have 5 turrets from Curse.
Yeah, that is a tremendous number. Now, Curse doesn't necessarily have very good wave clear when they're trapped at their turret, unless I Will Dominate gets some AP under his belt. It's because he hasn't made it out of this funk that he has an itemization right here. He's just on the Spirit of the Spectral Wraith. The barrels can't clear yet. Cop just has the Bloodthirster, and there's not even a full Ravenous Hydra yet on Voyboy for trying to get the split push going. There is a lot of wave clear potential for Curse later, but they just haven't ramped it up yet, and that's why CLG has done such a good job of capitalizing on it and getting 5 turrets so early.
So very good job with the early game here by these guys. The test I always consider is what do you do once you get to 6, because inhibitor turrets are so hard to kill. And as we've seen, you talked about this in the pregame to the actual show itself, North American team's been closing out games rather quickly here. Logic Gaming about halfway to that mark right here, 15 minutes in. And now, CLG double if split push starts. Oh yes.
And this is a thing that Curse has to take into account here. It's worth noting that Nien is going to be extremely hard to kill for this Curse composition, and it works very well for CLG's siege. Now that CLG has an edge, and they put down a lot of turrets, they're going to be wanting to siege with that blue buff Nidalee. And Curse's only way is to just go all in on an initiation of getting something back. And since Gragas doesn't have any ability power, everyone else is mainly physical damage, and Yen has already finished a Sunfire Cape and Ninja Tabi. If Curse tries to initiate, they have to make it through the Mundo, and that just doesn't seem very possible right now. It means CLG can barely safely siege as long as they have everyone there, and as long as Mundo acts as a frontline deterrent.
What are the chances that Curse can somehow walk past him with like upgraded wings, Caitlyn ulti like Shyvana dive? Is that even a possibility here for Curse to get around that?
I think it's very low as far as possibilities are concerned. Cop is so far behind in itemization compared to how strong Mundo is right now. And the team also has to focus very much on just getting multiple targets low. I do not think they can get past that line. Otherwise, in the end, we'll just have free reign.
Ooh, man. Quas half health from a javelin there. I don't know if he took damage before then, but certainly is low now. And Quas runs back to base to heal. Boots 1, not even a completed Sunfire, certainly being outscaled by Nien here. And CLG continuing on the siege. That one hit the minion.
Whoa.
Oh my gosh, Cop. Very low. Gonna pop the ulti on double if, but he'll
hey, Hotshot's on his game today. Those spears are homing right now, making everyone on Curse go back. And there's just no way they can initiate. A, because the spears are landing, but B, because they are just very far behind without much damage potential. The acceleration of this game is really catching Curse off guard.
A good job here by CLG. And they were the team who was playing aggressively in their win over XDG yesterday. So it just seems that Logic Gaming so good at turning the tables here. Hotshot pokes out, lands another javelin, Dominate losing some of his health. And there's the top lane push, a little bit of wave clear. CLG actually are respecting the Gragas quite a bit.
They are afraid of someone getting knocked in. At the moment, they don't have the Mundo there, so if a squishy target did get pulled into the turret, it would have to be some really impressive Thresh Lanterning to get them out. It'll be interesting to see how long Curse can hold this turret, because if they can hold the stall for a little bit longer, they will start catching up a bit in gold, and Dominate might get some items.
But Dragon is coming up in about 50 seconds. Let's see if CLG pulls off to take that, if Curse gets to sneak it with someone, or what happens off that objective. CLG making very slow, but steady, to be fair, progress on that second tier turret. It's going to make it number 6 if they make that happen. Nien the whole time has been going back and forth between mid lane and bottom lane, getting bigger and bigger. 144 minions on him. He's about to have top score in the team if this keeps up.
Yeah, and we were talking earlier about when COD is playing well, Doublelift doesn't have a disproportionate amount of farm compared to the rest of his team, and that's one of the reasons they're doing well this game. Nien has 152 on Mundo, and Doublelift is hitting at 161, so the whole team is participating right now.
That's good for these guys. Counterlogic Gaming keeping the whole group together. 8 seconds now on Dragon, and look at this. CLG rotates down to the bottom half of the map. Mid lane getting swept out. Nien even sort of not backdooring the wave, but kind of killing it early so that nothing actually happens. No counter push here from Curse. And here comes a Dragon attempt.
Yeah, so you were right. They peeled off the top turret to go for the Dragon. Curse did hold that one. At the moment, Voyboy's just trying to get his items up a little bit. It's still so early on in the game, technically speaking, because we're only 18 minutes in, but it feels much later. The items just aren't there yet, and Curse can't fight without their items.
No, they absolutely can't right here. Ravenous Hydra's still not done. Actually, Quas making a detour for a Negatron cloak because you realize those javelins do, in fact, hurt him quite a bit. CLG actually not even continuing the siege. They're going to back off for now and grab up some items.
Well, they can actually start considering sweeping out the Baron area a little bit and maybe even going for that objective fairly early on here. It's crazy that Quas hasn't even finished his Sunfire Cape. When you just consider how long Nien has had his for. I think it was 5 or 6 minutes ago we talked about how Nien was so unstoppable because he had Sunfire Cape and Ninja Tabi.
Yeah.
And the diversified threat right now from CLG is stalling Curse's itemization, aside from the fact that they're just starved of gold.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Nien has a 2,600 gold lead over Quas. There basically has a Sunfire of gold more than his opponent. You're seeing the minion kills are doubled exactly right now. Nien overall gigantic. He actually has second most gold in the game. Again, you talk about minion kills being distributed, but gold itself clearly spread apart very well. Also, Nien being a huge split pusher. Doublelift back to the top lane, though, for himself right now.
I would say the laning phase shrinking in this game and becoming very short hurt Quas more than anyone else. Since Curse has mainly just been sitting around at turret trying to defend, the ranged wave clear have been the ones that are catching up here. So it's actually just been Gragas and Caitlyn taking all of Quas's farm, and they've actually decided that Voyboy should be the one to counter the Mundo split push. That's why Quas is so low in gold. He's almost as low as the support as far as gold goes right now. It is 4,300 to 3,300 between him and Zcant, which is why his itemization is stalled so much. It's not a good sign because Quas needs to be that super tank. They're running a one-tank team. Right now it's a no-tank team because he doesn't have items.
I feel like Voy probably is more durable than him right now, just because he can lifesteal and has more levels. That's probably not, but like as far as hyperbole goes, it's not the worst choice. Hotshot though going to be back to the mid lane here, and yeah,
I think that it's the proper choice by Curse to let Voyboy split push because they need his assassination potential. But it's just COG's strategy that is preventing Quas from getting any farm. There's not much he could individually do to get it back at this point.
Not really. He's not been chosen to split against Nien. Oh wow. Whew. Yeah, like when Nien was off to the side split pushing, his lane opponent was chosen as Voyboy, and they actually just split the mid and bottom lane over and over and over again. Quas out there tanking javelins and healing over and over. Poor guy, but it's the case right here. Nien gonna get hit a little bit. You can see some decent damage from Void, but Nien could really tank it through. He's going Randuin's Omen next. Kind of suffers through that damage. No big deal. CLG takes the second top turret.
I mean, those are the isolated Qs hitting Nien as well. They're barely touching him. Voyboy's got to find a squishier target. The siege continues for CLG. That's 6 of them now.
21 minutes and 40 seconds. Counterlogic Gaming would rather kill turrets than enemy champions. That's fine. It is a good way to win the game right here. Dragons also all going to them. All 6 turrets gone. The next step, can they actually siege inhibitor turrets with the javelins, with the just ranged attacks from Elise, Nidalee, and Vayne?
What a strange game we have here.
Yeah.
I wonder how many more turrets can die with a champion kill. Really. Will CLG be able to clear off an inhibitor?
I feel like at some point...
Curse has just been so unwilling to engage.
Yeah. Unwilling and a little bit unable as well, just because Nien splits from so far away that he can teleport before his split push opponent can as well. And the fact that it's hard to engage on a team that's stronger than you and doesn't really overcommit. Yeah. There's been no Gragas engages, no catches whatsoever.
There's that one small opportunity at the Dragon fight.
Well, Hotshot burns an early flash to make sure that doesn't go wrong for him, and now CLG, because they've owned this top jungle all game.
They can two-man this.
Wow, two-man
The rest
Baron.
of CLG can just keep Curse at bay. Hotshot's going to continue to throw his Nidalee Spears, and they can do Baron. Curse could maybe guess that CLG was doing this Baron because Hotshot flashed away so quickly, which would indicate they didn't have any backup there.
Curse are moving.
Now they're trying to move towards it. I wonder if CLG is going to have to pull back on this one. Curse is here.
Is super low. Dominant might get the miracle
Whoa!
steal. He's there. Oh, way too early. He didn't have any wards to put down. He couldn't check until just now. Blue team picks up Baron Nashor. Counterlogic Gaming. First champion kill along with Baron 23 minutes in.
Dominate absolutely panicked in that situation. His support was directly behind him, and they could have warded into the Baron and then tried to steal over the wall and combo it with his smite and all his spike damage. But look how close the rest of his team is. He sees the repel in, and he just decides to blindly body slam through. What was that? Zekant had a ward behind him. It allowed CLG an easy smite of the Baron, and now, with just the one kill, they should get an indefensible inhibitor away from Curse.
Well, inhibitor has already fallen. The respawn there for I Will Dominate. So it is a 5v5, but it's a 5v5 with a Baron buff and a giant 10,000 gold lead. Hook doesn't quite land, but they don't really need it. You can't hook turrets anyway, CLG. So inhibitor down to 1/3, Nien still up front. This should be falling. Curse posturing a little bit. I just don't think they're really going to go in. Oh, they will! The knockup is in. Can the fight start and go well? Void might push back. Link very low, actually. Here comes Quas. Flayed backwards. Lulu comes across. But Quas, you said he's not tanky, and you're seeing that here. Now Double getting jumped upon, but he's going to deal the damage. Dominant goes down. Nien still fighting over in the bottom lane. Hook's going to land on a cop. He's likely to go down. Goodbye. 4-0 for CLG, and they're already onto the Nexus.
With the 3 kills right here, they might get a flawless 25-minute victory, just total objective control. They're taking down the Nexus Turrets, Freak.
They're going to be taking down the turrets, and to think a 4-kill game in professional, I don't think I've ever seen something go that low. If no one else falls here, that's an incredible record. That's an incredible record.
Strange game there by CLG. I mean, there's all smiles from Hotshot. He was 0-0-4. Technically, that's 100% kill participation if we're playing stat games right there.
Yep.
Just a really strange game because CLG had so much objective control early, and they just out-rotated Curse so well that Curse never really responded. Then by the time they went for Baron, Curse panicked a little bit, never had 5 people alive, and that's just a depressing way for Curse to lose.
It's got to be so frustrating as well when you're just like, we just never got to do anything.
No.
Curse never got to basically do anything against CLG. And that, it's funny because the game is so short, but that feels like old CLG, right? Like back when Hotshot was a starter. Super slow, super controlled, basically zero mistakes.
Yeah. Except the laning phase for old CLG would go on for 35 minutes and then they'd start. Like this
Instead of 3.
I mean, it's old CLG in the sense that it was a low-kill game, but it's completely different in the sense that they were grouping up so much and roaming. It's not that they had huge farm advantages. I mean, if you look at Hotshot versus Voyboy, the featured matchup, Voyboy had 20 more CS than Hotshot. Even Doublelift only had about 20 more than Cop. It was just the fact that there were 9 turret kills and 4 champion kills and never any real danger for CLG because they were always just moving around the map well.
They went in before the tanks got tanky. You talked about that with Quas. Really interesting setup by these guys. So
strange.
CLG done for the week. 2-2.
2-2. Very successful.
Yeah.
That's an extremely successful week 1 for CLG. When you consider the fact that Hotshot came out of retirement for week 1 of the North American LCS and ended up winning 2 games with CLG. They had 2 people playing out of position. I mean, how much does that mess up with their actual style? It's huge. I mean, when Dexter comes in, they're going to expect to do even better.
And to think about it, right, when they brought in Hotshot, they had said that it was because we know how he plays, we know him, we've been around him for a while, we know this is comfortable for us. And I'm kind of thinking about the numbers. I feel like CLG's record with Hotshot is better than without, because they went negative win-loss in the summer split last season.
Percentage-wise, yeah.
Percentage win.
I believe they were about like 13 and 15.
13-15,
in the summer split. This actually also helps them out a little bit in their regular season record. Previously, they were 3-5 against Curse in the regular season. And 25 minutes and 1 second with only 4 kills. I'm still trying to really comprehend what happened. Curse only had 29,000 gold in that game. They were so heavily denied all of their objectives and a lot of their farming opportunities.
The only turret they got was because it was a 2v1. and no one bailed out in the end. They were too busy pushing the bottom lane, which worked for CLG.
Yeah.
Completely controlled game here.
Yeah,
So, of course,
it's a very good strategy by CLG, but it's also a really strange outcome from Curse because they played so well in the first 2 days, and even though CLG did rotate well, like there's a reason you don't see 25-minute 4-kill games that often, is because there's counters and you can rotate with the team and stop them from doing those things.
Yeah.
And Curse just was not on the same page.
There was zero playmaking, is my sort of read on it. None of the individuals went to go do things. They sat and kind of got suffocated and kind of let themselves die.
Yeah.
All right, well, guys, we got to take a quick break, but we're just warming up. We've got 4 more LCS games today. When we come back, Hotshot GG will sit down with Riv and Kobe. Then Dignitas will take on the undefeated Cloud9 in our second match of the day. Don't go anywhere. Posturing a little bit. I just don't think they're really going to go in. Oh, they will. The knockup is in. Can the fight start and go well? Void push back. Link very low, actually. Here comes Quas. Flayed backwards. Lulu comes across. But Quas, you said he's not tanky, and you're seeing that here. Now Double getting jumped upon, but he's going to deal the damage. Dominic goes down. Nien still fighting over in the bottom lane. Hook's going to land on the cop. He's likely to go down. Goodbye. 4-0 for CLG, and they're...
Welcome back to the North American LCS Spring Split. Thanks for sticking around. We're now joined by CLG's Hotshot GG. George, thanks for joining us. Congratulations on the win. First, and just a quick question. Running that comp or not running that comp, have you guys ever had a result like that in a game?
I don't think even in a scrim we've had a result like that. We pretty much just out-controlled them to like the fullest, and I think Curse responded really poorly that game.
The game pretty much was in your favor the whole time. Rolling down the hill, the ball just kept getting bigger. First blood was at 23 minutes, and the game ended in under 25. We're going to go ahead and pull up the blue buff steal that happened in the early part of the game, because I think this had a lot to do with it. Was this planned, or did Aframu kind of walk into Christmas right here?
He walked into Christmas. This wasn't planned. Like, I was so excited when this happened. It was like a free win was gifted to us.
Yeah, like how do you plan a one auto attack blue buff steal here?
Yeah.
Solo from Afro.
Oh, he didn't even flash. That was just a blunder.
At that point, Dominate's just like, oh my god.
Yeah.
And we don't see him again for the whole mid game pretty much. So basically, if somebody handed you this game on paper from this point, and they're like, okay, so you guys just stole blue buff, you put their jungler super far behind, and they did some interesting 2-versus-1 swaps where they're actually beneficial for your team,
Yeah.
then you guys actually played this out almost like perfectly with all your rotations. What was the communication like during, after that first couple minutes?
I mean, the team knew everything was kind of in the bag. They failed the 2v1 swap. They thought they were going to swap into Vayne, but they ended up not swapping into Vayne. And then their 2v1 got screwed up because, Gragas lost his blue buff. So then on, it was just kind of playing defensive and waiting for us to just keep accumulating advantage.
When you guys were in the Battle of the Atlantic using Dexter, it seemed like it was a little bit slower. You would kind of lane wait and wait to snowball the lanes a little bit more. What was it, the roster change that made this transition change for you guys? You were rotating 110% better than ever before.
Well, the team has been improving and just practicing a lot. Battle of the Atlantic, they didn't have too much practice, but we've been scrimming like 12 hours a day. We've been practicing 12 hours a day, and like I'm hard on them, like to just keep trying and keep practicing because I didn't want me to come back for a week and have a bad performance. So I'm like, guys, you got to help me. We got to help each other. We got to keep practicing.
So this is obviously not going to be a permanent thing because you're still trying to get Dexter back, but has this little visit back into the competitive scene sort of reignited your interest in the game, or?
I mean, it's always been there, and it's fun to be back, just for a short time, and I really enjoyed it, and it was kind of nerve-wracking at the very start. Like the first 3 games, I was really, really like uncomfortable. Like I didn't feel the setup like I used to. I didn't feel my position the way I used to. Like everything was just unfamiliar. It was my first competitive match in mid, so it took a while to get used to, but I got used to it this game.
So can you compare your nerves coming back now to your nerves actually in the real biggest first competitive match that you had back when me and you played in the tournament before season 1? CLG.
I think our nerves were much bigger back then, especially yours.
Even bigger then. Okay.
All right, so you guys are done for the Super Week. How much, what did this win mean for you guys?
I mean, we expected to do okay, and we didn't expect, to have the world. And 2-2 is pretty good, when Dexter comes over. I think he'll be pretty content that we're 2-2, and, one of our opponents was Cloud9, and they're really, really strong, and they've always been, so we kind of thought that would possibly go that way.
All right, well, congrats on the win. Best of luck in all the changes to come to Counterlogic Gaming. And thanks
you.
for joining us, George. All right, everyone, we're going to send it back to Freak and Jat at the caster's desk.
Thank you very much, Riv. It's time for our next match of the day. We've got Crumbs and Dignitas versus the #1 Cloud9. I think it's safe to say that Dignitas, they got an uphill battle here. Cloud9's looked really solid and methodical each of their 3 wins.
Cloud9 kind of picked up right where they left off as far as North America goes. And as far as Meteos' KDA was tracking as well. He's 14-3 and 28 in the first few days, which just gives him a ridiculous KDA right off the bat. It's a bit strange because Cloud9 has had a few close-looking games, but then they just kind of flipped a switch, turned them into big victories, and that's why they're here at 3-0.
Yeah, here they are. And, of course, Dignitas has had a strong game now against Team Coast. They got that for their first win. This gives us a glimmer of what Dignitas can do when they are firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, when we talked to Crumbs after the show yesterday, he was saying that they've been working to improve their communication, and he's now in the driver's seat. They don't have those backseat shot callers coming at them all the time. It didn't work for the first couple games.
Yeah.
It looked like it was working great in the last one, and it's going to be quite a test going up against the undefeated Cloud9.
Yeah, well, Crum said he blamed himself for those games. Like, I played really, really bad. I tried to force too many things. I should have let the game just sort of flow and make the right calls later on. So we'll see if Crum shows up the right way here. Of course, Team Dignitas is no stranger to being seen as the underdogs. They spent a lot of their offseason getting back to playing their game, and now they say the sky's the limit.
We went to Battle of the Atlantic in December, and we lost pretty decisively.
It was just like probably one of the most one-sided matches I've ever been in my competitive career, and definitely not something I'm looking to repeat again.
We're coming in with a new roster, new top laner cruiser, new support Kiwi kid.
Changing the roster definitely impacts how they play, but I don't think that's a resounding issue with why we lost.
It wasn't very good start to the new squad.
I'd like to take most of the blame for the Battle of the Atlantic loss.
Crumbs goes back in though. Could they turn this one around? Crumbs has to back away. Cutie-Pie's in all sorts of trouble. That's going to be first blood.
That 3v3 went bad real quickly for Dignitas. Crumbs actually opted in to that counter gank after he saw his team getting engaged on, and it ends up getting all 3 of them killed.
We kept trying over and over to get bottom, and then they would either counter gank or just gank first. With our jungler so behind, and then we had Malphite, T-Ping, bottom 2. Damn, we just got crushed.
The losses just made us realize we really need to work on our communication because we're just not as coordinated as we could be.
For me, that means becoming a shot caller. Up to now, we didn't really have one person who just made every single decision. We were very close-minded, and I wanted to change that. Instead of focusing on, hey, let's play this team comp. Hey, I heard this champion was good, let's play this team comp. It's just, what do you want to play? Don't tell me if it's a champion that's a meta. Don't tell me if you saw it. Don't tell me if this champion you think is good. Just what do you want to play right now? Just pick it and we'll just make it work.
To become a top team, you just have to play well. There's no secret to it. It's just do well, play well, perform.
We're very excited to come into 2014 LCS season.
I think definitely the whole team just enjoys each other's company a lot more.
In 2014, Dig will rise up.
In 2014, Dignitas will not disappoint.
In 2014, Dignitas will make it to Worlds.
In 2014, Dignitas will make it back to Worlds. They did go in Season 2. Didn't quite make it in 3. They were close, 4th place, I believe.
Surprisingly, they seemed to kind of stumble into the playoffs, but then they won that first game against CLG, and they were theoretically 2 games away from making it into Worlds. Maybe the 2 games go different this year.
Hey, maybe they'll do it. We're going to see what these guys can do. Let's check out the starting lineups here. Taking the blue side is Dignitas. Cruiser in the top lane. Crumbs in the jungle. Skara in mid. I'm a Cutie Pie and AD carry. And Kiwi Kid on support.
And on the red side is the undefeated Cloud9 with Balls in the top lane, Meteos in the jungle, High in mid lane, Sneaky on AD carry, and of course Lemon Nation and his Notebook on support.
The Notebook is pretty OP so far. Got them to pick Teemo, got them to do a whole bunch of really fun stuff. And, so Dignitas coming through here, new shot calling, a new way of looking at it. You kind of saw them watching games together, sort of learning how do you want to play, what do you want to play. And as we've sort of seen, the teams that are playing things that they want tend to be doing better.
It definitely seems that way. The Jungle Pantheon was victorious. Scar's, it's strange to say his unconventional mid lane Karthus because it used to be such a play champion in the previous seasons. But it fell off lately, and Skara had a great game on Karthus in their victory yesterday. And I think just the rest of Dignitas getting back to comfort champions will help their confidence in game, which was their biggest issue if we really think back to when they started struggling.
Yeah, and you kind of continue the Skara thought, and even in one of the games they lost, his Katarina, he individually played very well. And Crumbs actually said about that game that he thought that they failed through champion select, that they actually set themselves up for failure, but that More so than like the play calling or shot calling. But I feel like the Katarina was one of the bright points of that champ select, and the rest of it didn't follow through.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And I'm really curious at how Cloud9 is going to try and do their preparation for this picks and bans, because I know at least last season they could generally track what the other team was going to be playing because they just look at trends, and most teams were kind of copying each other last split.
Yeah.
This time, though, if Dignitas is just going to play whatever you want, we talked to Crumbs, don't follow what everyone else is doing. Don't tell me you saw it. What do you play?
Yeah.
I mean, what could they really have in their notebook there? And will Cloud9 be caught off a little bit off guard by Dignitas?
I think anything's really possible for these guys. I really do, right? Like, you've got Scar, who's played for freaking ever. You've got pretty much most of that team as a really sort of trolly personality in that they'll just bring out something weird because they think it'll work. And I feel like especially the place for that, like the team I think would play Darius Maokai would be the Kiwi Pie lane.
I was expecting them to do something like that really early on because, I mean, as soon as they started being a bot lane duo, the first thing they started running in solo queue was Annie and Brand.
Yeah.
The fire lane. And it's a pretty strong kill lane when you consider the combination of it. But they haven't brought it out in LCS yet. I actually don't expect them to do so because they didn't do it in Battle of the Atlantic. They kind of stopped scrimming around with it lately. More standard-ish bot lane stuff for them, I think, is what's coming.
Well, we'll see. They're up against their toughest opponents in North America yet in Cloud9. We know these guys are pretty strong competitors here in Dignitas. Going to make their way into Champion Select. They're going to ban away High Zed. Scar's Caston goes away. High's Kha'Zix goes away. A lot of Assassins getting removed early on.
Yeah, I'm not expecting too many targeted bans by Cloud9. The Kale is definitely one. They pretty much always focus Skara in these bans. I still stand by the fact that Skara is the key for Dignitas. Cruiser generally doesn't make too much of an impact. I'm a Cutie Pie and Kiwi Kid. Haven't been crushing lane. And if you shut down Skara, you shut down Dignitas. So that's where the bans are coming.
Dignitas actually following a very similar strategy of shutting down High as well. So
that doesn't work as well.
Hasn't yet.
Yeah, High actually has the lowest KDA on Cloud9. I think he's sitting at like 3.23 or something. But he's had a big impact on the games regardless.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, and I'm actually kind of thinking about like the personality as well. I know it used to be back in the day that one of the ways you beat TSM was camp Reginald as the shot caller, get him on edge, get him on tilt, he'll start making bad calls. High, lowest KDA, still good shot calling as the team captain. Clearly that's not working for them. So Cloud9 definitely pretty well rounded here. Dignitas though with time for the first pick. Every top laner, every jungle, every AD carry is open.
We seem to see Elise almost most of these times with their first picks. There's a couple supports available as well. The first pick Thresh should be a little bit surprising. Jinx has been banned a lot recently. And there we go. Cutie Pie going for the hyper carry potential in Jinx.
Yeah.
I like this from him, actually. I remember one of the big issues he had in Season 3 is he would win the lane most of the time, but then not be able to transition because he played a lot of Graves.
Yeah.
And one of the notes that their analyst gave him, actually, was that he should just play more hyper carries because he's so good in the laning phase sometimes. You may as well scale well, and that way you can actually help the team and not rely on Skara so much. I think that's a smart AD carry for I'm a Cutie Pie to pick up.
Well, speaking of scaling well, Shyvana picked up here for Cloud9 in the top lane. Been one of the premier choices there for late game top laners because they just get really big. She deals a pretty good amount of damage. Meteos going to be happy to pick up Elise here. So Cloud9 certainly not missing much.
Meteos got his jungler of choice. It's between that and Olaf. Whenever he decides to pick those things. I think as far as the Shyvana plus Elise, that's almost the best thing they could have if they're going to be going up against a Mundo, and it neutralizes Cruiser as a Mundo threat for the most part. They got the percentage health damage from Elise and the early shoving from the Shyvana. Cloud9 almost always tries to pick champions with stronger pushing or stronger wave clear early, because once they get the turrets pushed in, they can start roaming around the jungle, grouping up, getting towers, and creating map pressure. And no different there with the Shyvana.
And Cloud9 picking up something a little bit more interesting. They're Riven showing up here in the mid lane for High. You remove 3 Assassins from the mid lane, you ban 3 of them out. High finds a new one to pick up here. Yeah. The 4th AD mid laner he's going to play right there. Of course, Sneaky going to be paired with a Leona here for the duo lane. Pretty good champion so far.
At this point, Dignitas might want to consider getting a little bit of strong disengage or kiting and poke potential, because at the moment, even though Elise is a ranged champion, it's pretty much all melees right there for Cloud9. It's hard CC and a lot of diving potential, so either Dignitas needs to match that or dissuade Cloud9 from coming in a little bit. with some disengage type champions.
Well, we're now looking at still more hardcore engage with the Vi. Gragas, though, would fit that role pretty well. And it's going to be the picks right here. Jungle Vi, mid lane Gragas. Skara getting his Gragas. That was one of the main bans we used to see against him.
Yeah, it went away at that point. It's been a while since he played Gragas. It's also been a while since he played Karthus. And yesterday, his Karthus worked very well. Last pick, of course, for Sneaky was the Lucian, so that's kind of a fend for yourself AD carry on Cloud9's side.
With a bunch of melee guys who are going to be diving in. The Soul, always range champion on the lineup here against a pretty scary Dignitas roster here. So you talk about Cloud9 wanting to push in.
Yes.
Lucian, Leona, plenty aggressive. Riven, going to be pretty happy to fight Gragas. Shyvana, going to be aggressive. Meteos going to have his pick of the lanes to go through.
Yeah, I think Cloud9 obviously has the pushing edge in the early game, but if last game was any indication, Curse actually had the wave clear edge early on in the game, but things can happen and games can get controlled. So we'll see if Dignitas can pull off a similar early game bit of a miracle there, because they did okay with their champion select, but they have to survive the early game. And Dignitas wins most of their games just by getting ahead and kind of staying ahead. They don't have really crisp strategies for ending games.
That's true.
It's going to be tricky to get ahead on Cloud9.
Well, I think we just need Thresh to steal a blue buff, and we're going to be fine.
Plan of the world.
I believe. Kiwi Kid, you're gonna make it happen here. The champs are locked in, of course, so let's see who you guys at home thought was going to win this next match. And according to LOLesports.com, 90% of you think that Cloud9 is going to end the week undefeated, 4-0, and Dig's going to have a rough start to this one. Probably
pretty strong.
I think I expected that vote.
It's kind of on percentage. You could almost just say Cloud9 has a 90% chance of winning any match. You look at their all-time LCS record. They went 5-0 in the playoffs. They're 30-3. They're 33-3. They're actually higher than 90% win percentage in North America. Right?
Coming into day 2, they had a 90% NA regular season record. And then they started winning more, so that went up. Or if you subscribe to the Alex Itch way of describing it, 50% for everything. 50% chance that Gambit wins Worlds. Apparently 90% here, though, for Cloud9 to win this match. We are on to the Rift, ladies and gentlemen. Dignitas in blue, Cloud9 in red. And let's see what these guys go for as the game starts out.
Yeah, we'll see if there's any type of lane swapping and turret pushing shenanigans like we've seen in the last few. Lane-wise, at this point, Sneaky and Lemon actually kind of just want to fight Kiwi Kid and I'm a Cutie Pie. If Kiwi Kid plays Thresh well enough, he can actually counter Leona a little bit because he can use his Flay to stop his Zenith Blade initiation. Yeah. And Cloud9's always really hard to predict what lane they're going to be going to. Balls is doing a fantastic job dodging all these spears.
Nice right there. Speaking of good flays, we've seen actually them used on Shyvana's ulti as well. All right,
There's
one
no
more.
reason for Cruiser to not throw
One
these.
more. Yeah. Balls is regened all the way back up, by the way.
One more shot.
He's going to get it! Oh! Cruiser knows it. Okay, mind games.
He's
Same
not gonna
place.
move.
Yep. I think it's still a better average than Hot Shots Needly. It's like, what, 2 for 8?
Cold.
2 for 9?
Hotshot landed a lot of spears.
Okay, last game. First game. You guys were making fun of them. They still won that game, though. Hit the next one. Well, he's running away. You can see him now. Just throw the freaking cleaver.
They don't want anyone to go in and steal their blue buff.
Yeah, well, they're looping around here. They've got good ward coverage. Looks like Dignitas' blue buff is safe. Cloud9's top lane is safe as well. And here we go. Meteos and Balls going to start things out. Balls, you can't dodge lizard attacks, so feel free to just hit that thing for a while. But here we go. Buff's going to get grabbed up. Pretty standard things to start out now in these lanes. 2-on-2 bottom, 1-on-1 top.
All right, looking at the mid lane. Riven generally shoves in very quickly, but is a little bit vulnerable to ganks early on. High's going to look to aggress Scar as much as possible and build an early edge in this game. He's going to want to keep Scar back at his turret and stop his ability from roaming. High will also be looking to kill him at level 6, because if he keeps the lane pushed, he will hit level 6 first.
And that's going to be a fun margin. Speaking of High's skills, though, started shield first to dodge barrels, so he's not shoving just yet. Hits level 2, though. That's some good damage. Scar already at half and chugging a potion.
Yeah, Scar doesn't have his dash yet because he's just in full farm mode. He's not expecting to leave the turret at any point soon.
Now, Zobmedia's going to grab his own blue buff, though. Junglers starting out not doing too much special. And with default lanes, you're not going to see him not necessarily run to lanes right away, kill a turret at 3.5 minutes, and then move forward. So it's up to these guys to actually create opportunities for the early kills and the early pressure in these lanes.
Yeah, and this bottom lane is very skill shot dependent. Most of it actually relies on the support's abilities to lock each other up. If Kiwi Kid lands a Thresh Hook, since this is the pre-nerfed Jinx, the arm time on her traps is still long enough that it generally chains and is able to arm is what can stun you before he gets up. He just didn't have them skilled up yet, actually. He's went with 1 point Q and 1 point W when those Thresh Hooks land. Later on, those Thresh Hooks are going to be a lot more deadly.
Definitely going to be right now. Dignitas on the push right there. Trinket Ward showing that brush what's going on. And actually that prevents Crumbs from getting to sneak in. You had seen him run down the bottom side. Eliminations Trinket said, there could be a Vi in there.
Yeah, the pregame plan by Crumbs was actually expecting Cloud9 to be pushed up a lot more. Historically, Sooks are on point right now. They're going to go in, though. Sneaky coming in.
2-on-2. Flay onto Sneaky, going to keep Cutie Pie safe. Now Elimination forced to run back. Can he get around the chompers? He does. Still loses a couple hundred health, but overall, Cutie Pie, a lot of pain on him.
Yeah, historically, Cloud9 pushes up with this bottom lane and tries to draw aggro from the rest of the team. That's why Crumbs was down there. He was hoping to catch Cloud9 pushed up and get a return kill. Not to be the case in this one.
And Meteos realizes now that this lane has been warded with a Trinket. He looked for that kill as well. So far, these junglers, neither of them finding anything but wards on their way to this lane. We look back in the mid, and High with a very small minion lead here, starting to push Skara away, who's now almost out of mana.
Yeah, and like usual, the biggest minion advantage is the Shyvana versus the Mundo lane, very early on for Balls. He's kind of the unsung hero. We called him out yesterday, trying to keep our eye on him, because he consistently performs for Cloud9. And just in this matchup, Shyvana, the entire goal of Shyvana is to push up as much as possible, get turret damage, win the early game, then start farming between the turrets and going in behind. But this could be a good game.
Ooh, none of the CC lands. Cutie Pie is the flash stun. He's going to flash back towards the turret. Barrier already burned as well. It's going to be Dignitas surviving here, but Crumbs shows top lane. Balls burns his flash. Cleaver lands. Oh, that one's going to hit. Cruiser got all the kinks worked out. One more Cleaver does land. Balls, where is your Cleaver dodging skills now? First blood goes to Cruiser.
Balls used all his Cleaver dodges in the early game. He didn't have any left right there. But because Cloud9 got people low in the bottom lane, they're just going to try and do a dragon to equalize the amount of gold they lost by giving up that first blood.
And look at this rotation by High. He runs top lane, seeing that one get shoved. Cloud9 on the ball to make sure they're not missing much. Maximizing their gold output here. Lemon dodging some of that dragon aggro, and here we go. Dragon's actually going to put gold back to equal, paying for that first blood.
Yeah, this is what actually Cloud9 does better than anyone in North America. When something goes wrong, they almost always find a way to make it not a bad thing. Even though Balls was down, it was a very long-winded gank by Crumbs. There was no way they could support the bottom, and even though Meteos' gank didn't technically go well because they didn't get a kill, they got more gold than a kill would be worth by taking the dragon. They also didn't lose many minions since High had Scars so pushed in the mid lane. He could go defend the top lane. Everyone just kind of rotated up and filled the empty spots.
Yeah, Meteos took High's farm in the mid. That was a really nice play right here, and Cloud9 without a kill on the board does have more gold. The other thing I want to point out is I've been actually kind of trying to track this. We've seen different skill orders. Balls is maxing his Flame Breath first, using it as a big poke tool against Cruiser. I've seen both Burnout and the Flame Breath, and Balls chooses the E in this game.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice. The Flame Breath, quite strong here for Balls now that he's level 6. This is the point where he would want to try to shove a little bit farther and maybe start being able to take some jungle, but because he already died to that one gank, he's going to have to play a little bit more conservative.
And Cruiser's a really tanky man right now. Giant's Belt on the inventory, ulti available, and the flash. Balls at least can escape with his own ultimate, though. We'll see if that ends up being a big problem. Level 5 on Crumbs will hit 6 as this blue buff dies if he soaks up XP. Giving that over to Skara. All right, so Skara's unlocked a lot of potential now in this lane. He's got an arm guard, he's got a blue buff. Should be pretty happy.
Yeah, the arm guard and the Doran's ring make it a little bit harder for High to do much spike damage on him. Also got that 1 level advantage. It's going to be a bit difficult, though, for Skara to hit the items that most Gragas's do to spike things down. We saw I think it was a Gragas versus Yasuo game where Gragas had to itemize the Zani's Hourglass, which is what Scar's going towards here, and the barrels just did not have the same impact that they do when you see the normal Death Cap and Athene's Unholy Grail build on Gragas.
So we'll see if Scar can continue to get some more damage then to keep his team's hopes afloat. Meteos looks like he's going to be, I don't want to say taxing his own jungle, but certainly gets his own blue buff here. High doesn't really need it, but half HP, Scara going in high, dangerously low, jumps with the shield, flash body slam by Scara, picks up the solo kill 1v1.
Scar's got his confidence back right there. He is back on his favorite champion in Gragas, and with the arm guard, just absolutely obliterates High. I'm not sure how High got caught so far out of position there. Great barrel by Scara, and then flashing to secure as well with that body slam was a lot of confident plays by Scar. You do not flash body slam unless you are completely sure that it's worth it.
And it certainly was a 1-for-0. I'd type that in all chat all day. No worries on this one. 2-0 now for Dignitas. We said, you know, early kills are the one thing that they need and they tend to be good at. They've got to get that happening. So far, so good for these guys. But what else can they turn this one into? Cloud9 likely able to work with a deficit. We'll see what they can do with this.
Yeah, they're still, gold-wise, pretty close in the game.
Yeah.
We haven't seen the first real objective contention happen yet. You can see Crumbs is still searching for something to happen in the bottom lane, but I gotta just comment on that lane to note that I'mACutiePie and KiwiKid are winning it quite well. First picking Jinx. I'mACutiePie is generally very strong in lane, but now he should be able to transition this one a little bit better because Jinx is such of a hypercarry.
Good stuff here. Let's see if Dig can keep it up right there. Ball's still pushing in Cruiser, but not getting any turret damage. So, of course, the gank helps quite a bit, but Ball's not really making much headway over here. Dignitas holding on to this sort of push lane, and in fact, we said that Cloud9 likes to push in. In fact, it's going to be the jump in on KiwiKid. Gets the lantern. The bot comes up. Cocoon misses. Meteos not going to find much else to do here. Dig gets away successfully.
Even though he had his flash down, they were able to get out of that one because KiwiKid was positioned in the proper place. So no real punishment coming down onto I'mACutiePie. We'll have to track how well he is able to stay alive in future games. Almost no AD carries do well against Dig.
Pulls in Sneaky, but Sneaky's going to dash away. KiwiKid down to half health. What else can happen here? The jump in from Crumbs. Lemonation down to half health. No spells left on him. Sneaky dropping very low, but Dig running out of health bars here. This is a close one. Sneaky still got all his summoners. Meteos goes in, nearly kills KiwiKid. Crumbs comes back. Here comes Scara. Finds Lemonation. Can they get the damage? Meteos jumping away. No summoners left basically anywhere. And High says hello, but he's not going to get, and maybe?
It's almost a miracle that nobody died in that fight. Scara came in with a bunch of low-health targets and wasn't able to finish anybody off. So that is actually a failed roam by Scara, I'd have to say. Definitely should have converted some of those kills, but just a tad off with some of his skill shots right there. Big missed opportunity there by Dignitas.
Yeah, he focused Sneaky, who had to burn both summoners to get out, but you're right. He attacks a couple summoners, no kills whatsoever. Dig now only sitting on basically 0 gold now. Actually, Cloud9 closed that gold gap and actually stretched it in their own favor now. You're seeing mid lane just getting completely pushed in, and no one's even there to take that gold.
Something we have to track as well as we move into the teamfight phase is how well I'mACutiePie can get healed for by KiwiKid. Jinx is very popular in North America and Europe, but especially in the Korean scene, they haven't necessarily transitioned over to her yet because they value escapability and safety in AD carries very well. It's a volatile role if they get spiked out early on in the fight. Cloud9 has a lot of gap closing potential. Lemonation, High, Meteos, and Balls can all get right on top of I'mACutiePie. So potentially, no matter how farmed I'mACutiePie gets, he'll still die unless they can peel away from him. But this is a dragon fight potentially happening, very quickly taken.
The dragon itself is not going to put up much of a fight here, but Cloud9 might get jumped on by Dig. Nope, Dig's going to walk back from this one. So Cloud9 2-0 on Dragons, and that means they're about 800 gold here. 600 gold, 500, whatever. Math is hard, but either way, Cloud9's making this game look pretty good for them.
Yeah, 2 for 2 on Dragons so far by Cloud9. Only 12 minutes in. Very good objective control by them so far. No kills, but the big old gold lead is kind of the way they sneak around in games. You think you have them down a little bit, and they'll find a sneaky way of getting back into it.
And there we go, the jump in. Look at the damage I would put onto High. He does not have his flash, which means he's going to be going down. KiwiKid steals the kill.
That was not
He's smiling, though.
He's, I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to
Shaking
do
his
it.
head.
Well,
He said
too bad. You took it.
I forget which support said they wanted to steal a pentakill.
That was definitely Curse's support.
Okay, so ZK definitely wanted to. I think one other might have said so. But at the same time, that wasn't a pentakill. That was just being a jerk.
No, that was actually really unfortunate for them, too, because Skara, like I said, is the key to their success, and that could very have easily been a second kill for him. He
Yeah.
also needs to get an exceptional amount of gold if he wants his barrels late game to have the big impact, since he has had to start with that Seeker's Arm Guard instead of the typical Athene's Unholy Grail to Deathcap build. A good gank by Dignitas, a not-so-good kill secure by Kiwi Kid.
No. He even stole the cannon minion last game from Cruiser. Like, he's taxing his entire team throughout this tournament.
Still adjusting.
Yeah, although they did win that game where he stole that cannon, so maybe if Kiwi Kid steals more gold, they'll win more. It's a completely bogus stat that I'm going to track. Kiwi Kid's kill steals versus win record. Here we go. Dignitas pushing the bottom lane, and I'm a cutie pie. Kiwi Kid, they've got like the minions there to the turret. They're just so afraid of Leona engage. Meteos is waiting right on the wings there. And you're seeing just the pushes aren't successful because there's so much respect for the junglers.
Dignitas would want to transition something fairly strong here. A bit of an unfortunate thing. You notice Crumbs has a fairly fresh blue buff, and Scar does not. There was a bit of an accident over at the blue buff, and Scar wasn't able to secure that. That actually diminishes his roaming potential right here. And this is exactly the point in the game where Scar would want to roam around and make big plays happen. We have to see a couple blue buff incidents have been fairly impactful today.
Yep.
This one is much more recoverable than the enemy support ceiling in level 1.
Yeah, so thankfully that's not as bad this time around. High still making his way around. Doesn't, of course, need blue buff, so Meteos has no one to really fight but himself for those. He's done 100% on getting blue buff secured. So
a lot of people on Dignitas down here to try to get a kill.
Hardcore dive on a Sneaky, but he's got no one else around to help him. There's Skari. He does get that kill, and Kiwi Kid taking turret aggro. Elimination very alone right now. Zap secures the kill, and Dignitas 5-0 in kills against Cloud9.
A very clean turret dive by there, and a lack of vision control by Cloud9 allowed Sneaky and Elimination to just get snuck up upon right there. Scarlet did not even have to use his Gragas ultimate amongst all of that diving, but still, this is the thing we really got to keep track of. Sure, you're up 5 kills to 0, maybe 6 soon, but the gold is in Cloud9's favor.
Good flash by High. That would have been probably death unless Meteos did something miraculous there on the way over. Cutie Pie still on the push, though. Dignitas, I just had to double take, though. They're actually still down in gold despite all these kills.
It's 2 dragons and 1 extra turret for Cloud9. Plus, the farming, especially in the top lane, like we talk about, Balls is doing a great job. Him and Meteos were off taking the top lane turret while that 4-man dive was happening in the bottom lane for Cloud9. You can already see 400 gold ahead for Balls. It's even in the jungle. Even High, despite dying twice, is right on pace with Skara. As well as Dignitas feels right now, the gold is telling a slightly different story.
And remember that this top lane matchup was one where Cruiser got first blood against Balls due to that Crumbs gank. And despite all that effort and the gank happening successfully, still a losing matchup. The bottom lane turret now goes down as well. Cloud9 has managed to secure themselves all 3 outer turrets without even killing an enemy champion. They're just showing up to the lanes at the right times.
Oh, look out here in the bottom lane. There comes
Kiwi Kid about to get squashed right there. Goodbye to you, Cloud9 getting on the scoreboard here. And it's not really in time for any objectives, but hey, gold is gold.
And even without getting kills for Cloud9, they were still able to invade Dignitas' territory. The relentless pushing took down the outer turrets that were needed, and they get their first payoff kill right after that one. Another thing that is actually contributing to the gold was the early support itemization. Lemon Nation got his Targon's Brace very early on. It's already generated 450 gold for the team, whereas the Nomad's Medallion Kiwi Kid just picked up, and it's only given him 34 gold. So that's actually a very substantial thing. They've been kind of losing the lane, but that's a kill's worth of gold that the item itself has given Cloud9.
Yeah, it's even managed to let Sneaky sort of match minion kills at this point when you consider that Targon's Brace CS really belongs to the AD carry at the end of the day. So these guys holding up pretty nicely now, all things considered. The lane's actually starting to now go all Cloud9's way. Not at the beginning, but now at this point they are. Here comes the dive in. High again. knocked back. Does he have anywhere to go? No flash thanks to the mid lane turret kill. And Skara getting another one, 3-0 and 2, and the mid lane's left open.
High is getting absolutely picked on right here, and it's all 5 grouping for Dignitas. Let's see if Cloud9 has anything to say about this one. I think Dig is going to want to continue a push like this and get some of the map control back.
You've got to try this one. Dragon is available, and Dignitas turns around and looks for this one right here. They kill a pink ward on the way. This is almost certainly their Dragon, but they are in vision. You never know. Cloud9's crazy sometimes. Yeah,
Dignitas was so untouched in that last fight. You'd think this would be uncontested, but how crazy is Cloud9? Leonald comes in. Is there a follow?
Decent damage coming across, but no actual commit. Just some poke. Nothing really found there. Cloud9 going to go back to the mid lane, but there's not much for them there. I don't think they can get to the second turret in time. Blue buff, though. That is up.
Yeah, let's see where the gold really is lying right here, because it's a 302 Skara Gragas, and he's still only 700 gold ahead of High. He is, however, the highest performer on Dignitas, which is how Dignitas generally distributes their gold when they're winning. Was that a Jinx ult?
I think he was checking Baron.
He was. He was checking Baron. He was wondering if Cloud9 was trying. At this point, what Dig would probably call a desperation Baron. I'm not sure. But it's definitely not that way. Cloud9 is very calm and controlled in this game, despite being down 6 kills to 1.
Yeah.
Straight up even in the gold.
Certainly would have been a sneaky Baron here, but Cloud9 not going to make much of that happen. High now, actually, the split push game has begun. I know in their Zed game, they said, okay, yeah, High got really big. He was our big performer. We sent him to go split push. He was going to create pressure. 0-3 Riven, and they still feel comfortable enough saying, yeah, go split push a bottom lane, create pressure, and we'll kind of move around that.
Dying does not really take away from confidence of anyone on this team. I remember a few moments last season where Balls actually started the game 0-5 in the top lane. A couple of those on Rumble. And then he was still very impactful in the rest of the game. So they definitely know how to kind of give the carrying responsibilities to someone else when they're behind, and they still have a good way of kind of passing the torch and fighting well in team fights.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen a Cloud9 game where any individual of their players have hard carried the game. I've seen Meteos getting like 11 kills on Evelynn. I've seen Sneaky, of course, take over games. His Caitlyn's been pretty strong overall. Balls and High, of course, we've seen those guys carry plenty of times. I like the fact that that's so well distributed from C9. Dignitas, I feel like there's only been, you just talked about Skara basically. That's like the one guy we know consistently can make it happen.
Well, one thing about Skara as well is he just finished his Rabadon's death cap because he has no actual threat coming at him from High. So he got the Seeker's Arm Guard to beat him up in the lane, but then did not feel obligated to finish the Zhonya's.
Yeah.
His barrels will be chunking right now. 325 AP you can see on him right about now.
And 120 armor, to be fair, as well. And there's been no armor pen from High. In fact, he took a detour for some MR itemization here. High's Riven, much lower damage threat than what we would normally see, I think, from a Riven 20 minutes in.
Yeah, this is a very testing game right now for Cloud9. Dignitas clearly carrying a lot of momentum over from their previous game, and Cloud9 trying to force an initiation.
They're going for the attempt right here, but here comes Dignitas to try to answer one back, but they are outnumbered. High goes down, though. Now what else can happen? Vox is on. Kiwi Kid low, ignited. He will drop. Meteos will fall to Crumbs. 2 for 2 in this battle, and here comes Skara. Can he help Cutie Pie? Damage out on Sneaky, and Cutie Pie survives. Lemon Nation is gonna die alone and sad. Double kill. I'm a Cutie Pie.
4 for 2. Skara roams down once again and picks up kills, and this was a very close fight. You can see a lot of Cloud9 flashing forward to try and get on I'm a Cutie Pie, but this was the question. How well can Dignitas peel for I'm a Cutie Pie? It looks like actually quite well. The Box and Crumbs did a lot of zoning, and then I'm a Cutie Pie kind of stood his ground here. There was a very critical dash backwards by Sneaky there that kind of cost him his life. It allowed Scar to get into range a little bit sooner, blow him up, and not finish off I'm a Cutie Pie quite in time. There are a few different things in that fight, and it goes completely the other direction.
So very good job here by Dignitas. Crumbs said it was on me. I had some bad play calling and gave us a loss we shouldn't have had earlier in this week, and it looks like right now Dignitas, he said that I was forcing too many things. I was trying too hard to make plays happen. Seems like he's trying exactly the right amount here. Dignitas, huge playmaking and kills.
And it's interesting, too, because Cloud9 is the one who forced that fight extremely hard. That was a brute force engage if I'd ever seen one. Almost all of their people used flashes forward and it ended up costing them 4 deaths. Cloud9's not the type of team to run away from a fight, but that one was still a little bit too forced.
A little bit too much for these guys. Crumb's definitely in the right place, and Scar making his way over at the right time. High alone for now defending the top lane. The rest of his team regrouping. Everyone on the top left corner of the map, actually, as a big minion wave pushes down towards Dignitas in the bottom. We'll see if they answer that right now. Trinkets getting switched around. 2 red trinkets on both sides. So both these teams now starting to consider vision control very important.
And Dignitas is going to try and close this one out because they are showing that they can consistently win team fights. But the problem that happens when a team is winning so many team fights but still not up in gold means their bounties are increasing again and again. It would only actually take one team fight win by Cloud9 to slingshot this game in the other direction and make it a somewhat insurmountable lead by Cloud9. So Dignitas has to play very cautiously, as crazy as it sounds, despite being up 10 kills to 3.
It's true, and the other interesting thing that I feel like a lot of people don't think about with this as well is while the bounties increase, Cloud9s aren't actually really going down because as you get gold from minion kills, it kind of pulls back your death bounties.
A little bit. For every 1,000 gold gained from minion kills, it's the equivalent of getting 1 assist. So it's actually not the most giant thing, but it just means that like an 0-4 high is still worth gold because he's farming you so much.
Exactly. So it's still going to be a valuable guy to kill. And part of the reason Skara is rolling in the monies right now, aside from just the fact that he's Gragas Esquire, the suit doesn't actually give him any bonus gold here. Cloud9 now are going for a Baron attempt.
Right on top of a pink ward, too. This is, if anything, just trying to draw Dignitas away from their mid lane. That was a little weird that they were so willing to just hit the Baron instead of just kill the pink ward, but they do walk away unscathed, and it was mainly just to reposition Dignitas.
And one thing that I see actually is the bottom lane is gigantic right now for Cloud9, just now crashing into Dig's turret, and Dig is sacrificing that gold.
Might force another initiation. If that would have landed, it would have been big. He still might decide to throw off his ultimate because Cloud9 wants to just land something at the start.
Cocoon doesn't quite land, though. You saw Meteos look for a little bit of something there, but doesn't find it. And Dignitas actually sacrificed the bottom lane farm, but they do pick up the dragon here. So Dig in a pretty happy place for this one. Blue team picks up the dragon. Dig the first one on the scoreboard here. No, second maybe.
Yeah, huge amounts of gold from the dragon there because it's reaching the average level in the game of 15, which is his maximum amount of gold right there. So the lead finally starting to show off a little bit for Dignitas here.
Dig in control, and they're not making any silly mistakes in their rotations, in their movements, not giving up any kills, not getting jumped on too much. A controlled game here for Dignitas. And they said, you know, the sky's the limit here, and what better way to test the sky's limit than against Cloud9 because they're putting up a great performance. And they're doing the rotations well. Again, they're getting back to the lanes, they're under control, but it's still on them to push this lead forward.
Yeah. Void Staff, of course, being completed by Skara. He's really going to be bringing the big damage here. And especially if he can land any type of damage onto Sneaky, who has went for that Trinity Force Bloodthirster build, but because he hasn't been able to generate kills or a bunch of assists like he usually would from an AD carry position, he has become very squishy. This has been quite an impressive performance by Skara when all things are considered.
Absolutely. He's done a very good job here. Going to get even more farm. 223 on him. About to make that 230. Looking at the other players, and Elimination, one of the more selfish support players I've seen, upgraded to Mercury Treads, interested in his own tankiness. The only really team item he's got is that Sight Stone, and otherwise he's all about kind of himself. Giant Spelt Nut picked up as well. Elimination just wants to be a tank.
Well, Leona does scale excessively well off of health, only because she gets so much armor and MR from her W shield, her Eclipse. It's not the worst itemization path. He's also shared about 700 or 800 gold with his Targon's Brace thus far. And it's another thing that's keeping Cloud9 kind of alive in this game, even if they really have no business being alive in this game.
Yeah, but of course Dignitas now with Talisman of Ascension. QB Kid is there and ready to help the team out. Elimination nearby. Both top laners chilling off on the right-hand side of the map. A 4v4 here in mid, but Cruiser has teleport. Crumbs comes in. Elimination's going to dive in. The fight's going to begin. Look at the burst onto Cutie Pie, but he's still going to survive. High comes up, but Cutie Pie tanks, runs back successfully. Good flash by Lemon and no kills picked up. Both top laners have shown back up. Meteos getting jumped on, nowhere to go. Flay by Kiwi Kid, and Balls trying to take Cutie Pie, but won't do it. Ignite not going to take hard enough. High pushed away as well. Dig with a 2-0 fight.
You can see one after another, Cloud9 is trying to kill I'mACutiePie, but they just can't seem to get there. And now it's a barren just take by Dignitas as Cloud9 pushes mid.
They're just going to dive mid to get what they can because there's no way they can test Baron. Dignitas looking happy. Scarra, the early recall. There we go, smited away by Crumbs. Baron #1, Dragon 2, of course, for these guys. Cloud9 don't even get the second tier mid turret, so nothing for Cloud9 here.
This is looking now like this could be the first loss of the season for Cloud9. What a momentum builder it would be for Dignitas. Let's take a look at this fight. So Lemon Nation actually sees a good opportunity here to go in on I'mACutiePie while the Flay is down. And they try and dump as much damage on them as possible. They even Vi-ulted, but then what High thought he could execute I'mACutiePie, and when I'mACutiePie flashed out of it, there was no coming back for Cloud9. Since Dignitas was ahead, they could chase on afterwards. High never became a part of that fight, and Balls also wasn't there at the beginning. So if they can't get the initial catch on I'mACutiePie, it is almost a failed fight for Cloud9.
Yeah, it seems to be the case there. And, you know, you talked about saying, hey, you know, Dignitas, why don't you put CutiePie on a late game carry? Why don't you put him on something that'll carry the games for us so that Scar has some backup here? And that has happened. 4-0-3 on this Jinx. Kiwi Kid as well, the Tango partner here. He's, from what I've seen, made some really good individual plays.
Yeah, what's more important, actually, than I'mACutiePie getting kills and dealing damage is his threat level that he is presenting. The attention that he is drawing to himself during a team fight. What is allowing Scarra to do so well in these fights is everyone is actually diving on top of I'mACutiePie. And now there's 2 people down bottom for Cloud9 and 5 in mid for Dignitas, so they're going to be looking to push this really quickly, and Cloud9 is nowhere to be found.
Well, that turret's just going to go down completely. High still on the split push bottom, but this turret is just worth more right here for Dignitas. Inhibitor under fire as well. Cloud9 not going to even bother defending. They know this is going to be given away, and they're trying to answer now an inhibitor turret of their own. Scar is back to defend, but it's a 1v2.
He might be able to take out one if he lands a few skill shots. This is actually not the worst thing for Cloud9. Knowing that they're so far behind and the Scar is so farmed, they may have gotten that inhibitor regardless of Cloud9's defense or not. And let's see if Cloud9 can bail out. I think High is a dead man.
Oh, did he? Yeah, okay, he's going to get found, and this is going to be a lot of damage coming across. I don't know if High can get out. He doesn't have flash. He does have his ulti pop, so he's going to go farther with the E's and Q's. Maybe. No one's in front of him.
They might get the angle on him.
We'll
you can
see.
see a long distance run right here. Can Crumbs catch High? Can he get in alt range?
There we go, the Vault Breaker. He's going to definitely be in range.
He's in range. He's waiting for the turret to aggro.
There we go, knocked into the air. High goes down. Crumbs picks that one up. Well played here, Dignitas. Of course, still Cloud9 does get some turrets out of this.
And Crumbs is trying to take on the or Cruiser rather, trying to show off how tanky he is right now. Taking on 3.
1 versus 3. Fight goes back in, diving from Lemon Nation, but there's the rocket, and Lemon Nation goes down. The flash from Cruiser. Can he get more? Sneaky. Meteos on the run. What's he choose? Meteos dodges 1. Taking a page from Balls, but can he get away again? 1 more. Oh! No kill steal from Kiwi Kid, but at least he goes down. I'mACutiePie now 5-0-4.
Max range hook coming in from Kiwi Kid. It's now 15 kills to 3, and it's now looking like the type of game that would be 15 kills to 3 because Dignitas is just destroying Cloud9 all around the map. There's a long death time on Meteos, and they're going to try and get their second inhibitor if they could get minions at that turret, which they are not yet.
Not yet. They got about 25 seconds to go or so. Crumbs instead will split push the top. The rest of Dig regroup to mid. But this is them looking to close this. 8 seconds till Meteos comes back. Top lane turret available. High set to split push bottom. Dig not interested in that lane at all.
Yeah, and right now Cloud9 is just lacking heavily on damage, unfortunately. High got beaten up so badly in that mid lane that he's yet to pick up a last whisper. 31 minutes in. Meteos wasn't even able to get Haunting Guys on Elise, which he normally likes to get a lot of magic penetration. He's had to go full defensive because they've just fallen behind and they're really trying to stay alive here. A lot of turret damage coming down. Cloud9 doing their best to push.
There we go, Turret does fall. What's going to happen here? Elimination in the middle of the enemy fight. Ball's there as well, but the damage looks so high from Dignitas. Engage still going on. High does almost take down Crumbs, but the Vi lives, so High goes down. Will there be more fighting going on? Jinx Rocket. Oh, wide left there. No points picked up for CutiePie, but regardless, it does give the 2 inhibitors on a 1-for-0.
Dignitas is just brute forcing their way into Cloud9's base. That last fight was easy for Dignitas. It was pretty much just one Scar ultimate, and then nobody on Cloud9 could end up fighting. Even if Crumbs would have fallen, I think it would have been a clean fight. Just watch for the Scar ultimate. Obviously, the Leona ult missed, but check out Sneaky. One hit, and he's below half health. At that point, the re-engage is just foolish. The box actually procced almost all 5 of its walls, which was just perfectly placed by Kiwi Kid. And then since Cloud9 was in full retreat mode, the inhibitor was an easy snack afterwards.
And a just barely missed rocket, of course, that we saw there. And I gotta sort of think about all of this. Dignitas's ban phase. Banned 3 champions away from high, put him on Riven, picked the Gragas in, I believe, as a counter afterwards. And Skara had a wonderful time at that lane, having either Kiwi Kid or Crumbs or someone show up and combo kills over and over.
Oh, absolutely. It was a comfort champion, you could say, for Scott. Like, it's just, even though he did get the counter pick, it's really, it's about confidence. Look at the smiles that are back on Dignitas' faces. Everybody's talking. Kiwi Kid's always smiling, whether they're winning or losing. But
it's a bigger smile when he's winning.
It's a rather bigger smile. I'll see a frozen mallet being completed by AmaCutiePie too. Just help them chase on after these fights. Cloud9's trying to do that bottom lane push thing since there's technically an exposed inhibitor, but Dignitas isn't going to let that happen. This is the Crumbs in the driver's seat, keeping Dignitas really on point. This time, they've had actual strategy in the way they've shut down Cloud9. Once they got a little bit of an edge, they've continued to force team fights throughout, and they're not letting Cloud9 dictate. They are dictating to Cloud9.
Exactly, and a well-played inhibitor take. No threat at all to Dignitas. Cloud9 forced to recall back that bottom lane split push to make sure that was okay. Baron up in 20 seconds. Now, I don't know if Dig needs to take it until they've got their minion waves in control, but that seems kind of the case anyway. 15 seconds, Dig waiting in a brush.
They're hoping that Cloud9 comes to check, but Cloud9 generally just tries to get turrets instead of going for Baron anyway.
Yeah.
They're going to see that it's respawned, and I mean, I think Dignitas can just take this before Cloud9 is even in range.
Yeah, Cloud9 definitely rushing down to the bottom lane. They're going to backdoor the inhibitor, actually. This Baron likely to fall down to half HP. No one's around to steal it. No globals. Dig gets a Baron. Cloud9 rushing still for this bottom inhibitor, though. The recalls here from Dignitas. Ulti popped by High. Sneaky burning everything he can. Teleport comes in from Cruiser, but he's not going to be in range in time.
Yeah, what this means, actually, is that Dignitas is just going to push the lane where their inhibitor is dead and go for the third one. It's convenient that that's the last one they have to take down. In the 2014 season, having an inhibitor down in one lane does not increase the strength of minions in the other, so this should be no big deal that Dignitas lost an inhibitor.
And the recall is going to come back successfully from Cloud9, and there it is. Dig all down to the bottom side. Kiwi by himself in mid. I feel like you should change that. Not all that useful with Talisman Ascension by himself. He's going to make his way across the map. Cloud9, I got to point out, still doing an admirable job of getting ward control on the map. Despite losing, you're seeing Dig walk by a few wards as they go across. But this is clearly Dignitas' game, a very well-played match. And we'll see if they can do what it takes to close out, or if they let Cloud9 in somehow.
What a crazy start to day 3. We had CLG go 4 kills to 0 in 25 minutes. Mainly just CLG in 25 minutes is a surprising sentence to say. And then this one is Dignitas pretty much beating up on Cloud9. Cloud9 doesn't want to let this C happen for long because they know their time is limited. There's 2 waves of super minions, so I'd expect a fight maybe on this next wave if Cloud9, it's just a last-ditch effort.
Cloud9 might need to try right now. They're going to give up this inhibitor, though, and recall back to their Nexus here. 3 inhibs down now. They have tripled the number of super minions that spawn every single 30 seconds. Dignitas now living in the Cloud9 base. They need this one first, and then they will make their way in, but this is surely going to be a likely push for Dig, a likely game close. 16-3, here they go.
Big damage already by Sneaky. This is as close to indefensible as it comes. Maybe Dignitas will just crush him in a fight, or maybe Cloud9 is just going to lose without being able to put up a fight.
A lot of burst onto Sneaky. He's been forced back to heal. Lemon Nation also dangerously low. Pops the ulti. They get some slows onto Skara. The push on in. Can they get the damage they need? High. Getting locked up in the front lines. CutiePie untouched here. Taking down Lemon Nation with a rocket. Double kill for him. Meteos now also getting chased. That's going to be another kill picked up now for Dr. Mundo. Only Sneaky is going to be alive alongside Balls. No other kills picked up yet, but Dignitas 19-3, ending the week 2-2 and breaking Cloud9's undefeated record. Look at the smile on Crumb's face.
They have to be happy about that one. The first team to take down Cloud9. Kiwi Kid just so excited. And what a crazy start to the third day of Super Week. Both remaining undefeated teams have already fallen. There are no longer undefeated teams in the North American LCS. After the first few games from Dignitas, it felt like all hope was lost, but they came back with some powerful play here. And that is the worst I have seen Cloud9 lose.
That's absolutely right. Even thinking back to spring, where CLG took like 3 kills at like level 1 in the jungle, and that was Cloud9's first loss in the summer split, I should say. C9 still put up a really good fight that game. Still this one close for a while. Dignitas go in control. There's the happy team members, the perennial smile from Kiwi Kid.
Think how happy they must be right now.
Oh yeah.
Just how more so vindicated, because especially after the 0-2 to Alliance and the really bad start to the LCS here. Reading comments on forums, checking Twitter, everyone was saying Dignitas was dead. They were saying worst team in the LCS. How are they ever going to get a win? And then they just beat Cloud9, 19 kills to 3. Like, that feels amazing for them.
Yeah, these guys on top of the world. And now you got to say, all right, well, very serious contender to the throne. If they can keep playing like this, right?
Well,
Again,
that's just the LCS, right? Like,
sure.
It seems like anything can happen. I remember last split, Vulcan was like 0-5 to start, and then they went 3-0 in the next week, and we're like, what is
Vulcan, what? And then like top 2's the regular season, and then they just go from there. I mean, you think about all the other stories, right? Spring split last year, TSM, really bad start, wins the NA regional. I mean, not the regional, but like wins the spring split for North America, right? Cloud9 didn't even make it to the spring, wins North America in the summer. Bit of a revamped roster, but like all these teams making their improvements rapidly. Crumbs, he took credit for the losses, said I made some really bad decisions, and then this was Dig the most strategically sound I've ever seen them.
Yeah, well, let's think. They only gave up 3 kills to Cloud9, who's an extremely aggressive team. Even though Cloud9 was able to secure the first 2 Dragons of the game, Dignitas didn't let that force them into anything. All of their dives were fairly measured. It was always like 4-on-2, 4-on-3, 2-on-1. They were never getting caught in bad rotations. There were a few kind of close fights, but I mean, the play was sound. They knew where they had to protect, what they had to do. Cutie Pie stayed very safe.
Yeah.
The first pick Jinx was a very good idea. You know, everything about this was executed very well for Dignitas. And, you know, I can't say enough about how impressed I am, because 90% of the fans voted for Cloud9, and that was the way I was feeling before the game as well.
Yeah, me too. It was you know, pretty likely. Dig hadn't looked good for a while. The other thought, though, being that you mentioned that Cutie Pie played a little bit. He didn't go too crazy. He kept alive, I think, the entire game. 0 deaths. Yeah, 7-0 and 6 for him. New Year's resolution was, I want to be a little bit less crazy. I want to know how to play the game properly a little bit better. In fact, their duo lane, the Kiwi Pie lane, said, yeah, we know how to go really fast. We don't know how to ballroom dance. We don't know the slower ones.
Yeah.
They played a pretty safe lane, waiting for junglers to make things happen. Like, everything these guys wanted to do, they did.
And even before the jungler was able to intervene in their lane, they were winning generally in farm as well. So, you know, all around, props to Dignitas. Congratulations on being the first team to take out Cloud9.
Well done, Dignitas. Now, guys, we've got to take a quick break, but don't touch that mouse. When we come back, Dignitas' Kiwi Kid will sit down with Riv and Kobe to discuss that huge upset against Cloud9. And as we go to commercial, we've got a Sounds of the Game. It's a Sounds Heard round the world. We'll be right back.
You can get that. He's alone.
You want to get it? It's all you.
Go. I'm coming, then. I'm coming. Just run to me. I'm at red.
Come. Make sure you use your Randuin.
Just be careful. I'm at red.
Right now. Randuins.
Keep
going.
I'm coming.
Nice. Oh, you're flash.
He flashed over.
Aurelius.
I have a lead.
Okay, go.
Slowed. I'm shoving top.
Hell yeah.
Welcome back to day 3 of the North American LCS Spring Split. Right after their awesome win over Cloud9, we're joined by Dignitas' Kiwi Kid. Congratulations on the win.
Hey, thanks.
Adrenaline, and you got some good vocal cords there we heard in the sounds of the game after. Good shout. Coming into this game, you guys usually don't see the vote, but you guys had a 10% vote from the fans. Now, I'm sure you picked up a little bit more there, but going into the game, what did you guys expect?
Yeah, we expected to win because actually the first 2 games we were just sandbagging everybody because we just love community hate, and that's what fuels us. So we just had to get some feel going.
All right,
that's a good answer. Coming into this, we had Scar go down to Bjergsen in a 1v1 fight mid, and this time around he got the solo kill onto High in that matchup of Riven versus Gragas that they first picked Riven. I want to know, was there any sort of special practice that went into this, or what happened with that?
Actually, we haven't played Gragas and Scrims in 1 to 2 weeks, so we never planned on getting it. So, it was kind of a surprise. But Scar is born with the champion, or it's that's his twin. And we were just just go for it. He was like, yeah, just give me Gragas. What do you feel comfortable with? It's for our team. It's just about what do you want to play, and where you're comfortable with, and yeah, we just gave him Gragas.
So going with the confident pick, I really like that.
Yep.
Another thing that I noticed was that you guys peeled really well for Kiwi Kid, or for Cutie Pie. So we have a clip that I'd like to bring up, which is in the bottom lane here, where Cloud9 go aggressive on you guys, and they're coming with 4 people. You only have 3 grouped up, but you're able to peel for Kiwi Kid long enough for him to just fully unload.
Cutie Pie.
Cutie Pie. You guys, the Kiwi Pie here.
Even our team, we get it mixed up. We just Cutie, come over here, and then I go up there.
Yeah,
it's
your dance partner.
Yeah.
All right, so walk us through this slow-mo, and we'll see kind of what happened here.
Okay, sure. All right, so we see them coming. We dewarded the tri-bush beforehand right there. And then, so yeah, I go for the hook. They both flash it, which is very good mechanics by C9. I go in, I flash. I get stunned by the high stun. That was really sloppy. I just box the zone them out for Cutie Pie. And then I just go for Flays. I get ignited by Leona here. It sucks, but I just try to tank. I get cold too. I just get toyed around with. And then I just try to peel for, I'm dead already. And then now I'm just rooting Cutie Pie on. I'm just like, yeah, you can get him. Oh, kite there. Watch out. Oh, he flashed.
Watch out.
Yeah, that was a good flash by Cutie, too.
So watching this, you put yourself in the front of the fight there. Your New Year's resolution being to be a little less hesitant on your engagements. Yeah, you think you've come around on that?
Yeah, I think that was pretty good. Except I should have watched out for High's W, though. Kai burst. But, it's like my life for Cutie. It should always be your support for AD. Unless I'm Annie. Because sometimes I'll have more gold than him, and yeah, then Cutie can die for me while I kill him.
But you're willing to flash straight into a stun.
Yeah.
You can peel for it.
I'll eat anything.
So the adrenaline was obviously running high for everyone in that game once you started getting the ball rolling. You guys said that Crumbs was going to be the main shot caller, and in the last sounds of the game that the fans and everybody heard, everybody was kind of getting their words in. Use your random ones now, do this. So was it kind of just that you guys were flowing with it, or are you still trying to stick with Crumbs?
We were just getting hyphy. we didn't, we didn't really. Okay, I don't want to. No, we definitely expected to win and everything, but no, it's just we're definitely gonna stay with Crumbs as shot caller. I think it's just because adrenaline was pumping, everybody just getting into it. It's kind of a feel-good thing. We're closing out the game.
It definitely seems to be working out for you guys so far. The only thing that you did fall behind on were Dragons early game. Cloud9 got a couple of Dragons.
Yeah.
What was the communication like around that?
I think it was kind of an underside by us. I think Crumbs went to go to getting top, and then we had like an awkward backing timing because they were able to get that drag because obviously Crumbs was top, and then mid was kind of shoved in on our side, and then we had a back bottom, and then it was like, it's gone.
So what have you been doing, to work on, or get past, I should say, all the social media, coming down on Dignitas? Do you guys kind of think about that and apply, or you just say, get it out of here, we play our game?
No, we love it. We just, me and Cutie just find the best ones and like recite it to each other. Man, like when you've been playing this game for so long, not only this game, but I think some of us have past experiences too with other professional games. Like a lot of us just have like thick skin. It's just like, you just kind of expect it, and some of them are just hilarious. I think it's creative how low they can get. I honestly applaud them.
So I got to ask, are you guys going to put out, like any PR videos of you two actually dancing? I think that could do a lot for your fans.
I think Odie was talking about it, but Cutie Pie shot it down right away.
Oh.
I kind of know how to, like, ballad. I actually really do. Oh, waltz, rather. But, it's up to Cutie Pie. It's kind of whatever for me. But, yeah.
All right, fantastic. Final question for you guys. Having this win over Cloud9, is it, obviously it's momentum, but are you just going to go on and beat the next team the same, or is this what you guys needed?
I don't really think it's what we needed. We kind of proved to ourselves that we can execute our plan and just just keep words up. And that's what we just try to do this game, keep words up. And, kind of worked.
Well, it did kind of work. You guys were able to drop C9 down, give them the first loss in quite a while. Congratulations on the win, Kiwi Kid, and best of luck to Dignitas in the season. All right, everyone, we're going to send it back across the studio to Freakin' Jat at the caster's desk as we get ready for our next matchup.
Thank you very much, Riv. And next up, we've got Coast versus the Masters of the Maniacal Laugh, Evil Geniuses. And these two teams had a rough start to the week, Jat.
Yeah, and I think both of these teams should really have a focus this game early on in the match because they have excelled when they can develop a slight lead right off the bat and then just continue to capitalize on it. I mean, that's how EG got their first victory of the LCS against CLG, as they were able to get a really nice teleport down by Inox, and he started off that game well.
Yeah, of course, now Coast looked all right into the late game against Curse, but then against Dignitas, they fell behind early, and it was a rough game.
Yeah, Coast had a disastrous early game in that one. We've seen a couple just really lackadaisical rotations by these teams, especially in the early COG game today. But Coast sent 4 people bottom lane, and then just weren't able to get much else. They got 1 turret. They lost 2 turrets on the other side and never really recovered from that.
Yeah, so we'll see if they can make some new changes. Now, coming into a new league and a new season, unfamiliarity can be a team's best weapon, and it's one the Evil Geniuses are hoping they can use as they invade the NALCS.
I think they're a strong group of players. I especially respect Prepo's support. I think he's a lot smarter than people think. He's just a really solid player.
I think the team's strengths are that no one really knows about us that much. One thing we need to work on is just team practice. We need more time. Like, we only formed in December. We only started practicing in December. We're a very new team in that regard.
There's a lot of hype over them. Evil Geniuses, they go back a long way. I think they're definitely a little bit of a shadow of their former self.
As a team, we're inexperienced, so we need to work on play calling. We need to work on pick and ban process. 3 of us have done this before in CLGU and in the Evil Geniuses team last year, so we know what to do, and just always left is the execution.
Well, we'll see if they can execute Coast here in this game, bring themselves up to 2-2 to end the week. We've seen a lot of teams turn it back around at the very end.
Yeah, I mean, we're also seeing that anything can happen in the LCS. Every team that we've talked up just today has fallen, and every team we've talked down upon has just came back with an amazing victory. So,
all right,
if we're that logic, Coast should just stomp them here.
Coast to 2-0 the rest of the day. We'll see what happens. Let's check out the starting lineups, guys. In the blue side, it is Team Coast matching their uniforms. Zion Spartan in top, Nintendude in the jungle, Shifter in mid, Wiz Fusion on AD carry, and Daydreamin' at support.
And on the red side, it is, of course, the Evil Geniuses with Inox in the top lane, Snoopy in the jungle, Pope Belter in the mid lane, Wildcard right there, Yellow Pete on AD, and Crepo already laughing on support.
Always laughing. I like the teams that have smiles on pretty much 24/7. If I could have a team of Kiwi kids and Wild Turtles.
Who are the best smilers in the NALCS?
So Wild Turtle #1. Like
Yeah,
he is the S tier of
carry.
smile.
Yep.
I was just gonna do a tier list, like position list, but
do you have to do position?
I mean, we could make the team of. I mean, you could just pull a CLG and they could all be 80 carries.
True.
All right. So Kiwi kid, whether he's top or support, doesn't matter. Wild Turtle definitely.
Yeah, I'm a Cutie Pie.
I think. Yeah, Cutie Pie's up there. Crepo's up there.
That's already 4.
Yeah.
Is there another smiler?
I mean, there's got to be.
We'll think
Hot shot after game 1.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Hot shot victory. Hot shot GG.
Sure.
Victory shot.
Victory shot GG. That's it. Throw javelins. If they land, it's a victory shot. If you miss, it's a defeat shot.
Yeah.
I think it's how the champion works.
And this game, I'm actually pretty interested to seeing how Coast can control the champion selection. We know that getting Poe Belter onto something that he's uncomfortable with or forcing them into kind of the overpowered champions that they want to pick have worked well against them.
Yeah.
EG had a bit of a misstep. As a team, Crepo was pointing out to us when they picked Yasuo and Kassadin in the same team comp.
Yeah.
That won't happen this time because they just picked Kassadin.
Well, there you go. So no Kassadin here for Shifter. Vi Renekton dropped away, so Coast spreading out their bans a bit here against EG, saying we're going to remove some of the top tier, and we're going to grab what we want from what's left.
I also see... I wonder if Zion Spartan wants to play Assassin's top against Inox. We have really big opportunity here to see a very aggressive top lane.
Yeah.
Only because Inox generally doesn't play the conventional things. The Mundo was kind of a one-off for him yesterday. And Zion Spartan, most banned against Coast actually in the last split was Riven because Zion Spartan was so dominating with it. These guys might go toe-to-toe on some squishy champions.
And both these guys have played Yasuo top lane so far. Of course, both teams have lost on it for what it's worth, but I've seen these guys go for the champion. It might be first pick bait here, oddly enough.
No.
I mean, maybe not, right? But, like...
I think it's definitely bait for getting picked, but I've seen, like, the early pick Yasuos have almost never worked out.
That's fair.
Yeah.
It's definitely fair. So the Kale banned away from Shifter as well. And, of course, it's with Elise banned. It's Olaf here for Zion. Not Zion, but a Nintendude.
Yeah, too easy for them at that point. I like how Inox just locked in Riven, though, because that is what Zion Spartan would have wanted to play. Now he's either forcing Zion Spartan onto a tank or onto something that he is not as comfortable with, because the Olaf is absolutely going in the jungle for Nintendude X.
There's like a 1% chance it's not, but it's like 99% that is jungle Olaf unless there's a matchup that you really wanted out of this one. I just noticed Snoopy has a notebook as well now. He was holding it in that last shot we just saw of him, so clearly these guys have prepared for this matchup. They know the pick and ban orders.
And I prepared for this cast, because I have a notebook as well.
This isn't mine. I have Kobe's notebook. This is useful. It's yesterday's games.
Notebooks are preparation.
Cloud9 versus CLG, guys. You know, Kassadin was banned in that one. Useful information here. Ooh, Shifter getting the LeBlanc, the blind pick LeBlanc. We see that more and more now. Just a pick for everybody now.
And this is the type of team comp that Coast is most comfortable with. Whenever they have a jungler with substantial wave clear, and we need to watch for this during the game, he will come mid, shove, and then Shifter will roam. And at some point in the game, around the mid game, Shifter actually diminishes his farming substantially and becomes the ganker.
Yeah.
I really like this strategy. It's something I actually tried to do with Dignitas back in Season 1. We would run Kassadin and Udyr. This is just an evolution of that. LeBlanc, Olaf. The Olaf goes and becomes a mid laner while the mid laner becomes the ganker, because LeBlanc's going to be the best ganker in the game.
Oh,
if you
man.
think about it.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal. And I know that one of Nintendo's weaknesses throughout the last season was not getting enough farm for himself and being a low-impact player. If you just get to camp mid lane, pretty much guaranteed some gold income for yourself.
Yeah, it fits them really well.
Yeah, I like it. Evil Geniuses, their next 2 picks, they said, okay, Gragas for the mid lane. And what's funny here is I know Faker counterpicks Gragas with LeBlanc, and Pobot was like, no, I'll Gragas into LeBlanc, it's fine. Or it could be jungle.
Could be, actually. I know that Poe Belter does what he wants most of the time. And also, it could be to counteract the potential roam. Shifter doesn't necessarily try and dominate his lane opponent as much as he does the rest of the game. And Gragas is one of the fastest shovers in the game, especially if he's left to his own devices.
Let's see what they do with this one. Ooh, Nasus is locked in, and it could be the 3 in the row for Varus. Unfortunately, Coast haven't found any success yet, but they're still liking a lot of their champion picks here, it seems.
Nasus is probably Zion Spartan's best tank pick as far as it goes. He plays Nasus extremely aggressive. He'll often go like Frozen Heart first, straight into a Trinity Force.
Yeah.
We saw him do that very successfully back in the promotion tournament.
Yeah.
I like that stack armor pick against Inox's very early Riven. We might see some quick lane swapping in this one.
It is a bit of a double-edged sword, just in that he had one game where he hard carried and one game where, I believe it was Walking Zed, like used that to their advantage and just said, yeah, you're going to be alone there. We're going to do a whole bunch of other stuff before you're useful. And Zion kept prioritizing farm instead of showing up for his team. Here we go. The Dr. Mundo picked up. So Inox actually gonna go back to this one. Jungle Riven or Jungle Gragas?
I think it's Jungle Gragas.
Yeah.
And I really like how EG switched everything up here. We should have seen this coming because as soon as they picked the Riven, and even the counter pick that we saw in the mid lane didn't make much sense to us. So now Zion Spartan is put in a bit of a strange situation where he has to lane up against Mundo, and the armor stacking wouldn't necessarily work. It's still a low-pressure lane, and Nasus should be able to farm fairly well, but the rest of the matchup just got switched up a whole bunch.
And Riven versus LeBlanc does not sound fun for LeBlanc. I feel like you can shield the harass, you can all in pretty well. The only saving grace is like maybe you can silence all the wind slashes and get away.
I think it's pretty much a skill matchup. If LeBlanc can keep her distance, it's generally good. Early on, Riven can definitely shove in a little bit if Pobelter gets a bit of a lead on Shifter, but mostly those are just two squishy, really high damage champions going against each other.
All right, we'll see how it pans out, guys. As the teams load into the Rift, let's check in with who you think is going to take home the next win. And according to LOLesports.com, 85% think that Evil Geniuses are going to come out on top. Well,
where's the love for Coast? I
gone.
mean, obviously they're 0-2, but yikes. There's a lot of EG supporters here. They did look very good against COG yesterday. And COG looked very good against Curse today. EG beat COG. Coast has no chance.
It's true. It's true. It's how that one goes. Or maybe they've just turned their fates around. As it's going to be a fun one. Like, it's explosive teams. It's a lot of damage output.
So we should probably talk a bit more about these team compositions because they definitely had some switch-ups. It's the second Jungle Gragas we've seen in 3 games. The first one we saw got a blue buff stolen away from him, so we never really got to see how Jungle Gragas impacts games. We should get to see it this time from Snoopy.
Okay, here we go, guys. Into the game. Coast looking for their first win, sitting at 0-2 so far. They'll have played all 4 of their games by the end of the day. EG sitting at 1-2. They've turned their fates around fairly recently, but they're playing their last game of the week. Looking to end this one with a tied score.
And finally, Freak, they're not doing the defensive line at the start of the game.
No.
EG may actually be trying to make some type of early play with Gragas. If they rush to this brush, they have a chance of invading Wiz Fusion with a Thresh hook. He's got to be very careful where he goes. How's his hook dodging skills right now? He's trying to fade back, but he sees him.
He sees him. The cleaver does not land. Kreppel's going to flash Q, and it hits. Wiz Fusion is going to go down. No ifs, ands, or buts. Goodbye, Inox. First blood. He's going to like that one.
That was a nice play by EG. If every team is going to do exactly the same thing every time at level 1, it's absolutely punishable. Even if that Thresh hook didn't land, it would have made a more gankable lane for the rest of EG later. But they got the flash. They also got it before wards could go down, so they know that their invades can continue to be successful. They might try to get him again as somebody walks to lane.
Oh, man. Daydreaming. Wiz Fusion.
Here it comes.
It hits, and goodbye. 41 gold apiece. And those are some pretty nice assists to have. Oh, EG, you have started this game out rather nicely.
Everyone on the team roaming expertly. And see, this is the type of level 1 advantages we've been waiting for teams to start taking. Really nice hooks by Kreppo there, landing both of them. And Wiz Fusion, he has to hug the wall there.
Yeah,
he may already be on a bit of tilt this time. 2 unfortunate checks for him, but especially the second one could have been avoidable. He was walking in the middle of the lane, should have expected EG to stick around.
Yeah, all right, so Evil Genius is a great level 1. However, for Coast, they've actually got a better jungle position early on because they've stolen away their opponent's red buff. And I don't feel like Snoopy can steal away either the red or blue on Coast side of the map.
Doesn't look like it. One thing that I will say, though, is counter jungling isn't nearly as effective early on in the game. Knowing that there is 4 camps to clear, and the fact that Snoopy got his important blue buff, since Gragas is very mana heavy early in the jungle, and look how fast he was able to clear the remaining race out of that one. I think he should recover. Wiz Fusion gets hooked again.
And he's on top of a trap, and he's going to be going down. No, he's not. The barrier.
Yes,
Okay, he is. I take it back, guys. It happened. Daydreamin' left alone in the lane. Yellow Pete, 2-0-1 at 2.5 minutes.
Fantastic start for EG right there. Wiz Fusion clearly not with his head in the game at this point. He's 0-3, 3 minutes in. That has got to be some type of unfortunate record that he now holds.
Yeah, and speaking of Counterlogic Gaming, their 4-kill win, yeah, like we're basically at that mark already at 25 minutes. I mean, just speaking of unfortunate records, I mean. All right, CLG had that one happen. EG still looking pretty good. Wiz Fusion back in the lane, 5 CS, couple of potions.
Still level 1,
yeah,
unfortunately, too. And Varus is supposed to be very strong in the lane as well. They picked it because he will be able to lend some more crowd control later on in the game. So Varus isn't generally thought of as someone who needs to carry the game, but he does need to do better than this.
Definitely does right here. And then Nintendude, maybe it's going to be partially on him. He's got 3 buffs now. He's probably got the best start of anyone on his team. And so you say, okay, well, Nintendude, what can you do on one of your favorite champions in Olaf? See where he goes with this one. Shifter actually, yeah, I called it wrong. Pabelter actually held back early on. Looks like he actually recalled once for some wards.
Well, he got all those wards because they got the kills early on in the game.
He got recalled for that at the beginning?
And they're going to make it more difficult for Nintendude X to actually jungle, or sorry, to gank. And this is going to mean Nintendude sits back and jungles mostly, which is why Snoopy feels pretty good about trying to make this gank happen.
Oh, it's not been seen. There he is right there. Does not land the body slam, though. Just some harass. And now it's actually the Olaf of Nintendude who's around. Pabelter rooted in place. Nintendude shows up here. Nothing going to happen.
Yeah, just staring at each other. But you can already see Snoopy's level 4 just like Nintendude, not too far behind. And Inox really trying to make a kill happen. All these Mundos. It's weird. You almost always see a Mundo with teleport because his main goal is to survive in lane, usually. Nasus is an even bigger passive laner, so he can actually get aggressive here. If Inox would have taken something like an Ignite, he probably could have taken advantage of Zion Spartan early on, but he hasn't, and he's just pushing up to the turret instead.
Instead is going to be the flay onto Daydreamin'. A little bit of damage there. Yellow Pete dropped dangerously low as well. Fusion not going to land the piercing arrow. So just a lane trade there, but you know, for what it's worth, the lane's stabilized a bit because Yellow Pete hasn't gone back to buy anything, so Coaster holding on now at least to this lane.
Yeah, and they're definitely a little rattled, I still feel like. Once the shopping happens, it's going to get much, much worse.
Oh, yeah.
For Wiz Fusion and Daydreamin', especially with how hot Crepo feels right now with his hooks. He is just on fire.
I mean, with those EG jackets, like they're pretty warm. He's got to feel hot here under the lights, but also
making a basketball reference, freak.
Okay.
Wasn't making a physical warmth.
Missed it.
NBA Jam.
Yeah, no, I got you.
Right,
I was already in my own head thinking about the pun, and so I tuned you out. This is how casting works, by the way. I don't listen to my co-casters.
Okay.
I'm good like that. 1,500 gold on Yellow Pete, though. When he recalls, he has a BF sword. But right now, Coast looking to make things happen in the bottom. The problem is, Nintendude was sitting on a ward, so nothing's going to happen there by Coast.
I wonder how long Pete's going to farm out the lane here, because the advantage has been given to them, and he actually wants to level up a little bit just so we can transition into some type of team fight. Like BF sword at 3 minutes is nice, but you're still incredibly squishy at that point. So now he's going back to base. He should be able to get his BF sword, a little bit of more stuff, and just continue to dominate that lane.
And actually, EG have a freeze on this lane now. So the recalls both coming in unison. Boots and Vamp Scepter versus BF Sword and Consumables. Evil Genius is going to have way more minions to kill at the end of this one. They'll get even farther ahead.
Yeah, so we know how the bottom lane works at that point. Still, can't talk about the early game invade enough for EG. It was very strong. I'm wondering when Coach is going to try and start roaming with Shifter, because he's level 6 at this point, and heck, if they can get a kill for something like this, it would be great.
Root on the Pabelter, he is level 6, but the teleport comes in. Do they have the damage here? Belter,
one more axe.
One attack to go. Nintendude's not going to go for it here, but Shifter will. forces the flash and gets him anyway, but the trade kill is back onto Olaf. Now Daydreamin alone does not dodge the briefcase at all. Slows Inox, no big deal. Zion Spartan actually stays top.
That's actually a good trade for Coast when all is said and done. It was a gank attempt by EG that got turned around by a teleport from Inox, but it's still just a 1-for-1, and Zion Spartan gets a little bit more freedom in that lane. Inox loses some of his bully potential, but does become 2-0. We'll see if he can actually use those 2 kills that he's been given and shut down Zion Spartan at all.
Well, last time they won, Inox got big on Mundo. Doesn't quite land the shot under Daydreamin. Just the poke. Coast still just in damage control mode bottom lane. They're actually, I mean, for a damage control lane, like, they're holding up in minions. It's not too bad. Snoopy getting to grab his own blue buff. They've got a non-blue buff reliant mid laner. Inox, though, getting hit really hard right now. Does have flash. Zion's out of mana and doesn't quite do the damage. There he is! Zion, can you get out of the turret in time? Those shots hurt hard. Zion survives, gets the kill.
I really wonder why Inox didn't decide to flash away from that once Zion Spartan came under the turret, because he had an opportunity to escape with his life. But instead, Zion, without shopping, was able to pick up a kill on Nasus. That is a very great start for him in that lane now. Really, him and Shifter are going to have to do the lion's share of the work right now, since Fusion, despite staying up in farm, is still tremendously far behind his lane opponent in Yellow Pete.
I guess the thankful thing for a Fed AD carry is, by the way, you've got Wither and LeBlanc, so you can just get rid of him throughout these fights. Jinx pretty auto-attack focused.
Yep.
So I feel like there's like some mitigating circumstances here for Coast if Shifter can keep doing well. Pobelter early Hex Drinker to try to survive this lane. Definitely a lot closer lane than I thought it was going to be. And we'll see how this pans out, really. No really huge moves have happened outside of sort of lane fights now since the beginning of the game.
Got to see how Snoopy transitions this one, because this is a much more successful jungle Gragas than before, but he still hasn't made much of an impact. His early game presence helped with the level 1 kills when he was able to chain with his body slam after the hooks. But for now, he's going to try and focus on objective control and getting to his big ticket items. This is the dangerous point in the game for jungle Gragas, where if he doesn't get a lot of stuff going, the other team can catch up on him.
Let's see what they do. Inox rooted in place. Not too much happening to him. He's going to be safe for this one. Krepa looks for a hook, does not find it. Dragon still being contested. Zion Spartan has TP, and there is a ward down there. And that's been swept out, though. Unintended forced away. I don't think Coast has the control here. Looks like EG can take this one, but Coaster's still lurking around. They're just not going to go in that hard. Dragon picked up by EG, 1-0.
I think there was definitely a little bit of indecision there by Coast because they abandoned their lanes to look at the Dragon, while Zion Spartan was just in the top lane. If they were going to give it up without any contestation right there, they should have just been pushing their lanes so that when EG came back, they would actually lose some to the turrets. When all was said and done, EG got an uncontested Dragon, and Coast did not get many advantages for it aside from some Nasus.
So 2,000 gold puts Evil Geniuses ahead right now from their kills, from their Dragon control, everything all combined together. But Zion Spartan, 130-ish on his Q. Inox going back in for the fight right here, of course. This is a flash for one of them. It's going to be the Wither onto Inox, and Zion disengages. Okay, not much here.
Yeah, Inox wants some space. He popped his ultimate. He's telling Zion Spartan to go away, but it's just the rank 1 Mundo ultimate. It's not nearly as healy as the other ranks of the Mundo ultimate, and Zion Spartan, with those Q stacks, is life-stealing quite substantially right now. I wonder if Inox's time is done.
And then we'll see, of course, Zion rushed the Spectre's Cowl as well for the regen, just to keep himself okay in this lane. Snoopy's still doing the farm on the side of the Gragas, but he's near the top lane. They could force Zion out, maybe.
Interestingly enough, it might be a good idea for Pobelter to swap and fight against Zion Spartan, because the Riven would actually be able to destroy Zion Spartan's magic resist only build. But here's actually the roam from Shifter trying to make an impact.
He engages on 2-on-2 and looks like EG doesn't want this at all. Shifter dropped low. I'm surprised they didn't want that fight with that much burst available.
They knew that Inox's ultimate was down on Mundo, so they didn't really want to engage in a full 2v2. And they may have thought that Intended would have been there because it's a little bit unusual to have a mid laner up without a jungler, but that's just the way Coast plays.
When you know, Shifter is still waiting in this brush here, actually baiting Zion a little bit as his bottom lane sits around. Shifter coming around this side now. Fight might start. Zion Spartan puts the slow onto Gragas. Do they have the fight they need? Snoopy has a little bit of mana still there. Zion's going to kite backwards. Burst comes off, and Snoopy goes down. Shifter gonna root a minion. Unfortunate there, but goodbye.
Well, Coast is making the transition now, where Shifter is the ganker, and we can see Nintendude is just planted in that mid lane, farming up and fighting against Pobelter. Let's see if this can get them back into the game. So far, so good, because that was a strong kill onto Snoopy's Jungle Gragas.
Very good start, or I guess sort of follow-up here then for Coast. Nintendude still in the trade sort of game right there. No one to save him in this lane, though. Just has to fight Pobelter. Bottom lane still, like, I'm just impressed by the fact that WizFusion and Daydreamin are just staying minus 10 CS the entire way through. Like, that's got to be so hard being in a disadvantaged lane, and like,
it is true.
Nothing's happening from Crepo and Yellow Pete.
Yeah, Pete and Crepo have kind of lost their edge aggression-wise in this lane. You would expect that after getting 2 kills in the first before the minion spawned and then a 3rd kill right away would mean that the lane would be over, but they haven't even taken a turret. There's been a little bit of attention paid to that lane by Nintendude, and I think they're being more careful not to give anything back rather than capitalize on what they already have. And we'll see if that's going to be the death of them in that lane.
Well, a bit of an item spike as Yellow Pete finishes Bloodthirster before WizFusion gets the combine money for it. So another bit of an advantage there. Didn't do much with BF Sword versus Vamp Scepter, but maybe sort of round 2 will work a little bit better here. Shifter Pobelter still in battle, and Shifter has already completed now his Deathfire Grasp. The first like tier 3 item really completed for this lane. Crepo doesn't find anything here. Sweeps wards.
Ward.
Yeah?
Whoop. No.
One more. Oh.
Wow. That was a fantastic reward by Daydreamin right there. Thinking that Crepo was most likely just attacking the closest thing. As soon as he placed the other ward down, it ate one of his auto attacks and stopped the other ward from dying.
Yeah, that had to have been what happened. He wouldn't stutter otherwise. That's why you right-click on the wards. That's why you should just make sure you're hitting what you want to hit. Well, nice little move right there. Keeps his ward alive for the next 30 seconds.
I don't know what the real benefit is, because now he's just got 2 wards next to each other.
And
but it would still look really cool.
See farther into the river, Jat.
Yeah, there you go.
You might like watch him see a Snoopy gank because of that. It'd be hilarious. Zion Spartan in the battle with Inox and winning it. Look at this. Doing a bunch of damage. Inox will eventually be forced to ulti to survive. Zion in the battle of tanky, fighter-ish top laners. Zion's looking good.
Yeah, he's got plus 216 already on his Nasus Q, only 14
really
minutes
good.
in. And considering Mundo has went up there with a couple of kills, very strong.
Doesn't quite have the damage, but dodges the Gragas ulti. Doesn't take more than a 60-second item cooldown and his short cooldown ultimate. They burn a pretty large amount of stuff from EG.
Yeah, nice little set of moves there by Shifter. And with the blue buff, he might actually start going back to roaming. It's surprising that his farm has stayed up so high with all the time he spent top.
There's a flash play in, but the Lulu ulti might just keep them alive. The root back on a Crepo. This battle is going. There's the Jinx, putting out so much pain. Flash by Fujin. Keeps him alive against the chain, but here comes Inox. We've seen this before. Inox killing a bunch of dudes with Teleport Mundo. He's got 1. He's gonna get 2 and get traded back. Can Zion do much else? No mana on him. I doubt it.
Still, that's kind of EG taking a little bit back in that lane. Surprisingly, they don't lose any bottom laners, but with this roam from Shifter, let's see if he can pick up a Crepo.
Can he get across the wall in time? In range, flashes, and gets it. And he gets rooted before he can... Oh, wait, no, that was his clone. I got tricked out right there. Shifter gets away safely.
3-0 on Shifter right now. Let's see if the counter push can come from the mid lane. Pobelter trying to take his turret down and give EG, surprisingly, the first turret of the game.
He's close to it. He's going to shield it. That's going to be the turret. 250 gold to Pobelter for his troubles here. Brutalizer done as well, but, you know, the only 3 assists he has were from the level 1s.
Let's take another look at this fight. You can actually see Coast played most of this really well, considering they were down a lot of itemization. Dodging the hooks, not getting too screwed over by the box, and staying in it were very good things. It was only the ward positioning of that teleport. Whoop. Dead Riven as well.
Yep, 2-on-1, pretty easy fight, especially for a Fed LeBlanc. Use DFG again there. Not a big problem for this guy. So Coast, individual plays, especially from Shifter. This is looking good for these guys. Bloodthirster also done to the bottom lane. They've even matched items in the bot lane here. WizFusion really coming back into his own.
Yeah, the objective control is still strong from EG though, and despite the roam of Shifter, they're sticking together and staying with their game plan. Now a 3,000 gold lead for EG, and just having 1 Fed LeBlanc on a team that is losing is something that EG can actually deal with here.
Yes, it is. So here we go. Zion, though, not really being answered. He's been actually left alone multiple times here to push this lane down, gets the first turret, gets the farm from his Nasus Q.
Plus 255.
Yep, going higher. 15 per minute is the mark I try to think about in top lane. He's hitting that pretty successfully so far. And it's just a good place for him to be. Goes back before Inox returns to the lane. And it's kind of Zion being able to do what he wants. He's been given a lot of freedom here. He got to rush early cooldown reduction. Pilvoter's going to die. Shifter does a whole bunch of damage there. Like,
wow.
Mid lane's just like ended.
So
basically.
they actually, they killed Pobelter twice within the cooldown for his Hex Drinker.
Ouch.
That's one of the reasons he was able to spike him down so quickly.
Yeah, the first time he didn't intend, dude.
So even though the gold, even though the gold is different, like we said, the solo laners are going to have to do the lion's share for Coast. Zion Spartan seems to be a little unstoppable by Mundo in the top lane, and Shifter has clearly taken control of Pobelter in the mid lane based on the last 2 kills. If they can get Wiz Fusion and Daydreamin to do anything positive for them, they might actually be in position to turn this game around.
Well, you're seeing them push the bottom lane right here. They're going to be soon assaulted, though, by the EG duo lane. Coast actually stays, but this could get them trapped up. It does. Will they get the hook? No, not quite. Hasted away by Lulu. LP taking a bit of poke, but Coast now 2-1 on turrets. A lot of things going their way here. Zion not going to chase Inox.
No, Zion just sticking around for some more minion kills. He's actually not even queuing Inox. He's queuing the minions to get more and more stacks. He is definitely in full farm mode, and I think he's going to be a rather scary person if he can get to the right targets in teamfights. It's very hard for a Nasus to navigate his way through the Flame Chompers of Jinx and all of Thresh's stuff.
And Blue Buff went to Yellow Pete here, interestingly. They didn't give it to Snoopy again. They said, all right, you know, you've got enough mana for the lane. Death Cap's almost done. Yellow Pete, go spam more stuff. EG groups to the mid lane in time. They're not going to get caught out in the rotation here. That's a good call by them. They know the next turret available is his mid lane. They're ready for it.
Very low turret pushing in this game. Comes from the standard lanes a little bit, but the most miraculous thing to me is that the turret in the bottom lane is still alive for Coast.
Yeah.
The wave clear, obviously, of Lulu is very strong.
Oh.
Yep. Yep. EG needs to get a better ward set in their jungle right now. Otherwise, Shifter's going to continue to grow. Now Inox has the same problem. Another LeBlanc coming for him.
Inox gonna go down. Zion Spartan picks it up, getting another +6 on his Q for that one. Second kill has done that here. Nintendo flayed into the turret, and he doesn't even pop the ulti. Has confidence that he'll get out. Just the haste from Lulu, and he does.
Yeah, this is turning into a fantastic performance by Shifter and Zion Spartan to really just two-man this team, put it on their backs, and it's enabled by that whole jungler wave push thing I was talking about. Nintendo holds that middle lane oftentimes and allows Shifter to make those roam plays, but still, they are just destroying EG because they can't keep track of where Shifter is going.
So EG instead try to make some moves of their own then. They send Pobelter to the bottom lane. He split pushes that one down successfully. I guess as far as wave clear is concerned, the melee champion probably not chosen for defense. So he gets that one at least. Shifter's going to go back to mid, though, to sweep these up. I'm wondering what EG's game plan is then if by standing around they're just getting picked off.
Well, I think they're hoping to get a few team fights. They have generally controlled the dragon quite well. And you can see with a pink ward in that brush, they were just trying to get some of the ward control back and maybe get a catch or two of their own. Crepo has been on point with a lot of his death sentences so far this weekend, and they're just waiting for another opportunity to do so.
See what they can do with this one. Crepo not in range yet for that hook. Wiz Fusion is walking forwards. Nope, gets the cannon minion, but Crepo's still looking forward. Goes for the flash play, lands it, but Wiz Fusion flashes away. No box hits. Nice try by Crepo.
There's definitely a little bit of panic in the way EG was playing there. That's not quite the right word for it. Urgency is a better one. Crepo really committed hard for what would have been just one kill, and there was also not an objective to take afterwards. That's not the best thing to go all in on, and he's now down almost all of his spells. They need to somehow get control of their lanes, but they can't do that until they have control of their jungle. Otherwise, LeBlanc is just going to go wherever she wants and continue to kill them. That's really what's crushing EG right now.
So a 6-0-1 LeBlanc. The bane of evil geniuses right now. Maybe that's part of why it was banned away from Hotshot GG so much. The playmaking potential really high right now for Shifter. The jungle not well controlled. Very few wards actually for evil geniuses. A lot more actually for Coast. You're seeing them try to run around. The sweeper is being used. They actually double sweepered an accident.
Yeah. One thing we do need to note is that Snoopy has finished his Rabadon's Death Cap. Yeah. So that really long period of time after completing his Spectral Wraith to getting his second item has been navigated, and he will have a very strong presence in the upcoming team fights, assuming he can land his Gragas barrels.
Assuming he can. I feel like he can. I feel like he's an experienced player who's got to have at least some experience with his champion to land this stuff. EG are going to group up actually for the Dragon here. Everyone making their way to this side of the map. Red buff on the table right now for Coast, but they might not get to get it right here. Actually, same now true for Evil Geniuses on the other side of the map. Ward control actually at first is Coast's favor. Going to push EG back, sweep away the wards. There's not a lot of vision now for the Evil Geniuses. Coast running in for this one. The Dragon, they're going to start this one right away.
They're daring EG to get this one. It's all about who Shifter can get the most damage on when they decide to come in. I feel like EG really wants to contest this one, but they give the Dragon away. Now they're on the retreat.
They get the root on a Snoopy. He's going to run back. Shifter gets caught out, though, forced to double dash away. No burst left. Pobalter dropped dangerously low. Zion Spartan still in front, though. The tank line holding strong for Coast, and Zion now on the run trying to get out. Forced to flash. Jinx ulti already on cooldown. Coast escapes with their lives and with the Dragon kill.
Excellent hook by Crepo at the start of that fight, but EG still couldn't capitalize on anything. That's not a very good sign. Zion Spartan just went right back to farming. He's working on a Trinity Force, and EG wants to get something back here because they feel like they made a play there, but really, they just gave up a Dragon and didn't get kills for it.
And they don't even get much pressure over the mid lane as well. Smite from Nintendo removes the last minion. Zion actually still pushing the bottom lane unanswered. EG have not found anything to do. Zion wards for himself, keeps the turret pressure, and look at this chunk. Good, like 8 to 10% of the turret's health every Q. That's dropping down. Next wave, no one answers.
Plus 390 right now. Mundo's trying to answer, but he's going to ignore that guy.
For now, but then the briefcases, maybe. There we go, though. Yellow Pete, we'll see. It's going to be close. Yellow Pete wins it. Life stealing up through the fight. That was a very good thing. Very good thing by EG.
Shifter must have just mismanaged what he was doing there, because there should be no reason why he couldn't instantly kill Yellow Pete in that situation. Level 13 Jinx to a very strong LeBlanc.
Unless Barrier was somehow enough? I don't.
Barrier might have been enough.
I mean, you
Very nice play, or just a miscalculation by Shifter there. Let's take a look at exactly what happened. Like, let's see where he used his DFG. So, okay, so he missed his chain right there, and he does DFG a combo, but it was a combo without a chain, and then he overchased into the Flame Choppers so Yellow Pete could turn it around. It's because he flashed so early after seeing Shifter that most of his burst was down. That was very well played by Yellow Pete.
Yeah, didn't manage to get the second proc on the R, I suppose, because he had already used the W dash. Well played. Coast gonna just go back into their own jungle. Zion Spartan actually gonna wear the red buff here. All right. Let's see, Belter gonna clear away the jungle. So now suddenly you've got, all right, Shifter must, I mean, of course he must, but he must land the full combo to get rid of anyone on the opposing team. So if Yellow Pete can keep outplaying, he's gonna be fine. There's the Negatron cloak picked up as well. So soon that's gonna be Spectre's cowl, and Yellow Pete's gonna have a much better time against Shifter here.
Yeah, EG has made some really critical item breakpoints here. We already talked about the death cap, but the double Negatron cloak on both of their mid laner and bottom laner are just huge for them. If Shifter can't delete somebody from a fight, his power goes down almost twofold.
Absolutely it will, and of course the AD carries, you know, that Negatron cloak basically got to be free for Yellow Pete. Inox still getting chased. I don't know, does Zion really have the damage? Red buff just not quite enough to win the duel, but now I see why he was given it. Inox actually back on the chase. He's got friends coming up soon.
It's all about that Trinity Force for Zion Spartan, giving him that extra move speed to chase down people. It's his style of Nasus. Instead of going for the two big defensive items, he rushes whatever is the most relevant to his lane opponent and then goes for the Trinity Force. He'll probably get like the Randwinds or the Frozen Heart next, but it just, you can see why he does this, because he is so potent as a solo person right now.
And I'm surprised, though, that he didn't do, like, Iceborne Gauntlet, because that's going to be really hard to run away from.
Well, you saw it. It was almost impossible to run away from him as is now. Just the move speed he got from the Trinity Force combined with the Wither and the cooldown reduction was enough to just make Inox completely tuck tail.
Well, Coast in control a little bit. Woof! That's without the E. That might have been enough damage if he had it.
And he's going to be wanting that death cap. He's trying to get the large rod right now. Oh, the Crepo flash hook doesn't give them anything. That's another overly aggressive move by Crepo where the team wasn't quite ready to follow up.
I'm surprised he feels so compelled to make plays when EG are only down like 1,200 gold. That's basically nothing at this stage. Like, we keep talking about how Coast are winning super hard and how threatening Shifter is, and that's true. But EG should be as powerful as a team.
It might be because of what's happening in the other lane. Zion Spartan has generally been beating up Inox, but Zion may have overstayed his welcome a little bit there. Whoa!
Good lantern by Pete. He might have dodged it anyway, but now the fight back in. Actually, Zion Spartan with the ulti. One hit to go to win this one. No. Snoopy says, Zion Spartan, though, life-stealing chunks back with his
This could be Baron, though. Look at how much EG put towards him.
So many people. That is the kill picked up by Pobelter, and here comes the start on Baron. Now, can Nintendo take it up enough? Crepo is around. There's the ward. Can the team show up? Gragas is far away. Is it going to be a miracle steal? I don't think so. The teleport. Nope. There we go. It's picked up. Wiz Fusion, though, not in a good spot. He's going to fall down. 3v5 on the map, and Coast is on the run, but do they have anywhere to go?
They are on the wrong side of the Baron pit right now, and EG's chasing them down.
Daydream is going to fall. That's 3 kills now unanswered. Shifter up to his own devices. Nintendo recon this brush. Wait, really? Man, that minion is a hero. He died, but
MVP
valiantly.
right there. But look out, Crepo. Oh, no.
Good by Crepo. Shifter picks that one up. A little bit too heroic by the Belgian, but yeah, they just get out away from his corpse. So, unfortunate move there.
Yeah, EG actually split up too much when they were trying to chase after Coast right there. And if we calculate what actually happened, the gold stays pretty close because all the deaths that Coast suffered, but the Baron still goes. You can see they were very low while taking this Baron. Nasus not being there really affected their damage, and Inox just gets to go to town when he's inside that Baron pit. It's about Yellow, Crepo, and Inox trying to chase down. You can see all 5 of them are closing in, but Shifter was on top of a ward. EG is just going for the support because that's the only thing they could find. And then they split up, and you can see why they got picked off there.
Yeah, well played then by Evil Geniuses to get some of the kills back here. Remove some of those Baron buffs. Only 2 members wearing it now. That's Nintendo and Shifter. Zion Spartan starting up this Dragon attempt, though. That's going to be pretty secure here for Coast. So global objectives are really, really going Coast's way, which to me surprised me a bit because Coast's strength had normally been on laning and Shifter, like going and killing people. But they're actually the team that's got the turret pressure. They're getting the Dragon control. They're getting the Baron control. Coast's gold is coming from objectives here.
Well, they got all those things because Shifter was taking over. They didn't have those things until he got really farmed, and now that his death cap is completed, even with all the defensive itemization on EG, there's still a few targets that he can take down. If he gets any type of closeness to Snoopy, for instance, he will kill him, even if he doesn't land his full combo. So there's really 2 giant threats on Coast right now, with LeBlanc and Nasus.
Uh-oh, Daydreamin caught up again. Gonna have to self-ulti soon. He does survive for now. Pobelter has a Guardian Angel. The teleport is coming in from Zion Spartan. He is here for this fight. Inox getting locked up a fair bit. He gets bursted out by Shifter and everybody else, but the trade kill is there from Snoopy, killing off Daydreamin.
Yeah, Mundo's only sitting on 121 magic resistance, so Shifter actually used all of his burst right into that. Also, the zap from Yellow Pete was a little bit mistimed. He was trying to hit Zion Spartan as he came in with the teleport, but he launched it too early, and it did not help this team.
Not so much. Yellow Pete loses the Banshee's Veil. He actually is still was still building defensive items, only now finished that, whereas Wiz Fusion is already part of the way over towards Last Whisper. So damage output-wise, Coast getting a small edge on their AD carry. We'll see if that matters for much here. The Belts are still on the side lane push, and EG just stuck now inside their base with only a 3,000 gold deficit. Like, I'm just surprised seeing this gold, how behind EG feels.
Yeah. I think it's mainly because of the power of Zion Spartan and the power of Shifter. Plus, Coast is just playing around their carries very smartly, whereas EG, even though they are stronger as a group, are getting picked off by the mobility of LeBlanc and the split push of Nasus, if that makes sense, because no one can take Zion Spartan 1v1. Therefore, it's 2 or 3 people, and that means Shifter is free to pick off whoever is roaming around. It's really just dominating solo lane play by Coast.
Very well done by these guys then. I still got to credit their duo lane for at least holding up in a very rough beginning. Coast still looking for the ward coverage. 5 of the 6 outer turrets are down. Looks like only mid lane is the one left, and EG don't look like they want to give this one away. Nintendo, the split pusher right now up top. Got a bit of a break while we wait for Coast to start sieging, I'm guessing.
I don't know if we're going to see a full siege from them, more so than we're just going to see Zion Spartan try to take as many people on as he can, and the rest of Coast trying to kill a turret. Whichever side gets more help from EG is going to be the side that falls back, and then Coast is going to trick the other one.
See if they can make this happen. And Zion definitely creating pressure over there. The Frozen Heart, you called it, that is done. So max CDR for this Nasus. A lot of defensive stats as well. Plenty of lifesteal, Trinity Force, all kinds of fun.
Just some numbers, 2.4 second cooldown on his Q. It is plus 513 right now in physical damage. Plus the Trinity Force proc that he's going to be getting with it is going to be a whole lot of pain. He can take on probably 2 people at a time. I think they'd have to send 3.
Oh my gosh. 3v1s. Good luck. Here we go. Coast looking for the top lane there. Here's the split they're going for. LeBlanc actually still mid. And Coast begin to knock at this top turret's door. EG moving forward. They might go for the fight here. Looks like Zion's going to trade with Inox for a bit.
Yeah, and Zion is actually walking up whenever he can to get a pot shot on the turret. He's already taken it fairly low. These turrets aren't going to last long for EG unless they go in and try and do something drastic. But that's why Coast is playing so far back. I mean, those Crepo flash hooks are the closest EG can get to doing stuff. Let's see this burst damage.
Whoa, look at the damage on the Inox. Shifter takes him down from about 2/3 health. Amundo dying when that all happens. Zion Spartan gets the slow and a Pope out there. The poke actually coming across. Pope they're forced to flash. So afraid of the Coast damage.
I mean, half the inhibitor just went down. That could have been all of Pobelter if he would have stuck around for one of those Qs. This is the 2 powerhouses on Coast winning the game for their team.
Crepo goes in a little early, but can Snoopy find something else to do?
Right here.
Ulti comes in, knocks Daydream aside. Wiz Fusion off to the side. Good ulti. He's going to root up a couple. Crepo survives this one. Illipede as well. The inhibitor, sorry, Nexus turrets, I keep calling him that, going to go down. So does Pobelter's Guardian Angel. That's all they're going to go for here. The rest of EG grouping towards the bottom. Man, those solo laners really.
The synergy right now between Shifter and Zion Spartan is just too damn high because they are crushing everybody on EG right now, especially Inox. It's a weird mental change to think you're Mundo and then be like, I gotta watch out for that assassin.
Seriously, what a rough spot for him. Starting what looks like a GA next. I haven't seen GA on Mundo in a good long time, but he is looking pretty afraid right here. At least just the stats, he needs them. Evil Genius is still trying to defend, but they're getting their buildings knocked down slowly but surely. Dragon and Baron both coming up soon. Coast, they've got a good scouting of pink wards. Like, Coast still sees more of the map.
And of course they do. No one on EG has been free to go where they wanted ever since Shifter got about 6 or 7 kills. I think if EG could have gotten to their Negatron cloaks earlier, they have hit in the breakpoints, but once they got there, it was actually Zion Spartan who became unmanageable. There's too many things that I feel like have run away from EG at this point. And considering they actually had a gold lead when Coast started coming back, the deficit is larger than the gold would dictate.
Well, here we go, guys. The Baron is going down, and no one from EG even wants to contest. The ward coverage is enough for Coast. And look how many people are at the bottom side of the map watching out for Zion Spartan. Pretty much everybody. Nintendude gets the Baron. And he's just chilling.
Listen to some beats.
Yeah. By Snoop.
Zion Spartan is unstoppable, man. Let's take a look again. Obviously, he hasn't had to stack too many Qs because he's just been killing people, but it's at 552. It'll be 558 once he finishes off that dragon. Coast doesn't really need the gold from that dragon. They actually, since they picked up 2 major objectives, will be sitting on a fair chunk of it, but I don't see any reason why they don't just continue the plan that got them success the last time they pushed. Zion Spartan in the bottom. If he gets someone low, Shifter will stop between. He'll kind of play midfield right there and just go left or right. Desperation initiation. Let's see what EG can get.
Not much. The Varus ulti and a flash keeps them safe. Now Inox engaged upon roots there in a Snoopy. Not much else found. Pobelter rejoining the team. Zion Spartan knocking on the Nexus. Pulling EG back, and that gives Coast control over the inhibitor. Pobelter off to the side. Nintendo taking damage. Belter jumping back. Millipede putting some damage across. Inox, oh my word.
Wow.
Goodbye. Crepo in the middle of the fray. Nintendo coming in. Crepo dropping lower and lower in health. Zion Spartan rejoining the fight. Down goes Pobelter. Down goes Snoopy. Down goes Crepo. Coast a 4-0 fight. 16-11 in the game. This is going to be the Nexus. No team in North America is undefeated. No team in North America is without a win. Coast picking up EG.
Parity seems king right now. Coast feels pretty good about that one. It was a rough start for them,
especially for Wiz Fusion, but he has to thank his team right there for really coming together strong. And he played well in the sense of stopping his smaller squad from getting engaged on. The only point of Olaf, Varus, and Lulu in that team comp was to survive and give space for the solo laners to go and make plays in. And that's exactly what Coast did.
Yeah, absolutely great play. Shifter just taking over Zion Spartan as well. And you're seeing the smiles. These guys now candidates for the All Smiles team. I think Daydream is probably the biggest among them.
Yeah, we forgot about him when we were trying to make the squad because why wouldn't you be All Smiles? Your lane and your lane opponent was 0-3 to start the game. Yeah. You're just like, whatever, man, my team's good enough. We can still win this one.
They held up such a rough lane. BF Sordo's Vamp Scepter, such a hard matchup to survive, and they did it beautifully on a slightly less picked support in Lulu, kind of crap of getting what he wanted with the Thresh and saying, you know what, that's fine for me. Completely survived there. Coast bringing it back. So they are 1-2. They've got more games to play today.
Yeah.
And with Shifter and Zion playing this well, this brings hope for that team.
Yeah, and it's just been an upset-filled day when we think about it. Fan vote, first game, 56% Curse. COD crushed them. Second game, 90% for Cloud9. Dignitas wins. This game was 85% for Evil Geniuses, and it was definitely the closest of the three. But, man, Shifter and Zion Spartan really came up huge.
They really did. And you got to think about the other, just great factors in this game. It was Nintendo rushing the Olaf, getting 3 buffs for 1, kind of as payment for the 2 kills early game.
Yep.
EG spent a lot of time down there and said, okay, we're going to go for another hook. We're going to spend a lot of resources here, the whole team. And Coast made the change to say, okay, well, look, you're dying, whatever. We know the top set of the map is more open. From basically minute 1, there was already some adaptations on the side of Coast. Their play calling seemed a lot better this game. That's really good as well.
And team composition-wise, they just kind of made things work. They didn't have the strongest team fight coordination, but they did a really great job of having Shifter be everywhere at once. Zion Spartan by himself was immovable and unduelable, but they made it even more threatening just because Shifter was always there to finish people off. And then, of course, the turrets would just go down immediately.
Yeah, massive game from them. So congrats to Coast on the game. Let's do a quick check now on the NA Challenger scene after an exciting night of games.
Yeah, so Why So Esports, that team name, pulled off the upset last night, and they took out the top-seeded Cognitive Forge. They'll actually face off in next Sunday's quarterfinal round against the Chinese powerhouse LMQ, who also took down VVV Gaming Red last night.
And then tonight we have 2 more Challenger games coming your way immediately following the LCS. Up first, Curse Academy takes on No Big Deal.
Yep, after that it is Tint Gaming versus Skyline.
And remember, you can get all the latest at lolesports.com. Click on the Leagues and Tournaments link at the top and follow all the NA Challenger action. Now, guys, we've got to take a quick break, but when we return, Jack catches up with TSM's owner, Reginald. You can hear them. They've come up on stage. That's the cheers. TSM will face off against Curse. We'll see if we can get another upset. The NA LCS Spring Split continues right after this.
Welcome back to day 3 of our Super Week rollout here in the NALCS Spring Split. I'm Irving Division III along with Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Ketzler, and we are taking over the caster's desk.
Yes, it's our time.
Yeah, we're about to yell into some microphones. We're just about to get into our next match of the day, Team Solo Mid versus Curse. But first, let's check in with what you have been saying. Earlier, we asked you on Twitter, which LCS player has impacted your own game the most and how? Here's what you guys had to say. Robert Nichols 1 says, Sneaky proves that AD carries can provide utility. His picks, CC picks last season, it really made the champion pool change for Nix.
He really sent waves even through the competitive scene there, bringing back the Ash picks, one of my favorites.
Best AD initiator. It is So Boopy says, Void Boy has really impacted me. He takes an intelligent approach to the game. His streams always teach me something.
The Akali pick into Yasuo, I think we'll see a lot of other people picking that one up. It worked out really well for them, like the innovation.
And that's a good point. Yeah, a lot of these guys have streams. If you have a favorite player, go out and watch them. Azura Skies, our next Twitter answer, says, Skara has been an LOL League of Legends role model for me for years. His calm, smart, and mechanically proficient play is very respectable.
I mean, he went from losing a 1v1 in the mid to winning the 1v1 in the mid today, and they beat the top team here,
right.
Cloud9. It's a good example of keeping your calm.
One thing that I've always noticed about Dignitas is obviously any team will get down, and you got to give that to a team. They have the right. But they've never been super angry. You don't see them going off the handle, being disgruntled after somebody dies 4 times in lane. Sometimes it happens. But they keep very calm, and mentality is one of the biggest things in League of Legends.
Just smile.
Just
That's
smile.
what Dig does.
Just Kiwi Kid. We got the Kiwi Kid. It flows out there. The dance partner with Cutie Pie. So there's a little bit of, like you said, love in the air for them.
Yeah, smile and
just
dance.
grab it if they need it. As always, everybody, thank you for the responses. We're going to quickly send it over to Jat, who's standing by with someone who can give us a unique insight into this next game.
Thank you very much, Riv. And of course, I'm joined by Reginald, the owner, fan favorite, current coach, former mid laner of TSM. I mean, now that you're being the coach of TSM, how do you think the season's gone so far in the Super Week?
So far, we lost to C9, but we were able to win our other matches. It was looking really shaky at first because in our practice, it was really hard. It was really hard for them to be really decisive, right? And we've been having a lot of problems with that, but we've been really working on it and making sure that we're being more decisive. People are listening to calls because right now they're still deciding on a shot caller. But with the structure like it is, everyone's really just chipping in and really trying their best. But I think that they're going to do really well this season.
And what grade would you actually give Bjergsen, the guy who you found to replace your own shoes so far?
Yeah, so Bjergsen's an excellent player. I think he's like one of the best mid laners in the world and probably the top mid laner in NA. He's just doing a really fantastic job overall. He's always winning his lanes and just doing great, and he's really easy to work with.
Awesome stuff. And as the coach of TSM, what were you telling the team before this game coming into the next matchup?
So one of the big problems we had against C9 was that we are playing really indecisive, right? Because it's a new team, and there's a lot of expectations for them. Like before we even started LCS, everyone expected us to stomp NA because we're doing really well in scrims. We're really hyped up, and they didn't really have the confidence. They were playing really scared because they were scared that they wouldn't meet expectations, and that's a lot of pressure. So when they went into the first game, they weren't really playing like they've always been playing in scrims or in practice, and I really wanted them to not care as much about losing, but always just think about trying your best and really doing what you practice, and they weren't doing that. So what I told them before the game was, like, just try your best. It doesn't matter if you mess up, and it's an all learning experience. Right now, these games in the season are really just to warm up and really improve and just take as much as you can out of it. So I told them just to try your best and not play scared and really just communicate and not get caught at level 1, because Curse is the type of team that's really unpredictable. I mean, they played Pantheon, Akali, we didn't expect those picks out of them, but Curse has always been a team that just picks random champions like that. So I think that if they just have a solid standard game and they don't get caught out at level 1, I think that they can just take the win really easily.
Yeah, so what do you think TSM has to do first and foremost if you actually want to come out on top in this game? What's the key to the game here?
Okay, so I mean, I think that they need to really just go in the game, even at level 1. I think that all of our lanes are much stronger than Curse's lanes. No offense to them, it's just that we have really strong players, and I think that if they just play the game standard, they can get the lane matchups that they want and not get caught out. I think that they will end up winning the game.
Yeah, and now that you're the coach once again, going into a game, you can't actually prepare and play. How do you feel watching the game knowing that you're not sitting down playing and calling shots?
It's actually really scary sometimes because when you do things in practice, sometimes it doesn't really translate to the actual game itself. And I've been spending a lot of time working on that with them, and it's only getting better and better. But at the same time, you're just kind of like scratching your head. You're like, oh my God, why aren't they doing what we went through, And that's the thing, though. When you're in game and you're on the stage, it's not like you're actually practicing. There's a lot of pressure. There's a crowd there, and we want to meet all of our fans' expectations. They came really far to come watch us, and we want to try our best and we do our best. But sometimes there's that pressure there, and it just really forces you to forget how to play properly. And that's probably the biggest thing is the pressure.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Reginald. Good luck to TSM in this next game. Let's get this underway. Let's send it back to Riv and Kobe at the desk.
Thank you very much, Ja. It is now time for our next match. Team Solo Mid facing off against Voidboy and Curse. Kobe, this match is one the fans should be excited for.
It's definitely one they should be excited for.
Yeah.
Both of these teams are looking like contenders. They've been turning out some really great performances, especially Bjergsen this week on LeBlanc, 23, 7, and 14.
It's not too bad. Speaking of Bjergsen, though, when we interviewed Xpecial yesterday, well, I guess I interviewed Xpecial, he even said and complimented since day one, Bjergsen's chemistry with the team has just been spot on.
Yeah, they've been looking like a pretty cohesive unit. Reginald just talked about how they need to play calm. It seems like they're able to keep their heads about them. But in their one loss, it was some targeted jungle bans at Odd One.
Right.
And then facing a Teemo in the late game, that's going to sort of make your game plan for the end game there just fly out the window.
And on the flip side, we obviously have to talk about Curse falling decisively in their first match today. But they were 2-0, so we'll have to see how that affects them.
They had a tough time after having their blue buff stolen at level 1 by a Thresh auto attack, and they were just not able to recover from there.
That'll put you on tilt, kind of.
That's definitely going to put you on tilt. Dominate had to go back into the jungle and farm for a while. Everybody else just they didn't look like they took any chances.
Yeah.
In that game. And that's exactly what they needed to do to get back into it.
We'll see if there's chances to be taken in this game. Right now, we're going to check out the starting lineup. On the blue side, it is Team Solo Mid. Dyrus in the top lane, the Odd One in the jungle. Bjergsen in mid lane, Wild Turtle AD carry, and Xpecial right behind him as always on support.
And on the red side, it's Curse. Up top is Quas. In the jungle, I will dominate. At mid, Voidboy. And on AD carry, Cop supporting will be second.
Yeah, we'll see if Zcant can steal any pentakills this game.
That's
get the New Year's resolution in there right away.
Just get it out of the way, just like that.
So knowing that Dominate played Gragas earlier, he still played it quite well from being down, but it wasn't enough to win back the lanes that it also lost for Curse. So I'm going to be interested to see if he gets a full game out of this one. It might be another win for Curse.
Yeah, I mean, Jungle Gragas, it's harder without the blue buff, obviously, but one of his strengths is just AoEing down these camps so fast. His clear speed is insane. So farming back up, he wasn't able to affect any of the lanes and get them out of trouble.
We also figured that Curse kind of got in their own head with the lane swap, thinking that CLG would have put Vayne in the top, and it sent them a little. So we'll see if what's on paper in front of Zcant there, in front of the rest of the team as they mill about and their knowledge of what's going on in this game, if it's what it needs to be for the first 10 minutes, because that's what hurt him.
It's funny how lane swaps have turned around now that the patch there's not supports starting all these level 1 wards. So the invades, you don't get those deep wards to see what your opponents are doing level 1. And your lane swap is pretty much just a gut feeling. And you get into this mind game of, are they lane swapping because they have a weaker lane? So then we should send ours top. But what if they know that we know that we're going to do that? And they got confused there, so didn't end
What
up
if they're
working
already
out.
switching back?
Exactly.
There's so many things that could happen.
Reggie talked about one of the points of this game was that level 1, so we'll have to see if the same thing can happen this game.
You know, Freak pointed out earlier, you know, you play a Teemo, is he going to play it again? Do you play a Kali? Do you want to ban it? And they did.
The answer is yes here.
And they did. It did actually make that big of an impact. It wasn't just an each pick for that moment.
So play calm, he said. Ban out the weird, crazy champions that they are not used to playing, and then don't die at level 1. That was the other thing their coach was harping on.
So a little bit of power and a little bit of unpredictability. They can obviously get around a Pantheon in the game, but they don't want to have to deal with it. The way that Curse was initiating from distance, we saw the globals kind of coming back yesterday, and it was pretty cool.
The use of globals has been really, really important in this first week of the LCS, and I do like these 2 jungle bans focus on I Will Dominate, because Curse banned out Elise. It frees up TSM to ban the other 2 interesting champions that he has used, and it's going to force him onto something.
It's a good point. Very jungle-focused game for the bans here for both teams. Does look like Z-Kent wants that Annie. He's been put in some bad situations himself that he's been able to overcome. So we've seen him kind of tried and tested already in the LCS, and he's done well.
Yeah, and so since he pointed out that his New Year's resolution is to steal away a pentakill, that means somebody else on his team is going to have to at least get a quadra to get to that point. And he's going to have to set up Cop. It'll probably be Cop that he's trying to get for that situation, because Cop's been playing Caitlyn over and over and over. When you first pick an Annie, though, it seems like they probably want to go with an aggressive AD carry, a little bit more something like Jinx or Lucian, that they can get those kills if Annie gets a stun off to set something up.
Wild Turtle, also a Caitlyn player. His first game with Team Solo Mid, they set him up a pentakill in that bottom lane. So I would see that taking away from Cop could be useful for him, but it's not anything that they want right now. They want to show their hand at support and in that top lane.
Well, this is the classic front line that TSM have been really liking on this patch. They get the Olaf and the Shyvana that can just dive right to the back line, and Leona has the long-range engages that she can start off this team fight. Then they've been looking for some other source of speed boost, usually to combo with this team, either picking up a champion like Sivir or Karma, and then the other option is just building that item, going with the Talisman of Ascension, which means that Leona would have to build some tankiness somewhere else, because not going to be starting with the Targons if she does go for the Talisman.
It looks like they may actually switch up here, not having the Pantheon, not having everything they can initiate long range with. They keep it close, not super close. They're going to pick Lucian in.
So yeah, that would be the
Maybe.
aggressive AD carry would be the change for Cop going off of the Caitlyn, but works really well with Annie because he is a lane bully himself, and he can gap close to get up with Annie's initiation and capitalize on it in lane. Meanwhile, the Wukong has been successful for I Will Dominate. That's how they got in to the LCS.
This is a pretty crazy team coming in from Team Solo Mid. Obviously, everybody's been saying the LeBlanc isn't unorthodox anymore in that pick, but like you said, the Sivir pickup with the Olaf, they have the Shyvana, and even if Leona's Ascension doesn't get him in, they're going to have
Yeah, exactly. So he doesn't have to build, go with the coin. That means Leona is free to build either a Doran's or start off with the Targons and try and shove their lane early. Tanky Leona, that's going to be great. They're going to have the speed boost from Sivir, so everybody's going to go wild towards the back line. But LeBlanc, we have to pretty much just pick out as a Bjergsen special here. He's had so much success on it. Why not return to this in the mid lane? He's got the single target focus, and he can get silences down on single members of Curse if he can pick them off before the fight starts.
A little bit of AoE stacking damage would be here. That Hemoplague would definitely help a Cyclone coming in from Wukong and from Mundo. We'll see as they trade off and on. Team Solo Mid, with the way Reggie was talking, and it didn't make it sound like there was anything huge Team Solo Mid had, like Hotshot was saying we have something in our sleeve. So they really seem like they're going back to wheelhouse strategies. Bring it into the game, knowing you're going to win strong lanes and adapt as it goes. And that worked for TSM for the first few seasons.
Yeah, I mean, they did use this pretty much exact strategy very similar yesterday, going with all these bruisers that are going to get sped up. But Curse, they've sort of countered it with this AoE heavy team fighting that they're going to try and pull off. If Andy can set up a stun or Wukong can set it up, either one of them can capitalize on the other's area of effect stun, and that could be a very good combo for them. Also worth mentioning, once again, we have the Shyvana versus Mundo. Shyvana almost always opting to take Ignite so she can cut through his health regen, so he frees him up to have the global advantage with Teleport.
We'll see what the Blade build or the Sunfire build for him. If he tries to go hard, if he tries to go soft. Nobody goes soft in the LCS. As the teams load into the game, though, I am going to make a prediction right now. I think that the fans might call this one for Team Solo Mates. Just a hunch, but let's check it out. According to LOLesports.com, 80% of you think the TSM will cut on time.
They've got a lot of fans.
Start off the week with a right prediction. Look at that. Well, at least Sunday starts the week, not LCS.
Even Crepo said he was a fan, so he might have voted for them too.
Wow. I don't have internet in here, though, so they can't.
Oh, yeah, it's hard to get reception in here.
Absolutely.
What are you running on here, huh?
Yeah.
T-Mobile?
Getting all my votes in. So as we match up into this game, I like the composition from Curse, the fact that they like to go back to Wukong. It's still something that other teams aren't really picking up, at least in the competitive play on the stage. We've heard some people have scrimmed with it, but as Curse likes to use it, I think it opens up more for their compositions.
They're definitely a team that's more confident in using these picks that nobody else is using. They don't care if other players aren't really supporting that in competitive play, and I think that actually does have a lot to do with the coaching staff that they have. Liquid and St. Vicious, both pretty open-minded as far as new picks are concerned.
Let's keep in mind, we kind of saw this matchup last game in the mid lane, that Riven LeBlanc. It didn't go so well, so we'll have to see how that
not
fares.
so well for Pobelter in the last one, did it?
So it's kind of, Voyboy may have that taken in the back of his head. Obviously, he's coming into this game knowing he's got to play his own way and his own tactics. We'll see if he does do it differently. A lot of teams have been putting the AD carry mid, especially that TSM does it, and he kind of stands. And you don't know if they're going top or bottom because everybody's waiting on these trinkets to come up.
Yeah, if you don't have your solo laner go into the mid for the dance-off, then it sort of keeps the other team guessing.
It's a slight
you know who's going to
factor.
be there. But pretty much we expected TSM to come out with this strategy for level 1 because Reggie tipped us off. They just don't want to die level 1. Nothing sneaky. They want to play standard. So looking forward, that's probably going to be, yes, we have Shyvana. Shyvana should win early versus Mundo. All right, top lane's good. All right. Moving down to mid lane, we've got LeBlanc into Riven. Just saw how that turns out, but Belter did not have a good time. So Bjergsen should be able to make some pretty nice work of Voyboy. All right, mid lane's taken care of. Now the bottom lane, we pick Sivir for a team composition pick. That's not actually for the lane matchup there. It's more for the speed up for the late game. So that one might need a little bit of jungle attention to make sure that they keep up with the other two lanes. So we'll have to see if the odd one on his Olaf does make his early visits down bottom, or if he tries to get one of these solo lanes even further ahead.
This also calls back to a little bit of what Coast just used, trying to come out with the Olaf to go mid is LeBlanc roams, as Jat was saying.
Another thing that you can do with if you're a jungler and you have multiple winning lanes is not even go to your lane that you're worried about. Just go to the lane that's already winning, because there's only two options that can happen. You go to the lane and the other jungler does not show up, you're going to get your gank off, you're going to get either a summoner or a kill. But if you go to the lane and the other jungler does show up, if you're in the winning lane, you have the advantage still. So it's a win-win.
Whoa, Zcat blows his stun right away. I don't think Special wanted all of that. They trade back and forth real quick. I thought they were going hard.
They were going for the early level 2. We have the Targon start here on Leona, but they were still pushed off of the wave. So even though Leona has the extra pushing power of those executes, they weren't able to get the early level 2. And this Cop and Zekant team do have a slight upper hand now as they're shoving into the wave early. That does mean that they'll be further up, though, for that odd one gank that might happen down bottom.
We see Dominate and Odd One both pretty much equal on mirrored sides of the jungle. And in the mid lane, that's already a bit of a CS lead, at least off the first wave. So Voyboy was having trouble. He had to take shield first, and you obviously would to mitigate that damage, because Bjergsen, as Reginald did, plays super aggressive.
Yeah, Bjergsen definitely an aggro player. Voyboy, though, he should be okay. He's actually started with a shield here just to reduce auto attacks, because a lot of the early harass from LeBlanc is in those extra auto attacks that she can get off. Bjergsen has been running hybrid penetration reds.
A lot of focus being put there already. They probably knew they weren't going to get a full kill, but they wanted to at least pressure Bjergsen there.
A little bit. I mean, they get off 100 health there. Semi-successful gank, I guess. He didn't lose out much, but he immediately returns to his jungle. You can see he does not want to fall any further behind the Odd One. Doesn't want to show Odd One where he is on the map, or it will free him up to go for the confident gank that we're talking about real early. Now, this Trinket Ward will see him, but it might be too late. Xpecial's going in for the stun.
He is going very hard. Odd One predicting after that path of Dominate going out of mid, and he predicts correctly. He gets caught by himself with Xpecial and the team down bottom. Oh, he throws it. The sun must have been in his eyes. Now he tries to get out. He does not want to give Double Bus over to this lane.
So close right there. That could have been the first blood quite easily. The gank that we expected to happen did play out, but just not quite able to capitalize on it. I mean, it was a really good start, too. Xpecial moves up, gets positioning on the AD carry. Almost the dream gank right there, but just not quite enough.
That was like a this is too good to be true panic. And then you kind of just mess it up. Coming up onto 5 minutes, Odd One and Dominate already trying to put a stamp on these lanes, but they return to the jungle. Dominate sees that bottom lane open. He soaks up the experience.
You know, the Odd One, after he missed that axe too, he did pop his ghost here to get away, since Dominate came in for the counter cleanup. So that is a summoner down on the Olaf, and his next gank will be a little bit less potent.
Bjergsen really trying to fast wave clear here. You see 3 into the broken wings of Voyboy as he tries to get his damage down, but Bjergsen, just with the chains, he's going to be able to stay safe. As we look around, it looks like Dyrus is having a pretty good time in the top lane, 39-33. They both have gone shields, but Dyrus is still sitting on that potion, so even a gank may not take him down. He's having a good time against Squaws.
Yeah, as we saw before, the Shyvana early can push around the Mundo quite a bit. Ooh, chain does miss. Especially since he has that combat summoner advantage over the teleport Mundo. Pretty much all the kill potential for that lane is in Shyvana's hands. And the only way to turn that around would be a successful jungle gank from Wukong.
Hop and Zcant doing what they can. Nobody's really behind in any of these lanes just yet. Those ganks from the junglers have given a little bit of a scare, but everybody still has flashes up. Everybody's ready to engage. Actually, Cop's flash is down, so we may see a little bit of jungle presence towards the bottom lane.
And even if they did have some jungle presence down there from Dominate, you know, Sivir is a really good pick against Annie because she has that spell shield.
Right.
The only really spell that you're going to be worried about is the stun from Annie. And as long as you block that one, then you won't get caught up in the full combo from the Lucian. It's just going to be up to Wild Turtle and CTS quick enough reactions.
So level 5 coming up on pretty much everybody in the bottom lane here. We just see Xpecial hit it. Wild Turtle's going to be very soon after. They're not really trading too much with that relic as well either. So not too much gold coming from that for Xpecial just yet. They're hoping to capitalize on this level 6 though.
So the changes when, you know, relics first came out, they were super popular because it was only 30-second cooldown and everybody was buying them. But now it's only the melees get to execute, and before you upgrade it, the cooldown on the extra charges is a little bit longer, well, twice as long.
Yeah.
So they're usually trying to upgrade those as quickly as possible.
Back to the red buffs for the junglers, so this means they may have that presence back in lane. The ganks are going to be a bit easier, because you look at these lanes too, and everyone kind of has either a slight gap closer or a way to pop an ultimate and really get out with the crowd control reduction.
This is classic Shyvana. We've talked about it so many times where shove in the Mundo.
Starting to get back.
You proxy the wave. The point of proxying the wave is that you're close to the jungle camp so you can then take an extra amount of gold. It's actually even a little bit better when you're on this blue side because double golems are worth way more than either Wraiths or Wolves. And Dyrus is pretty happy here to get the wave, and then we'll see if he rotates down for those golems.
So this is kind of like free farm for him, though. What does Dominate have to really do anything to take action?
I mean, he's looking for his level 6, which he just got, and it's going to be an interesting choice where he wants to use his ultimate, because that's all he has to turn
Tries
around.
to get the dash out. Cop gets a full boomerang blade to the face. They're going to be able to trade back a bit of damage, but that was a pretty good lane advantage there, grabbed by TSM.
So we don't have Dyrus taking the double golems, but he did spot out Wukong. And if he makes that call, Wukong is top. Boom. It opens up the bottom lane for aggression. They can easily go for those Leona engages once they know Wukong won't be there, because he's a huge, huge counter-ganking threat for that bottom lane. He can come in invisible and pop his ultimate to knock both members up. Looks like that's what he's trying to do right now.
Yeah, slowly but patiently hanging out on the side of the lane. I think Cop might put himself in somewhat of a bad spot, but TSM would see that, and they'd say, we don't want to bite. We don't want to bite too hard. Bjergsen with that ward just over Wraiths, it really actually helping out Dyrus a lot to that top lane, because Dyrus had placed a ward that just died at red, and they're super comfortable in all their movements right now.
Both junglers doing their visitations bottom. I guess Odd One right now is thinking that there will be a counter gank here, because a dive would still be very dangerous. Annie already has her stun charged, and she's now level 6. Diving on the post-level 6 Annie with a stun proc is a very dangerous situation, and I think he might be disappointed that there's no gank from Wukong, and probably just wasted a little bit of time there.
Level 6s on both the duo lanes. We actually have, I believe, Cop just backing. He's going to go for the Triforce first build. He picks up the Phage. Dyrus once again going back behind Quaz, and there's really been nothing to stop these guys in the top lane, but the CS isn't that far apart.
You're right. You don't gain a whole bunch from proxying the wave if you're not picking up those double golems on respawn. What he's really trying to get out of that was jungle vision, and he finally does get the golems, and he's also dropped that deep ward. So the next thing he is looking for is, again, the ping tipping off his bottom lane that he has brought the jungler up top, and they're free to go aggressive.
We'll have to see now. Bjergsen picking up boots too. He goes for the Sork right away, and he gets a Fiendish Codex. So they're going to start the transition of Olaf to the middle in LeBlanc, because Bjergsen hasn't roamed too much yet.
Not yet. He has maxed the W again, so he does have good minion wave control. But he hasn't had the early lead over Voidboy. They're pretty much neck and neck here. Only a few, well, I guess 10 minions is pretty decent.
It'll work for now. You got to consider he also has, or at least in the bottom lane, they're getting a little bit of a lead there, but it's only by a few. So everybody's sticking close, and that's how we like it. Anybody's game as we move into now. Well, 11 minutes in, the gold lead, as you were saying, a little bit in favor of Team Solo Mid, but we'll have to see if the Dragon really creates a stretch for that, and then it gives anybody the upper hand.
Yeah, so the reason it's going so slow like this is, like I said at the beginning, the lanes for TSM were all pretty much winning here. The solo lanes talked about, they should win these matchups, and they have done pretty much. It's played out as expected. Now we're getting to the point where the ward coverage is what's going to make the big difference in these games, because LeBlanc, Bjergsen, is opening up on Voidboy.
He is very much so opening up. The cooldown's not yet there for him, but you can see completely pushed out of lane, calling down Dyrus here, and he's been in the jungle, and having him back behind that really gives him good movement.
Right. These laners that are winning so hard are shoving up their lanes and then trying to rotate around to move here. So this is where the ward coverage I just talked about is coming into play. TSM, since they have the winning lanes and have warded up deep in Curse's jungle, they claim the dragon. It's pretty much theirs. Curse knows it, and they were not going to venture over there to contest.
I don't think they're going to get much damage on this top turret, if any has even been posed to it, because great movement by Dyrus transitioning back to the top lane. TSM really a step ahead in everything right now.
And we do have the early Blade of the Ruined King build here coming from Dyrus. He's got the Cutlass already, so it's around that time where Quas will have to start worrying about that aggression, see if Dyrus decides to go for anything very deep here. His Ignite is up, so he'll be able to cut down on that healing regeneration. We'll just have to see, now that the dragon is down, TSM, they're basically just looking to avoid a disastrous gank from Dominate. If Dominate cannot get off a good Wukong ult on one of these lanes, then TSM is going to continue to slowly increase their lead and just slowly gain more and more of a gold advantage.
And that's something you can't give Team Solo Mid, that kind of momentum. Once they hold it, it's kind of like Bjergsen just takes the driver's seat of an 16, and it's over.
All right, so he has shoved the wave once again. Now he's going to look to roam because he's got ward coverage around the mid lane. And I'd actually start to expect some sweepers coming out from TSM because that's how you turn this slow gold lead into a large gold lead. You use the sweepers to clear out vision and make those roaming plays on one of the side lanes so you can grab an objective like a turret instead of just getting these soft leads here from minion waves.
So we actually have this swap. Voyboy can't really build the magic resistance that he needs to fight on Bjergsen, so they swap the lanes out.
Interesting call right there. Bringing Quas down. You're right, he has that Spectral Cowl. He's probably going for an early Spirit Visage, so they pull the first call to swap, but TSM are instantly reacting.
Oh, and there's an instant reaction. The Cyclone comes out. Turtle goes away. The Ignite takes him down with the culling. That first blood goes to Zekent. Xpecial throws down the Solar Flare and flashes away with a roam up top from Bjergsen before this fight happened. Hits up Voyboy. He tried to get away. He will this time, but Bjergsen finds him in another lane.
So the TSM reaction to that swap was to send Bjergsen on the roam path and have their jungler cover mid. But vision of the jungler mid means that Dominate can go all out in the bottom lane. He ganks the duo as we expected. They pick up the first blood there because he did get his successful Wukong ultimate off there. And they also can chain it into not only one turret, but some extra turret damage on the secondary.
Getting a good aggressive win on that bottom has given them the upper hand here, taking it down to about 25%. Xpecial, pretty tanky. He already has the Sight Stone finish, so he's got the HP to hold off that bit of burst. They're stealing out Reds.
See, the vision control is still in TSM's favor, so Voyboy.
Oh dear, Voyboy still. Everybody is just on his back this game, watching him the past few days on that Akali and what he's been playing. Oh, Voyboy, 250 HP left. It's going to be a slow one, but he's going to go.
Dyrus with the flash to finish that one off, actually. He's getting tired of Voyboy walking around.
The worst part about these two is he keeps coming back. He's not able to get much gold, so he's going back with nothing to buy, maybe another potion, and then he comes back to lane, being very stalled out on their items, Curses.
Meanwhile, down bottom, you know, the CS discrepancy between the AD carries is more than made up for by Xpecial's Targons. He's actually shared over 500 gold with that, 560
nice
already.
Guy. 1-to-1 in turrets. You'll see them dropped in the top and the bottom lane, respectively. And it looks like Voyboy will tend to mid once again. They said, if we go top lane, we're just going to be a catalyst to the roam for LeBlanc.
And TSM's going to want to keep up that roam.
Yeah.
That's why I always like to see the switch out of the talismans on the mid lane assassins that roam around. I would love a sweeper on Bjergsen, but he has kept with the trinket ward. And he's going to go for the kill under turret.
Oh my gosh, he has a W coming up. He actually grabs it. I didn't think he had anything of what he needed in that second spell reel to come up, but he knew exactly what he was doing.
Well, that's why people have opened up to using their ultimate on the chain for LeBlanc, because it will still have the full effectiveness even if you haven't leveled up. It's only level 1 chain, but if you use the ult one, then it's going to have the full power there, and he was confident to get the kill under the turret. Didn't even have to roam for that one. Now he's going to turn his eyes towards bottom, since they've created that advantage already mid.
Yeah, LeBlanc getting the 1v1 just opens up too much of the map for her. Zekent's going to be the focus on this one, and you still have Bjergsen, but Dominate comes in on the clone. Can he get Turtle? Flashes on. They will be able to capitalize on that kill. Ooh, look out, Bjergsen found in the wrong spot. Quaz has come into the fight on teleport as well just a bit ago. They get a double kill going in for Dominate as that goes down, and it looks like, oh, Xpecial gets hit with a cleaver. Great job by Quaz. Can they continue to follow up? A bad spot, and the W is enough of the percent burst to take him down. Let's see if Quaz can really do what he needs to here. The blue buff has worn off of Bjergsen, so he is hoping for that W to come up once again.
Oh, the juke!
Oh, he juked it out! He'll be able to get past the Xpecial. Is it up? Can he get the dodge? And Bjergsen flashes. That is incredible.
That's funny that he pulled this juke against the Wukong, because that is originally a Wukong special juke. You just press
to your own medicine.
Exactly. All right, so let's look at how it started out. Zekent gets a good double stun from the bush here, but he's going to go down anyways because they got caught. Bjergsen was behind, so he was not able to join in this counter attack. He had to use his W to jump over the wall, even to get in range. And the teleport by Quas was a brilliant teleport. It should, by all rights, get them 2 kills as he flashes for the slow next special. But Bjergsen, waiting in the bush from the Fog of War, goes for the assassination onto Cop. And R's his Q, because he can activate the second Q with his W and gets the full damage there. Then we do miss out on the clone juke, but usually the clone is the thing that stands still, or it used to be before it was patched, and the player is the one that's going to go running off. So he does an immediate press S to stop, and his clone goes running, so everybody's chasing after the clone, which is usually something that Wukong does.
That's really an amazing bit of mechanics as well. It's something you don't come across quite a bit, so you have to hit it every time it does happen.
And it's interesting because it really works on older players that played with the old LeBlanc clone that would always just stand still.
Almost plays against you. So 28.5 to 25.8. Game slowing down here as we look at Dragon, but it is about to speed up very fast. 19 minutes in, it's 4-3. I'm sure we're going to see a few more kills here after this, unless they both have a gentleman's agreement and just ward each other out of position.
It's going to be a really dangerous Dragon fight here. Curse are definitely posturing like they want to contest it. Zekin gets caught.
Whoa, they throw in the Solar Flare, missed that. Tibbers is down, and Tibbers is down. Zekin goes down first once again in the fight. Dominate, however, always able to answer with the Cyclone, and he kicks out of it. Gets a good kill coming in at Dyrus as well. Curse doesn't necessarily want the Dragon, and they want to run away from this fight. Dominate's clone gets hit up. They do get the stun on that as well, so Special's just going to be chasing.
All right, so the extra kill here for Curse, but extra health on TSM. So they're the ones shoving up this mid lane. Oh, Bjergsen's going to go get that giant pile of red money up top. That's blood money. They had to lose the odd one in Dyrus for that. So this is going to be easy transition actually for Curse since they saw Bjergsen go up to the top. Even though there's a pink ward here for TSM, they have everyone respawn from the fight, and no 3-0 LeBlanc in the area for TSM is a really good call by Curse. They make the objective count after the fight, even though they weren't able to chain it immediately. It was the rotation from Bjergsen up top that allowed Curse to go for that call.
So we got 26-20-ish around your next Dragon. You do see that Bjergsen a little bit ago, probably 5-6 minutes, did finish that Deathfire Grasp for himself, so he only becomes more dangerous. Really backed off of that objective quite hard by Curse, so I guess Curse is feeling a little bit more confident about their skill set right now.
Well, it was interesting in Champion Select. I was like, yeah, both these teams are like really good team fighting teams because they've got area effect on this side and then they've got sped up bruisers on TSM side.
Right.
We just saw the clash of these two team fights from both of these compositions, and Curse were the ones who came out the victors because it was a good AoE ultimate there from Dominate. Even though Zekin got caught out, he was able to get his Tibbers off. That's what you want from your support Annie. As long as she gets her AoE stuns off, job well done, and they were able to capitalize.
It was a pretty big miss as well, like Special kind of throwing out the Solar Flare. That's really their primary source of crowd control right now. So it affected it.
I mean, that being said, TSM still with a nice gold lead here, and they're going to start pressuring this inner turret. Curse a little bit too slow to defend it, but they might go for a counter engage because they have the ultimate back from Wukong.
There it is. That does not miss that time, but Dominate says we need to counter initiate right now. It may not have been the best for them. Dominate goes down. Boy follows quickly after. It's a double kill for Bjergsen. They are still looking for blood.
Difference this time, they're able to get the first attack there onto Dominate, and once one person starts hitting that Wukong, the rest of the team realizes, hey, he's got a Black Cleaver. He's not that tanky. Yes, he has some health, but his resistances aren't there yet. They're able to blow him up, and after the point man is gone from Curse's team fight, they decide they have to back off and give up the turret.
Turret for that, pretty much for the Dragon that just went down, we saw Curse was able to grab. So the gold, still 5,000 gold in favor of TSM. However, here at 22 minutes, they have grabbed now 4 turrets as the map just continues to open up. And it's only going to be warded even deeper. Since the start of the game, TSM has been putting the deep wards in. Dyrus was using it to farm. See if they can keep it going.
The rotation there from TSM, and Bjergsen recalling with the top minion wave walking right by him gives Curse the go-ahead to answer turret. So, yes, they lost the fight, 2 kills, and they lost their turret, but at least they were able to answer with 1 outer.
A lot more teams have been playing the minion waves more strategically, being in the right spot at the right time. Sometimes in Boda, we'd see a team fight 1, and minions are just coming out of your base, so you can't go anywhere with it.
Yeah, the map movements have become just so important in these games. We saw earlier today, CLG winning their game even without kills until like 23 minutes in, because the map movements are what have been getting these teams the objectives there. And TSM gave a little bit too much information back to Curse after that fight that allowed Curse to be confident in their call to shove up mid.
We can see a few recipe items being thrown in there. The Negatron cloak coming
there's
in
a ward
for
in
Boy. He doesn't want to get taken out by Bjergsen. He's felt that a few too many times this game. Dominate is trying to do whatever he can, but they need to spread those kills out. A 4-kill Wukong, even more, isn't going to be the one to carry your team.
Well, you can see everybody that is getting money is purchasing a Negatron cloak. Everybody's trying to get some magic resist for themselves. They're not building even the aura. They're going straight Negatron cloaks. Everybody needs their own to protect themselves from the Bjergsen assassination.
Got to consider that Cop had the chance to go Caitlyn this game, but decided to go Lucian for pretty much the first time.
Yeah, I mean, I was talked about the first pick Annie there and the combo of Lucian plus Annie being real popular. I just think it's a bit stronger of a lane, and since they're going for this sort of team fight oriented composition, Lucian able to move around and do a bit more burst damage than Caitlyn. She's really more focused on the tower pushing and the very late game, just auto attack heavy.
The TSM is being pretty big bullies right now. They're saying we can easily get in here, clear this out, and force the fight. They want to force this fight, and it looks like Talisman of Ascension goes. Actually, that was on the hunt from Sivir, and it's going to be Wukong going in, dominate to the back line. The culling spreads across 3 on the front line. Oddwin is able to take down Zcat, and the health bars are almost matched, but it's a squad of Curse in the top side by Wraiths, able to take down Oddwin. They focused down on the rest of the team, and it was 2 split in the jungle.
Woo, just a 1-for-1.
Yeah.
But gold medal goes to Zekint right there, because these fights are all about the initiation. TSM popped their on the hunt. They were running straight into that bush, and Zekint gets his AoE stun off, combos it with the ultimate from I Will Dominate here, because he immediately turns around here. They make the call. 4 members. Then it sets up Dominate for his ulti onto Wild Turtle and Bjergsen, the 2 carries of TSM. Whenever you see LeBlanc having to use her R to exit the fight, it's a very good sign for your team, and you can follow that up. But they were only able to trade kills in the end, so not a huge amount gained for Curse, even though it was very well coordinated.
Another 80 HP, and they would have had all that shutdown gold on Bjergsen, so thumbs up for him getting out on that. Now has his home guards, and he's actually already putting money into his elixirs. They know they're pretty well off right now, and they can take those chances.
A huge thing about that elixir, not only the ability power, but the cooldown reduction is so big on LeBlanc. Talked about if she has to use her R for exit, then it's a huge chunk of her power that won't be there to execute someone, and that's why the initiations for both of these teams are so important, because you don't want to have to use those cooldowns defensively.
We see Cop just finishing up that Phage into the Trinity for us. He bought the Phage and then, got enough money in the instances they were fighting with the dragons. Built a Bloodthirster in between the recipes. So he finishes those 2 items. TSM grabbing up a dragon, the second one for them in the matchup. And that's that 26-minute dragon we were talking about. The last one went to Curse, so good job by TSM to have map control.
Yeah, the build you're talking about on Cop goes right into the same sort of idea behind picking Lucian instead of Caitlyn there. He's got the mobility from Trinity Force. Because these are going to be such brawly fights, he's going to have to rely on mobility and lifesteal to survive through them. You don't want to be a traditional AD carry who stands back, because you'll get dove on by this Olaf. An Olaf sped up by Sivir and a Shyvana is going to get to your AD carry.
Yep.
He's going to have to fend for himself in that situation. That's really what Cop is thinking about right now.
We can see that Xpecial is thinking about himself as well. We had Merc Tread last game on Leona. Now it's going to be the Ninja Tabi from all this AD they're facing. Dominate trying to jump in. Void as well, so really trying to mitigate everything they can and give themselves the upper hand. Already 7,000 gold. I'm sure that's a big enough of a power play for them.
This is a dangerous bush to be in.
Seek out by Cop. They need to play it safe. They're not even getting in range for wards. They're using everything else that they can.
I mean, double pink wards is a really good purchase here from TSM. They actually have 2 more in the inventory, so everybody's really doing their part in the vision war. And they're trying to make Curse make one of those positional errors, come into the bad spot. Oopsies, I touched Baron.
Oh, they could get Zkent. Will he get Timbers off in this one? He turns around. He only gets it off on 2. A great ultimate by Dominate, but is it going to be enough without the follow-up of Curse there? 3 members on to Dominate. A dash over the wall from Bjergsen to safety as Cobb does what he can from the back line, and it's only Quaz to peel for him. TSM gets the fight they want.
I love how the odd one just pops his Ragnarok and runs straight at Zkent because you can't stun Olaf off of you, and he ends up having to burn that Tibbers not to stop any damage here. So there goes odd one right for Zkent. Here, let's see if the Tibbers actually hits anyone's besides Olaf. He doesn't stun any. Oh yeah, he did get 2. There we go.
Yep.
Never mind. He stunned the backline. So that was a really good job by Zkent keeping his cool, even though he had an Olaf banging on his head.
And they didn't even have the real initiation there. They had to on the hunt. They had the solar flare. They reached for it. These guys are hungry right now, and they just want to close this out.
I mean, it's those split-second decisions right there. I didn't even see the sun come out the first time around, but it was a good job keeping his cool there. But it was initiate too much from TSM. They were able to get to the back lines, and Bjergsen, like I said, able to use all of his cooldowns offensively that time around.
You were mentioning those 2 pink wards before placed and then more purchased. Those have been there since every time TSM has started to kind of contest the Baron. It's only been Curse on their side of the court, I'd say for the past 9-10 minutes, and it's not making it easy for them to come back.
Now that it's a Baroned up TSM and Elixired up, it's going to be even more difficult because they've got the capabilities to swarm under a turret even and go for the kills. Oh, wow.
Whoa, going on to Quaz. All the HP of the Deathfire Grass really working together. It's going to be the kill. A shutdown going on to Bjergsen finally. That's big gold for Dominate, but we already have 5 kills on him. Trying to get out. They are going to be able to take him down in the end. They wanted the retribution kill for Bjergsen in his first death, and it is back and forth. Voyboy kind of teeter-tottering on whether he wants to go in or not. It means his life. Cobb still doing what he can, and these guys may be baiting themselves into too much.
So Bjergsen, he got a huge chunk out of Quas with that aggressive play, and he also got the whole Wukong ultimate burned on him. So Wukong ultimate only hitting one person, it wasn't really the combo that Curse were looking for. Yes, they took out his high priority target, but since their team was stretched out, they couldn't keep up that pressure. And TSM rolling towards the inhib.
Just flexing their muscles right in front of this inhibitor. Easily able to take down that turret. Cop could be next here. They don't want to get caught up by Zkent and anybody spawning. It's only 4 seconds on Voyboy, and everybody else is already coming off the fountain. So as we check out the scoreboard, it is 13-7. The kills really not slowing down. 54,000 to 43. That gold lead still going up for TSM.
Yeah, that's just, it's such a tough choice. You definitely want to burn everything you have to kill Bjergsen, and when he overcommits like that.
Yeah.
And I think I still like that call to kill off Bjergsen because he's such a huge part of the team. And then it might have just been on Voyboy going a little bit too aggressive in the second half of that fight that costs Curse an extra kill.
So the Zanya is the right choice with the dive from Wukong. But what's your bet on Bjergsen's? Oh, it's a Rabadon's. I was going to say, you think he's just going to buy damage? Sure, why not?
He wants to make sure that he can kill his target. You saw him right there go all in on Quas, not able to finish him off there. He wants to be able to get that, not just a giant chunk out of his life, but actually get the gold from his kill.
If you can't get a full Cyclone off, then you can't kill me. It's perfect. 6-3 in turrets. That means Curse is scrambling for 1 gold that's sitting on the map they don't have yet, and that's going to create more vision for them, which they're still losing out on. TSM putting those deep wards in the jungle, which is pretty much owned by them at this point. We're going to wait for TSM to initiate next. They haven't been having any trouble doing that.
We just saw how much things can go poorly if you don't have vision when you play super aggressive. Bjergsen's looking for these solo kills here and these opportunities to pick members of Curse off. In order to do that, they're going to need to keep up all of this vision that they've invested in.
Open inhibitor as they set up to do some damage. It doesn't really look like Wild Turtle can get in range just yet. You see him going towards the top side of that turret to give himself some more defense. The teams are pretty much face-to-face right now, but it's just that roundabout circle. Nobody really wants to connect if you don't have to.
It's so big when you get an inhibitor down with one of these teams that's not really a siege comp or not really a poke comp, because you don't have that easy access sieging up around these inhibitor turrets. Having that one door open does wonders for this team. And so because they got that Baron buff, they're really just going to look to clean up the rest of the money on the map before they have to return. They've got guaranteed pressure up in the top. It allows them to freely get the rest of the resources that are available to them.
It's only going to get harder and harder as that gold grows with the Dragon. 3 of those in favor of TSM now, with the Baron in their favor. They have Giants belts coming out on a special. Everybody's kind of not buying beyond their means, but getting more than they need right now.
Yeah, and they've actually, because they had so much map control with all the waves pushed up and the inhibitor down, it opens up the opportunity for them to split up as a team. They don't have to stay together. They got multiple things done at the same time. They got a Dragon at the same time as blue buff for Bjergsen, and then the rest of the members were setting up a bush gank just in case. They don't have to all be doing the same thing right now. They were able to split up and get multiple things done at the same time. Meanwhile, Curse just have to clear waves and stay inside their base.
Bjergsen's done a great job of keeping LeBlanc going, not allowing himself to fall off. Keeps his farm at 253, near the highest in the game, just for being able to have that AP AoE damage on clearing some of these waves. Obviously, the ADs and the tops have surpassed that, and they are trying to be huge for their team. Mainly right now, Quaz, really the main tank. We said that Wukong was built, or Dominate rather, building all that damage. May have hurt them really.
Smiley face from Cobb. He's still happy. All they have to do is continually clear waves. Yes, 1 inhibitor down is huge because there's an open door and TSM can return to that top lane when it respawns, but it's not 2 inhibitors down. Like, you can still hold pretty easily from 1 inhibitor down. It's just up to TSM to load armor onto one person, either the odd one or on Dyrus, and then that will enable them to go for the dive.
The Infinity Edge being finished out. A great solar flare over. TSM loves diving this middle turret. It looks like they will go full on and back behind. 3 kills coming out very fast, and it goes across the board. Dominate looking to get himself out of this situation, but it's a double kill for Wild Turtle as he hunts him down. And it looks like they're going to go straight for the Nexus.
Well, they've loaded up enough armor. They go for the dive right there. Zekian trying to counter-initiate. He gets the stun onto multiple members, but Wild Turtle spell shielded it.
Great game by Team Solo mid. Bjergsen really working the LeBlanc in middle. Everybody else very strong in their lanes, and TSM is going to pick up a win here on the 3rd day of Super Week. Much more controlled. It really just looked like they did exactly what Reggie said. Go in there and do what you need to do.
Yeah, both of them sort of had similar strategies. They wanted to fight because they both had area of effect, but TSM chose the champions that were going to win their lanes early. By default, Shyvana early against Mundo, that's a thumbs up there from Dyrus. A Bjergsen LeBlanc versus the Voyboy Riven, that's another thumbs up. So those two should be ahead early. And then all that the odd one had to do was hard farm his jungle because, Dominate took him a while to get that good Cyclone.
It seems that when the Riven matchup comes out, it didn't work too well against Kale. We saw it last game not work against LeBlanc. Voyboy tried his hand on it. But that's the thing, they forced Voyboy into that. They got some bans out, they took the Akali out right away, and then Voyboy still tried to play a champion that he could carry the team on. And that level 2 LeBlanc just kind of cancels out Riven if you get that next minion of the wave and you hit it first.
It really does seem like it all went according to plan for TSM. As their coach said, they just had to keep calm and play their game, ban out the weird things. Like we said, Riven into LeBlanc, I don't think we're going to see a lot more of that. Because we've already shown 2 times in a row now, LeBlanc coming out pretty big in that matchup.
And that's one of the things the teams are going to have to watch out for. With the meta that moves around, how are you going to stop that? You have to get the wards out before that period of the game. Because what was it? TSM, we said, was warding red buff and was warding the Wraith camp to keep Dyrus safe right at 8 minutes of proxy farming.
And he did a good job. I mean, as Shyvana, he was able to pull up the jungler, at least get a little bit of jungle vision on Dominate. Just those few instances when he saw jungler top allowed his bottom lane, that wasn't the one lane that was going to inherently win, allowed them to play more aggressively and then by default get more gold because they're getting the harass off as well as the farming.
Another thing that played into the role of, unfortunately, the loss was how good Dominate played, or at least the fact that he was grabbing the kills because they weren't spread out enough among the team. The economy just wasn't there for the rest of the players.
So when you do rely on those double AoE CCs for your team composition, then you really need to have them work out. And he had some really good Wukong ults.
Yeah, he did.
I mean, bottom lane, they were able to get that first kill. It was beautiful.
But if the other team plays smart in the end game and they spread out, it makes it really hard for you to repeat success with those combos.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to take a short break right now, but when we come back, XDG squares off against Coast. Then we'll jump right into the NA Challenger League with Curse Academy versus No Big Deal. Day 3 of the NA LCS Spring Split continues after this.
Save it all, baby. Go. Boy. I'm on boy. Yeah. Okay. Boy's dead. Boy's dead.
Dominate.
Wukong. I'm on Comp.
I'm on dominate.
I'm switching. I'm on Mundo. I'm on Wukong.
I have 2 seconds on Q. 2 seconds on Q.
Careful,
Do we just go Baron? They have jungler. They don't have jungler. They don't have
This
jungler.
Dyrus has to tank it then.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2014 North American LCS Spring Split. We are joined by TSM's Dyrus. Dyrus, congrats on your win. Welcome.
What's up, guys? Thank you.
All right, so coming into this one, fighting Curse, what were your thoughts coming into the match at the very beginning?
I was quite surprised that CLG swept them. So I was going into the match thinking that, all right, these guys aren't going to want to lose again. I've been seeing upsets all day, so I don't want to be. We don't want to keep that trend going.
Yeah, and before we get into anything, I was trying to talk to Reginald on the stage earlier, but you actually managed to interrupt the conversation right at the start. Actually, I want to show you how it on the screen right as I was trying to talk to Reginald.
Like, no matter how good or how bad we do, it's always about the communication, how we mesh with each other. On the first day we had it was really bad in my opinion, where well, I'm not sure if the communication was bad. It's just understanding each other and doing it properly. Even the game against EG, it felt like a scrimmage. We were talking about stuff we shouldn't even be talking about. We weren't focused on the game, and we were questioning our practice schedule and everything, stuff like that. You'd probably ask Reginald, but I thought it was really bad on the first day. And then the second day and third day, second day I didn't really do anything, and third day just try our best, come together, and try not to get upset.
Wow, you didn't get upset. Actually, I want you to talk me through one of these team fights you had in the game. Around 28 minutes, we actually had it on the rollout right before we went to commercial. If we can pull up the clip right now. Just tell me what you personally were thinking in the midst of this team fight, if we can get right into it right away.
All right, so we just ulted because we accidentally attacked Baron.
All right.
And we did that a lot. And I was just I'm attacking the closest target. I'm trying to look for Cop, and he's all the way on the bottom side, and I just failed my ult there miserably, like I've been doing all game. And I don't even know what's happening, honestly. I just tunnel visioned this entire fight. My teammates could probably tell you better. But after that, we were all right, we don't need to chase Mundo. We can just do Baron. And I'm wow, we killed 3 of them. I didn't even notice. So I probably need to work on my tunnel vision a lot. It's been pretty bad lately. And other than that, we just won from there.
So how's the in the new season? How's the top lane sort of champion pool working for you? I know you were a big Jace player in the last season. He seems to have kind of gone away. How you just feeling about top lane right now?
Specifically for this patch, it's all been about Siobhan and Mundo, and maybe some other picks such as Yasuo top or maybe Nasus top against certain tops that can't abuse. Let's say if you're Renekton and you make one mistake, then that Nasus is going to destroy that Renekton. Of course. That doesn't apply to everything. But other than that, top lane is mostly split pushing and applying pressure. So for the Shyvana Mundo matchup against Quas, my job is to out-CS him. My job is to out-pressure him and make sure I just do more in team fights until the point where he becomes unkillable late game. And if you mess up as Shyvana, it's there's Mundo, who's God late game, and then there's Shyvana, who's even also God late game, but not as God late game as Mundo. And then there's Renekton, who's not really late game, but can beat both of those. And then after that, it's everyone else.
Yeah. How does Nasus fit into that trinity? Because he's kind of right on the cusp, I feel like.
You put him wherever you want. You just have to have a team that works well with him and a player that knows how to play him well. And let's say if they have double AD and you build Frozen Heart, you're just going to be pretty unkillable. Nasus against Mundo, Nasus can free farm.
We saw that in the game.
Yeah, Nasus can free farm against Mundo. Nasus can free farm against Shyvana. Nasus can't free farm as well against Renekton, depending on if it's a 2 versus 1 swap where one of the laners get screwed over or it just depends on who you're against. And usually Nasus has a pretty easy time because he'll have 6% lifesteal and he'll be able to last hit easy with TP. He just won't have any pressure early game.
Okay, so actually a follow-up on that with the top lane pool, though. We've seen, so actually Crepo said in your chair right there yesterday that Inox has been playing a lot of squishy top laners, guys like Yasuo, and carrying games with that. We saw Quas with top lane Karthus the other day. Have you seen any of these off-meta picks? How have they been working out in your eyes?
For the Yasuo, I've actually, out of like 15 games I played against Zion Spartan, I lost every single one of them in scrimmages. So I was expecting him to pull that out, and he's really good at that. Yasuo is, if he can just farm and get really strong, he can do lots and lots of unexpected damage. Like his ultimate has tons of armor penetration. He'll outlane you if you don't have Ignite. He just has unexpected like damage. Like he's just a new champion you're not used to, and you're used to just hitting the other top laner for like 5 hours instead of him being like hitting you for like 2 hours, you know.
And then you die.
Yeah, and then I die.
Yeah.
And we actually have Coast coming up in our final matchup of the day. You were actually surprised that Coast had such a slow start to the LCS. How do you think they're going to do now in their final game of the week?
I feel like they're just easing in right now because I expected them to go like 4-0, 3-1, but I was quite surprised. Not other people who expected them to do bad, but I feel like if they just shake off their land jitters, then they'll do very, very well against XCG.
All right, Dyrus, thank you very much for your time. Congratulations on your 3-1, tied for first place finish so far in the first week.
Yay.
And, of course, we'll see you guys throughout the rest of the spring split. Thank you very much. Now, guys, we're going to send it back across the studio to Riv and Kobe at the caster's desk for the next game.
Thank you very much, Freak. And while we've come to our final LCS game with XDG facing off against Coast, it's probably going to be a good one just as the rest.
Oh, yeah. There was a lot of excitement after XDG's debut game because Smithy and Zuna both played well in their new roles.
Yep.
But they did cool off in their next games, which is not surprising because it takes a while to really get into a new role and adapt to the small changes that you have to play the role for a while before they're actually second nature to you.
All right, absolutely. But Coast fought back from a rough early game to win against Evil Geniuses. Wiz Fusion had 3 deaths within the first few minutes. Yeah, first one each minute. We saw that. I think he was pulling his hair out.
That was painful to watch. The first blood and then the return to lane. First blood times 2.
Oh.
But you're right. They were able to come back. Zion, Spartan, and Shifter really helped carry that team. The solo lanes were doing a great job. They were split pushing, grabbing kills. Amazing score there from Shifter as well.
You saw LeBlanc right on him there in the lower third. We'll think that'd be banned out this game. Let's check out the starting lineups here. On the blue side, it is XDG. In the top lane is Benny, Zuna in the jungle, Man Cloud in mid, Xmithy now at AD carry, and Bloodwater on support.
And on the red side, it's Team Coast. Zion Spartan's up top. In the jungle, it's Nintendude, and Shifter is mid. Wiz Fusion is the AD carries, and supporting is Daydreamin'.
I wonder how much crap they're going to give him, just kind of jokingly, like, don't walk by that brush when you go to lane.
Oh, he's going to be
Don't do
scared
this.
of that bush
Be like,
for
hey,
a
Wiz, they have a
while.
Thresh. You might want to watch out.
He's laughing right now. He can hear you. Yes,
always,
they're making fun of me.
It's always good to have that camaraderie. That you can. It's kind of like Double Lift and Afro, where they're like, we don't yell at each other, ever.
Never, because love is in the air when they're
Because love
playing.
is absolutely in the air. So we're figuring that LeBlanc's going to be banned out for Shifter here. He is a little too good at roaming. He figures out when to do it perfectly. He does it with the waves, and he kind of keeps track of more than just his own lane when he does it.
Shifter is a really strong individual player. He was second on the challenger ladder. He's extremely high. He has a whole bunch of ults up there as well. He plays a lot of different champions in the mid lane.
We haven't seen him get Ziggs back yet.
He can roam with, exactly. He can roam with any of the popular assassins. LeBlanc right now, though, does seem to be a huge threat for a lot of these teams. Since they banned out Riven, he might not be going for that LeBlanc because we already seen how well it can do against that champion.
Right. It's going to take it out and help force that ban as well. Still looking to see Elise be left out. Nintendo like to use that, but maybe they'll force Zuna onto it. It wasn't his mechanically best game, and he went 6-0-15 on Olaf and then had that Elise game, and it's kind of flip-flop.
Nintendo's been having a little bit of a rough time. Zuna's also, lately in the last couple games, having a bit of a rough time. So I think that the junglers in this game are actually going to determine a lot. Whichever one is able to turn their LCS debut around, or their LCS, their first week around, because if they can get one of the lanes ahead, then that would be huge, especially if it's a solo lane for Coast. We already talked about how the solo lanes really can snowball the rest of the map.
That Renekton being taken out, Zuna does decide to grab the Elise. Zion Spartan had quite the Nasus game recently. He was 3v1ing at one point in that top lane. We'll see if they put that in priority, but it looks like it's Daydreamin' grabbing up that Thresh to keep the nightmares away from Wiz.
Yeah, so last time it was Nasus into the Mundo because Mundo early aggression isn't quite there and can't really bully Nasus and stop him from farming up that Q. Shyvana can do a lot better
a little more rush
against him early, so I probably won't see that pick again from Zion unless he's extremely confident in that early game play.
What will be the focus next? See the Shyvana and Thresh is all that XDG has to look at right now. With the Elise pick, they feel comfortable that Zuna will be able to add a little early game pressure. So it's all about having lanes that, you know, will be able to win if he's not able to make it. And TSM really capitalized on that last game. It was pretty big.
All right, so they pick Leona into the Thresh. A lot of people, especially Crepo, has been pretty outspoken. He likes the Thresh counter to Leona. He thinks it's, you know, at least a soft counter because of the fact that you can flare out, over initiates. But a lot of people, regardless of the Thresh pick, have been going Leona into it anyway because it's not a hard counter and like you really have to time that play well. Plus, there's still more options for her. Solar Flare, you can land that from a long distance and then combo starting with that, or you can just get in there for the flash stun to initiate. And it's really a toss-up here in the bottom lane.
I would love to see an MF, just to see it.
Yeah.
It's fun to play. Cop used to play it all the time, but everybody knows that. Yasuo was left open, and he's been quite scarce today.
So the only displacement that they have
At
right
least in the
now
game.
is the Shyvana. So I'm expecting another champion to combo with that Yasuo. I mean, Vi would be an amazing pickup. I don't know if they were 100% going to go for this Yasuo pick. I don't really see the reason why they didn't pick up Vi here. I mean, the jungler for XDG is already picked, but
Maybe
so
they're
is
down
the,
with running the
so
Trundle
is the
too.
AD carry. So I guess with both of those positions already being picked, they're not worried about it. There's still like a small chance that you can send your Elise into a solo lane though, and still take away that Vi to jungle with. Don't know if that would be
It's been
throwing
quite
you
a
off
while
way
since
too
we've
much
seen the
just to
lane
take that away from the combo.
ManCloud did quite love that Xerath, but Xmithy loves it too. So we'll see if they swap. That would be great. Please do it. But I don't think they're gonna. We are gonna see the Kale coming out here, and that is not gonna be fun for Shifter if that's his Yasuo.
Coast are thinking the exact same thing that I was thinking. They're thinking why they're probably going to lock in a Vi to combo with this Yasuo because they need more knockups and stuff. What's great against Vi? I'm going to get the Kale. It's kind of counterpicking the Vi even before it's picked. Turns out Coast are saying, no, we don't need any more knockups. We don't need any more displacements. Yasuo can do it for himself, or Shyvana might be able to grab somebody. That's plenty.
Saw a little bit of Inox Yasuo. Now Zion Spartan maybe the one to take him into top lane. Shifter, he's our roamer. I believe he's going to stay on Italy for this one.
Probably will stick as is. I mean, a jungle Shyvana is a bit different here. So they won't have that early bullying on Mundo. It's going to be up to Zion on his Yasuo that Dyrus just said he's lost to over and over and over again in scrims. So if Yasuo even is able to get like one crit early on Mundo, he's going to be able to shove him out of lane, I think. Usually Mundo has to play really defensively at the beginning anyway, and Yasuo, fairly aggressive champion. So what he's going to have to worry about is getting ganked.
We'll have to see what they have. Let's quickly check in with who you think is going to win, because we care, and you guys voted, so we're going to check it out. In the last NALCS victory of Week 1, it's 73% to XDG as you voted on LOLesports.com.
Not a lot of believers in Coast right now. I actually do have a lot of confidence in that Zion Spartan top lane Yasuo if he doesn't give up a kill in the first 7 minutes to the jungle gank.
With the way that XDG picked and bringing in the Kale last instead of something else, they have quite an AP-heavy team. Lucian's really the only one to be bringing the AD there, and hopefully it's going to be enough.
I mean, it's plenty of an AD threat right there, just having Lucian, because his combos are so potent in the late game when he does even get Trinity Force on top of that. It's a lot of good burst from AD, but we've talked about how ridiculous Kill gets in the late game when she adds that extra AP skilling of a Lich Bane. So the late game here looks really good for XDG, and we'll have to see if Coast can actually get rolling a bit earlier. They do have the poking of Nidalee to fall back on though.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, to round out our first Super Week here, before we start the NA Challenger Series, it is going to be XDG versus Coast. They are onto the Rift, facing off against each other. You just saw on the big screen here. If you're live with us in the studio, you guys are awesome. See what happens here as they all head towards the top side. This is different. They're not lining up, but watch, I say that, and they're all just going to spread out.
So there's a couple things here. Deep utility for XCG. They're ahead in gold right now. Bloodwater probably getting that extra mastery. He also has started with the Targon's plus ward with his extra gold. So a deep invade, they could actually place their long ward inside this red jungle and get the classic... Uh-oh. Can we get that fog ward? Yeah. It'll tip him off a little bit. But there was a lot they put into getting that ward. I mean, he went full deep utility and just got the 1 ward plus his Targon. We'll have to see if they can actually make something happen. That it might be like a late invade on the top side because they're switching. It would be successful because Coast are not switching either.
I like Zion Spartan's play, not the bush. He's given himself a bit of viewing area. That cleaver would have hit him.
This is the same bush, just the opposite side of the map.
That's so true. They don't have Thrush, so it's not going to work as well. We'll see Coast heading down towards the bottom lane, and they're trying to produce just about the same thing. It's only ManCloud and Shifter that aren't participating in these invades, but it doesn't look like anyone's going to find each other anyway.
I think Wiz is like, oh, you know, the Thresh late invades there really got me last time. Let's go ahead and pull that move off. I like that move.
So from not seeing, or I'd say hardly seeing any invades coming in through this weekend, we have both teams just instantly in each other's jungle here having a party. Going to be the simple steal Kobe, and they'll be back to it.
Yeah, that's actually going to be, pretty good for Zuna. As the newer jungler, usually it's a little bit harder for him to deal with early invades. But since he was guaranteed starting at least his blue buff, he should be okay there on the Elise. The red taken without him, so that means that Smithy is going to have a whole bunch of bully potential up in this top lane.
And I believe Benny also has a red right now as he teleports down to that bottom lane. They fed him that in the top lane.
Yeah, they gave it to Smithy there. The Lucian's wearing it.
Oh,
or he was wearing it.
Very good. Did not see that on the screen. I was looking down at the mini-map. So that's going to be quite big and makes that solo lane even harder. You see Zion Spartan not even heading to the lane.
Yeah,
gonna hang out.
Yasuo, actually, some people do jungle him. He's got the potential for jungling power. He can actually clear out camps that are spread out like the Rays pretty easily because he can dash to each one of them.
Well, 3 in the bottom lane. Deja vu here as they're going to try to pressure down on this turret very hard, and it will be answered. It's not going to be Zuna trying to come down and 2v1 this lane. Nobody's really giving it any attention, so back and forth. Mirror those turrets.
And that extra red buff there on Smithy, hasn't been able to shoot any champions yet. It hasn't really benefited them at all. Even though it was a good steal away, they don't get any extra damage out of it. And meanwhile, down bottom here, Jinx is a great even early tower pusher because she can get attack speed from that minigun.
It's always nice having a free steroid that just comes up on you for auto-attacking. So the gold lead will be evened out with the taking of the other turret. We see Trinkets on cooldown somewhat because this is going to cause them to start pressuring in. We kind of talked about this before. Hopefully you don't go beyond their means. They're trying to grab this quick gold and pressure the rest of the map.
It's interesting that XAG keep going for this too. When you do the 2vs1 swap, you make it so the early lane phase, you don't have to play that out with your AD carry, and it changes the jungle a lot too. So both these guys that just switched roles don't really have to do a long laning phase in their new role.
Are you mad lifing Daydream? He's trying.
And they switch it up. We've seen a lot of people actually fail at this. What you're supposed to do is as soon as the dragon turns its head to attack a different target, whoa, ManCloud.
Then you go for ManCloud. That's what you do. You're supposed to go for the Kayle in the middle. The spears are missing. They get the ignites down, and they get out with this. But this is giving XDG a little positioning here on the dragon. Yasuo is still top lane. Let's see if they go for it.
That was almost a first blood for ManCloud right there. Shifter flashes in to heal Daydream and save his life.
All right, looks like they're a little, not confused, but miscommunicating on this.
Real dangerous.
Very dangerous. Oh, nice job. They go for the flash in. He does get the Zenith Blade. They're going very hard on this. The Ignite is down. Nintendude is taking away. The Ignite stops, though. Not enough damage, and everybody is limping away from this fight.
Zion again, or Shifter again with the heals here. Running out of mana on Nidalee just because he keeps saving teammates.
Good fight. A little bit of 1v1 in the top lane as Xmithy and Spartan go toe-to-toe. He wants to get back into that and use the dash. I don't think Xmithy's going to have too much on this. A great weight on the barrier. It just sits there, and Zion Spartan, gets in range with the flash, and he picks himself up First blood after all that fighting.
Expertly played by Zion.
Yeah.
He's able to chase Smithy knowing there's a minion wave coming right down the lane. That enables Yasuo to chase because he has unlimited dashes. He can chain them through the minion wave that's coming, which also ups the damage on his dash. And like you said, waiting out the barrier, just pretty much all around. Beautiful play there from Zion.
We have even gold around the map. A little bit of a lead from that kill escalating it, but right now these guys are completely neck and neck. We do see Shifter has been focusing all the fights around him. We had a few clutch heal saves from him, so we'll see if more big things come from those Nidalee spears.
Yeah, looking at the...
Just CS.
Yeah, looking at the end game, the Nidalee spears will be a good factor for them. They can always fall back on the poke game.
Yeah.
But I'm liking just the Yasuo-Shyvana combo more and more now, because the range on a Yasuo ult is 1,300.
Right.
So even if Shyvana goes for a very, very long range engage, as long as she displaces somebody on the back line,
you're good to
he'll
go.
be able to teleport over there and get inside with his ultimate.
Activating his E, trying to get a bit of splash damage onto Shifter, waste out that mana on the heals. Ward's going out, so it looks like Shifter keeps himself safe, depends on staying in this lane, or plans on, I should say, staying in this lane for a little bit longer. And we look down at the bottom lane now. Smithy and Bloodwater seem to have good pressure on this turret, but it doesn't look like Wiz Fusion and Daydreaming are in any trouble right now.
Excuse me there, sorry.
Excuse.
There was so much early action around the bottom there of that dragon. Here comes in another dragon down bottom.
That level 6 to level 4, that's not what you want in the top lane. And here we have 3 members surrounding Bloodwater. He's going to go ahead and walk the other way and save his AD carry.
So the Lantern gank right there, that was Daydreaming throwing it back for Nintendo, able to get in range, and probably had to at least land one of those skill shot CCs to get that one.
Absolutely, whether it was the
successful.
chompers or the hook, they got him in there and they got him good. So we do see a little bit of assistage, if you will, going to Nintendo. Daydreaming picking those up. Wiz Fusion now with the kill in his favor. So he's feeling a little bit better this game, and it seems that last game really didn't affect him. He's got a clean mind on it.
Yeah, he's kept his head in the game.
Yeah.
He's got a nice CS lead.
Yeah,
And
he does, actually.
That versus a Lucian here, as Jinx is going to be extremely confident. The turret being down means they can extend their ward coverage into this bottom side of the map and further cement their control around Dragon. So this slight gold lead that they have very early, they can turn that into the Dragon objective, because Nintendo on Shyvana, very adept at tanking that thing up even early in the game.
Look at Shyvana. Nintendo will be going back possibly to finish that golem or just pick up a little bit of health in that Ruby. He gets actually the Kindle, so he'll be have that cooldown for himself as well. Not too much action coming from the junglers after they got that first kill. Everybody's kind of waiting for ults and flashes to come back up. We'll see after they give this to Shifter if the roam begins.
So a Nidalee mid lane, when you see that as a jungler, you're not usually looking at that lane for potential ganks because she doesn't have CC to set you up. But what it does bring is a lot of sustain and constant threat from the mid lane. Like Shifter, it'll be very hard to push him out of this lane, especially since he's got his blue buff now. He can continually heal and throw out the spears. If he lands multiple spears in a row, then it gives them that control that they're looking for around the dragon area.
Shifter just playing it safe. Oh, the mentality of that game right now. He knows he doesn't want to pressure it, but the rest of the team trying to get in there to help Shifter and then get that kill. Like you were saying, it's not just going to be him.
And the good job here by Coast setting up the ward coverage. They do have the pink wards inside and out of the dragon pit, and they're having Nintendo come down, level 6 Shyvana, tanking up the dragon like we expected. Now they just have to pull off the smite because XCG are closing in.
Very nice lockup on that. Could not give Zuna the repel. Beautifully played by Daydreaming. So they pick up the dragon coming in. We're going to see that around 15 to 16 minutes. Coast has that timer, but so does XDG. So guarantee yourself a fight.
Yeah, that's another thing that you're definitely going to hesitate on as a fresh jungler. Going for those dragon steals over the wall. It's a bit risky, and you need some practice. Look at this down on the bottom. Oh, okay, never mind. He just recalled. Was back and playing it
No,
safe.
never mind. It's okay. BF Sword coming out on the side of Wiz Fusion. Like we said, he's having a lot better game, and he's going to try to put the team on his back. The kills have been slow, but both of them on the map right now that we saw have been in favor of Coast. So they are definitely gaining the momentum they need. It's only a 600 gold lead, and XDG is doing a good job in the laning phase of keeping that in their favor. 103 to 65 in the mid lane in CS.
Yeah, Coast getting that dragon really helped them out a lot too. A big point now, that's a power spike for Yasuo, is getting that static shiv. Before he has that, it's just relying on his skills. We saw it in lane to outplay opponents 1v1. But man, once he gets the shiv, it really increases the power because that thing will crit, and he has double crit from his passive. Even though the damage on the crits is reduced a little bit, just that one item is a huge power spike for him, and he's already looking to make plays elsewhere on the map.
And usually you see a static shift go to somebody who wants to push, but he kind of wants to be with the team for that fight initiation, yeah?
He's looking to back up this Thresh here. Being pulled into the fight with a Thresh Lantern would be a terrible surprise for any XTG member, even a Mundo.
I like the switch Nintendo to the top lane as Zion Spartan now trying to make use, like he said, of that static shift he just built up, trying to get that quick burst in power per where they are at in the game. It looks like Benny's going to be the first to feel this one, but he sees Zuna on the backside. A great Lantern out, foreseeing that that could have gone bad.
Yeah, it was going to be a nice collapse here by XTG, trying to corner them inside the jungle, but the ward coverage very deep for Coast, and they do not overextend. Able to get right back out.
Lots of bushwhacks in the mid lane for Shifter. It's like Bloodwater's going to make himself present. Eat a spear. Nice hands. Nice hands. And just pushing him off. This is going to give ManCloud time to stay in that top lane, but we said Nintendo, he is pushing it back, and right now it is control for XDG, so maybe they can focus mid now.
Biggest point of control for XDG is going to be wherever ManCloud is, because ManCloud is crushing it right now. Hard farming very well, and he's going to get that point. He finishes his Nasser's Tooth next. It will be good sustained damage, and once he gets the second item, it's going to, that's where the burst really comes from.
And we got to say that that CS lead is completely keeping Shifter from roaming. He can't fall behind anymore because the lanes aren't going to bring him kills. It's just not in that position. See, at 13 minutes in the game, 700 gold is still the lead for Coast. And they're not really letting that go. ManCloud eats a full range spear coming off of that little fog of war position from Shifter. And he, okay, doubling up on that one, gives it to Zuna as well. I don't think they want any more of that. And they were in mid for about 2.5 minutes just now, and they said, let's stop.
Yeah, Zuna does not want that. He wants no part of that. He's put money into consumables. A couple more wards here, both pink and green wards bought up by this jungler. So he's going to be even more squishy than usual. And at least in human form, is already a very, very juicy target.
A little speed up on his heel. ManCloud is not going to pursue that just yet. He wants to see if Zion Spartan's going to stay anywhere close, because it looks like ManCloud's pretty confident about taking him down.
Yeah, and he could have caught up because there's no boots here on Zion Spartan, since he did rush into that static shift to try and get that power boost. However, Mandatory Cloud does not have the ward coverage to chase something like that, and he doesn't want to have his pursuit turned around on him.
So, being up in gold, why is it still that XDG is consistently pushing back Coast right now?
They don't have the greatest of siege potentials right now because Coast have a pretty good answer. And they have so much ward coverage, it's hard to make those rotations to catch Coast out of position. You can see how Mandatory Cloud is roaming and trying to make use of his large CS numbers that he's been able to accumulate, but Coast have done a very good job keeping up with the movements around the map, and they haven't been able to grab anything for themselves of note.
So they do put Zion Spartan, even a teacher doesn't call him that. He has Zion Spartan in the top lane, and it looks like going back down to bottom to focus this. They know the minute is there for Dragon, so they're going to leave him up top and hopefully either trade one of these. No, Zion's going to back, so it looks like he will be there for the team.
All right, so blue buff on Italy. It's always a good thing. We talked about how much the control of blue buff was going to be pretty big in this game. Both of the mid laners grabbing theirs means that every spear that lands, ManCloud will be hard pressed to heal up.
Spider.
Yeah, Spider. He's not gonna have to heal the little Spider. He'll give Zuna a heal though. It's only about a third of the damage that the spears deal though. The pink ward fight.
Bloodwater not taking too much damage there, and he doesn't have really any magic resistance under his belt just yet. This is, like I said, coming up on that 16.
So the one advantage that XDG do have is that their top laner's got teleport. So they've sent the Mundo here, Benny, up to the top lane. Wow, hard engage too early.
Oh, the intervention for ManCloud. Smithy would have loved that right there, but they were just forced into that situation. Rocket passing by the tail end of the entire team, and it looks like the teleport's coming in. Benny has the ultimate on, but he turns around immediately. Nintendo's going to spit out some flame, but it's not going to be enough. The team does not have the crowd control to follow.
I think that was the first time of the Shyvana ulti into the Yasuo ulti, and we didn't get to see it on screen. Pretty sure that was just Nintendo getting his Dragon's Descent displacement onto Smithy, which is the target they automatically want to go for, and then Zion not hesitating to follow it up. Yasuo ultimates, and he takes out the AD carry here for XCG, which awards them control over this dragon that they had pre-warded.
They have mid to worry about. Top is going to be very big for XDG in just a couple of seconds here. And we'll see what Coast can do to mitigate any of this coming out. We'll see the buys just in the realm of HP really for the tanks. That's going on to Nintendo. We said that they are going up against a heavy AP team, so we'll see how they factor that in here coming up on 20 minutes.
Yeah, we don't see the beginnings of the magic resist aura anywhere.
No. And Zion Spartan and Shifter are both super squishy in these fights, so it's not helping them that they have to group for some of these engagements.
I mean, Coast usually go with more offensive builds rather than building a lot of defense. They're not real big believers in tanks, but Nintendo's doing his best here. He is a jungler, so it's going to be a little bit slower to build up those heavy
He's
tank
farming
items.
his butt off, though. Zuna's
Exactly.
at 58, 77, so that's good.
He's putting his money into direct health, which is a good idea on Shyvana since she does get a lot of resistances from her kit.
Can survive that first Q of Kale, but that second swing, sorry. 18 minutes is what it takes Zion Spartan to walk away from the turret. That's going to go down from the minions, but they will be able to grab that gold finally sitting in the top lane. Opens up a little bit more of the invade for them. Hopefully they can use it. They haven't been warding too much into XDG's jungle. It's all about getting their side back.
Zuna walking real close to those skill shots getting picked up. But since his team has the numbers in the area, it would have just been harassed. Coast not going to commit on something like that. It is a little bit of a window into the future, though. That's what this Coast team will be looking for down the road when they want these team fights and they siege up around a turret. They'll rely on that shifter poke, and then if a death sentence lands or one of those zaps lands, then you can combo it with the other one, and that will be the cue for Nintendo to try and get his displacement into the back line. And, you know, we already saw, or almost saw, Zion Spartan combo it.
See Benny coming down to help out with blue here. This is going to be contested out. Shifter trying to keep everybody from mid here, and they do have a nice separation on XDG, but they don't exactly have the room to get into the fight if that connected. Great great javelin onto Zuna, though, so they can grab ground here in the jungle.
Zuna's having to chug a lot of potions here every time one of those spears does hit. However, the blue buff was acquired, so they were successfully able to defend that blue buff and get it onto ManCloud. So the heals will continue to come out. There's the flash.
As soon as Coast gets into the position to siege a turret, XDG says we aren't having any of it. They get a quick kill going on to Daydream, and Bloodwater will follow after in the 1-for-1 there. Both teams kind of turning around on this. Benny and Yasuo, Zion Spartan and Benny coming into the fight. There's Zion Spartan's full damage build. Tries to get out the damage for himself, goes down. That shutdown going over to Zuna, and it looks like they're following as much as possible to harass down Coast.
That has to be miscommunication there. Zion diving into the Kale, who has her invulnerability still. There's got to be some miscommunication there. You need to tip off your team members.
Yeah.
If you see Zion looking for that dive to finish off a low health member, somebody's got to yell at him that Kale's got her ulti still.
As soon as they went to start sieging that turret, all in.
Okay, so that was a great initiate, and it's going to end up trading supports because when Leona engages, she's an all-in engage. But like we said, ManCloud still has his ulti left, so as Zion comes in, he's ready to use it. Maybe there's the off chance that Zion was hoping he could just surprise ManCloud, and ManCloud would not be able to react in time, but usually they don't count on those things, and I think that might just have been a little bit of lack of communication.
Yeah. They had the wards in the top side of the jungle. Just a little too much tunneling as they got into the fight. We'll see if they can shake that off and bring it back to where they were. They still got damage onto that mid turret throughout the fight. See what they can do as they continue on to the mid lane. It seems like they are trying to group up, use Nidalee a little bit more, because Shifter, as we said, he was kind of put down there by ManCloud and mid throughout this game. It's not his LeBlanc game.
There was a lot of weird business going on with those early Dragon fights, and Shifter kept having to use a lot of his resources to save team members.
Yep.
A lot of mana and his flash were dumped into saving both Daydream and Intendude in a couple of different picks. So he did have other things on his mind, but ManCloud
Too much on your plate.
ManCloud's going to be a huge threat in late game because of that.
The kills so far for XDG are spread out across Zuna, and that's painful, and Bloodwater. Assists, though, there's still 2 assists on ManCloud. On Xmithy, they're getting the items that they require as the Triforce starts to come out in the hands of Xmithy. Look on the other side, and that Bloodthirster's actually been finished for quite some time for Wiz Fusion, and it's only been stacked. He hasn't died yet.
So Dragon coming up in 45 seconds. Means that both teams are trying to get vision around it now.
1, 2, 3, a 1-2 punch. There's the Dragon's Descent out. Was looking for that from Nintendude. So a little bit of ground being grabbed here by XDG. But again, Zion Spartan in the top lane trying to go toe-to-toe. Get a little too close there for his own good. And it looks like Benny is really going to be able to put down that AoE damage with Burning Agony. They both back off.
So he did use his ulti early there so that he could get the armor penetration to have favorable trades, auto attack trades after that.
Nice.
Nice fadeaway wall.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Draws some O's from the crowd, but he's still on the run.
Oh, this one's going to be good for Zuna. He is trying to get in there. The percent doing a good amount of damage. He gets popped up. It's a 2v1 situation. He's trying to buy time. He flashes out of this one, though. His team is going to be going for Dragon, so however long he can stay alive, this is great for the team.
Can he get to it?
Oh,
he can't touch it.
He got it, but it was going to be the red buff tick coming from Zuna. That's worth.
So he uses his flash to buy the extra time there, and the team does get Dragon. So the only question now is, can XDG capitalize on the power play afforded to them by this 5 versus 4 situation? Since they didn't have any minion waves pushed up, it'll be really difficult for them to actually get anything back, and you're right, it seems to be worth here for Coast.
Zion Spartan very close to an Infinity Edge, and that will surprise people on XDG, just like ManCloud is going to be doing to the members of Coast. A surprise right here. He could get a 3v1 that he's not looking for. A great grab by Daydream, and as he tries to get himself out, Intervention's going to be down for a bit, and this may be Coast's chance to get back on that siege train.
Wiz Fusion, if he was half a step closer when they found that pick,
right,
could have comboed those flame chompers. They were so close to arming and catching ManCloud there. It's interesting how, you know, there's no real solid game plan from either of these guys towards the mid. I mean, they're going to want to concentrate on the blue buff so that Coast can fall back on their poke game, but the hard engage is there for XCG, so poking against a Leona, very dangerous.
Whoa, Bloodwater getting the flash and then the solar flare.
Whoa.
Benny is going to teleport into this one. He tries to get right in the middle of the fight. You can see the ward he teleported to almost going down, so it's been planned for a little bit that they were going to try this initiation, just not all there in time.
Daydream spaces himself very well to put the box right on where the teleport is coming in. And Zion Spartan takes the opportunity to steal away blue buff. So that's a huge cooldown, not going to be available for XDG. Wow, he tried to give it away. That's bold. It was successful, though. So that's another point. Cooldown reduction is very, very ineffective on Yasuo because his Q scales with attack speed instead of cooldown reduction, and then his dash is already unlimited. So that's 2 spells right there that aren't going to benefit from it. And you don't really want to take that blue buff. If he had gotten it, then it would have been just stealing it away from ManCloud, which is great, but so much better to put that on Shifter.
That wave clear. Zion Spartan still doing a good job of being a nuisance in the top lane, always giving XDG something to think about, and Wiz Fusion here still guarding his bottom turret. The mid turret is still alive. Looking at XDG's side, and it seems like that's kind of put Coast on halt right now.
I mean, they've been building towards the exit strategy, which is this Talisman of Ascension on Daydreamin'. Now, they actually have some movement speed to try and get away from this Bloodwater initiation. I talked about how dangerous it is to poke against a Leona. It's going to be something that they really need, that Talisman of Ascension, but it's very hard to rely on even just that movement speed because there are boosts on the other team as well. ManCloud can speed up individual players, and it's still a very tricky situation. They don't seem to be confident enough to stack up in front of a turret and play that game.
Talking about that attack speed, you look at Wiz Fusion, he has that passive attack speed we talked about earlier, and he's been able to kind of prioritize Mercury treads over really going anything else to keep himself safe. We did say that XDG has quite a bit of AP on the team.
They've got quite a bit of AP, and they've got a Mundo who's getting extremely beefy and itemizing to deal with this Zion split push.
Yeah.
Zion got ahead pretty early on that Yasuo, and he's a very dangerous character, so that's what they've been using to split push because he can handle pretty much everybody 1 versus 1. Mundo here, Benny's been itemizing to try and deal with this, but he's still having a very tough time because Static Shiv does do magic damage, and after Zion uses his ultimate, he gets 50% armor penetration. So even all that armor doesn't help that much.
On to Nintendo. Dragon's Descent's going to have to come out, but he decides to go in and then back out of the fight. Huge damage from Wiz Fusion on the side. Xmithy from the shadows throws out the culling, and it's going to bring them very low. Shifter saving people all day with those heals.
Another heal from Shifter. Oh, there goes the ulti.
Oh, Zion Spartan's going hard onto Benny, and it's going to be the turret probably following after. Zuna, you better be careful in this one. If he gets out of that cocoon, it's going to be bad news. Zuna taking a bit of damage there. The execute's down, and he does easily take down Zuna.
Yeah, so Zion can take anybody 1 versus 1, and he can also take multiple challengers here. ManCloud does get slowed.
Oh, it catches it. Sometimes you got to fold your wings in when you're escaping.
Yeah, hit him in the back right there. I don't think he thought that was going to land, but
I didn't think it was going to land.
The zap slowed him just enough that Shifter was able to get the Deadeye right there. So this is what I was talking about before. It's hard to itemize against Zion. Even though Benny's stacking armor, all this magic damage from the crit of the Static Shiv and the armor penetration from his ultimate, he can just cut right through him.
Eating that right up, and we're going to see them pressuring down the mid lane here. Getting that finally. This is going to help them to siege. Oh, yeah, this is me, Joe Miller.
The tip of his wing. Yeah. Wow, that's the first week of the LCS, both you guys.
28 minutes on this. Dragons are 3, Barons are 1 now for Coast. That's huge for them. This just means that they can sit back and let Shifter do what he needs to do, and Zion Spartan split push continuously.
Well, Zion finally has just definitively shown he can handle anybody that they send at him. So the split push strategy is what they're going to go with. This classic Coast, I mean, they pretty much, that was their beginning strategy when they came into the LCS, was have Zion play one of these carry top laners and then split push for a very long time and just keep doing that over and over again until the rest of the team can just take a turret. And now they're really well equipped to do that. Even though he doesn't have teleport, the rest of their team, we talked about the Talisman of Ascension and the Thresh Box, that's really good disengage that they can throw up if XCG try and force something on the 4-man squad while Zion is doing his work in the bottom lane by himself.
Well, he is doing work, and he's looking to do it a little bit more. Not even afraid of a 2v1 situation. He has to know that Xmithy is not there by himself, but he'll still take the chance. Going for that pure damage, he says, my first resistance item is a Guardian Angel, which means I just want to fight more. Coast sieging down on the turret
Zion
now.
in the jungle.
On the right side, Zion hits Bloodwater once and brings him down to half HP with a few auto attacks of the rest of the team, and a spear finding ManCloud as they try to re-enter.
All right, so the Talisman was used, though. So the speed boost, they got the disengage. It's hard for XCG to chase that because they just ran into 2 spears.
Spider save. That would have been big damage on Bloodwater. We just saw what happened when Zion Spartan hit him, and Bloodwater really doesn't have the magic resistance. Tons of it, at least. He got the Aegis for his team, which is helping, but Void Staff is going to be out soon for Shifter, and it's pretty much going to negate that.
Looks like it's going to be slow work for Coast here. They return to the 1-4 split push. They're going to have Zion clear out the top and make his way all the way back down.
Seeing Zion at the top. They're so unsure to go in on these fights, and they're using the pincer strategy so well from Shifter on the side.
Yeah, Coast are playing this very well. They're having Daydreamin sit really far back, so even though Nintendo is up in the face of the minion waves clearing, they can throw him a lantern from half a screen away and get him back to safety. They're just keeping this entire XCG team at their turret with just a 4-man squad and allowing Zion to go get his 1v1 opportunity while they just over and over keep throwing these spears with that blue buff empowered Nidalee. There's the 2 versus 1 though. This is a catch.
And they send ManCloud to do it as well. Zion's not going to look too good on this one. The intervention goes down. This is huge for the pressure in mid lane as well. Can he get the last few attacks?
He's got
the
GA.
Guardian Angel's there. The dash will be as well. Zuna a little heavy on the cocoon there, and it looks like he's going to dash back to the minions. Zion Spartan does it again, but he goes down in the end. They finally focus him enough. Low health bars for Benny and Zuna. They need to turn tide in this fight. Nintendo's going to stay, and so will the rest of the team. They keep sieging.
Even with the Guardian Angel, though, it took a long time for the rest of Coast to rotate up top lane. Now they've got enough damage down that they could go on turret.
Nintendo easily getting in there. They throw it on the box. It does catch Bloodwater with the outside wall. He is too slow to get out. Benny and Zuna coming back with home guards, and it looks like they stave off from the rest of the fight.
Lot of very powerful spears coming from Shifter, but you have to give props to Wiz Fusion setting up multiple spears with his zap. Every time he slows somebody down, makes them an easy
awesome
target for Shifter.
3 kills onto Zuna. He is the only one that's been racking it up for the team as he's trying to make things happen, but also the one capitalizing on these last kills, being the one that's able to chase. And we saw that happen last game. A little too much focus on dominate, not enough economy to the rest of the team. And you look on the other side, Zion Spartan really has been working that by himself. 5-3-0 comes from him 1v1ing, and that's been huge because Shifter's been able to stay in the mid lane and siege with the team, and they're really working this composition well.
Yeah, he was able to build himself up into a big enough threat that XCG were forced to send 2 people to deal with him.
Right.
And at this point, he had already passed the must combo of the Static Shiv and Infinity Edge, and he had gone for the 3rd item, GA. So it took them too long to kill Zion twice, and the rest of the team was able to rotate just in time, and they take out the inhibitor turret. It was going to be really big for them.
That Void Staff is locked in by Shifter. That's going to hurt a little bit more with those spears, but the Lich Bane is also done on the side of XDG, so their potential of objective taking after fights just got a lot bigger if they win a good one with the minion push.
And Zion's split push so easy now that he doesn't have to deal with a turret. It's an exposed inhibitor. There's going to have to be at least 2, if not 3 people to go stop him. XCG might even just give up that inhibitor and try and force something elsewhere.
Really clearly seeing the factor of winning a lane so hard. Zion Spartan is putting that on the table for everyone right now to see. And it allows his team to pressure, even when they get these hooks under the turret. It's not scaring them. Nintendo's pretty big right now, building that second Giants belt, going for his Randuins or Spirit Visage, whatever he decides to go into first. But they are ready to keep diving. And from the fog of war, Shifter is completely fine with participating each and every time with just his spears.
Coast, there's no reason to change the game plan. They just throw spears over and over.
They're dragging a few of these out. Great bait on the ultimates just by Daydreamin. They're very low, but they're still aggressing. The toe-to-toe, ManCloud cannot stand with Zion Spartan right now.
See, they left only 1 person to deal with Zion, and it means that he's going to be able to get to some inhibitor turret damage, but he's got to be careful of that burst because Lich Bane has been completed.
50 seconds on both the Dragon and the Baron. Coast, you can see them somewhat backing off. This is going to be good. Zion wasn't going too hard. I was surprised he actually fought Kale with the GA down. I figured this would kind of be their slow window and then aggressive again.
And what we could even see, since there's so many wards down from Coast, all over both sides of the jungle, is a sneaky Baron from them. If they just send 2 members over to do the Baron, they can take it down very quickly. They've already shown how well equipped they are to disengage. So if the rest of the team can sort of put this blockade up middle, then when Baron comes back up, they are well equipped to deal a lot of damage very quickly.
You see that XDG at some point switched to 3 sweepers as they are trying to gain back their jungle. Right now, trying to gain back the front side of their base. As Coast is really just going around the horn from that top to middle turret using Zion Spartan right now. So
the other good thing about the Coast team here, oh, they are going to give the blue buff over to Shifter. They don't have to panic steal it. Is that when you're going towards Baron, you want to try and contest Baron, you have to go through one of these 2 small passages. So Shifter really has an easy time of shooting XDG as they run down the passage.
Completely, that's under 50%. He just took a huge chunk, and even Benny is taking damage from close range spears. Usually you want to get in on that Nidalee so they don't hurt as bad, but it doesn't matter anymore. They are super powerful, and the Baron is being started.
Yeah, Shifter's running interference right now, just throwing out spear after spear after spear, and he's going to be a one-man defense for this Baron squad.
This is going to be a tough push for XDG to stop here, Kobe. They don't have much to work with, and being split push, like you said, they're going to have to give up more than 2 people, and that's what pretty much every member with Baron counts as Coast right now.
And again, they just return. Zion go back to the top lane, shove it all the way in. You'll eventually be able to get that inhibitor as the rest of the team sets up with the same sort of lines here.
Oh! What a bro move. Smithy getting the gap closer in there. Whoa, almost caught that spear as well. They get a lockdown onto Benny. They're not afraid to grab the tank with the hook. That's the second time they've gotten Solar Flare just out of grabbing Benny with Death Sentence.
The spears are definitely doing their part right here. So much poke from the 4-man squad of Team Coast. Their only frontline Nintendo is able to soak up any damage, and like we said, they have the lantern to pull him out if he gets stuck.
2 ultimates down there, and that's through Mundo's ultimate. That's enough for Nintendo X to dive to the backline. Bloodwater eats a spear as well, and it's an instant death for him. The Guardian Angel of Zion Spartan is up, so they can go even harder than necessary. The dash is there. No, he flashes. The double. Can he keep going? Oh, the turret's got him on lockdown, and so does Mundo. But they lock it down. Wiz Fusion coming up big on, actually the spear rather, coming up big on that. A double kill in for Shifter. They look for the Nexus turrets. An amazingly well-coordinated game by Coast. They stick with the initial strat and come out with the victory in the end of the day.
Well-deserved win for Coast right there. They had the long game plan of getting Zion super fed and just sticking with that split push, while the 4-man squad was very well equipped to play the poke and disengage game.
That was a scary, scary Zion Spartan in that game. Knowing what he could do, and you look at the levels and you're like, we're at 14, we're at 15, maybe he'll fall off. Then you get to 16 and 17, and he was still putting out extreme pain. They were so far ahead, and it shows that Yasuo gets ahead, you're going to have a good game.
I mean, Dyrus did just talk about it right before in that interview.
Absolutely.
They've lost over and over to Zion's Yasuo up top. They just showed right here on the big screen that he can perform under pressure as well.
The ability to keep your mindset on the same thing is something that players will have said before and claim that sometimes your team just needs to tell you again. And a team can get disgruntled with the Nidalee push. Sometimes you go Cougar form and you want to jump in. Your Nidalee doesn't stay on the outside of the fog of war, but Shifter had one job that game, and he literally did it the entire time. Even though in lane he lost, but still stayed for his team and played superb.
I really like the formation of the 4-man squad too. They had Shifter on the fog of war, and then Nintendo's on the front with Daydream and Wiz Fusion right behind him, so they can pull him back to safety. It was a really well set up little 4-man squad.
Yeah, we can say Wiz Fusion had a better game this time. Didn't get killed twice going to lane. Actually was able to get himself, not the first blood, but was able to pick up a few kills as they went towards that. And for Daydreaming, those hooks at the end of the game were powerful, pulling out solar flares every time, and they were grabbing Benny. It was like you could see that XDG was kind of feeling the pressure, and they were biting at anything they could, and it caused them some problems.
It was just this over and over the disengages from Coast, even though it's not the flashiest of moves. Like, that's really what got them that game, though. Nobody got caught. Yes, they had a super fed Zion up top, and Zion was doing so much work, and he deserves the credit. But they also, the rest of the team, they were able to keep it together.
You didn't get to see ManCloud roam that much either. That was a little bit of a different game for both mid laners. We didn't see him having much participation other than fighting each other in the mid lane up and towards the middle. So we can kind of see what that composition does of having a Yasuo creating pressure in the top lane and then Wiz Fusion doing a little better in the bottom for his team. Really makes you play differently.
He still got to that very powerful kill point where he was putting a lot of damage. And he blocked that one dive from Zion with an intervention on himself, not quite expecting it. But right from that, like, besides those plays, there wasn't that much coming out.
Looking again at some of the picks, Zuna to get Elise, it wasn't the factor of his Olaf again. I think teams are going to start seeing this. It's not that he played it poorly. He didn't make huge mistakes. That one time he tried to get the kill on Zion, anybody would have thought he could get that kill. It was a toss-up skill match, but Zion was way too far ahead at that point by levels and items. So it just went kind of down the drain.
Dealing with a Yasuo who's got Infinity Edge plus Shadow Shiv is a very scary thing because, as Dyrus said, all this damage comes from nowhere. You think that the crit is lucky for Yasuo, but it's not lucky at that point.
Right.
They're at 100% crit because Static Shiv and Last Whisper plus the 5% from your runes doubles up to 100, and that's every hit. That's not luck at all.
I really thought it was going to be a problem that they weren't going to be able to shut down Kale or at least say, oh my god, we're not building enough magic resistance because of the AP team, but it didn't become a factor because they were just too strong the entire time. So 3 days ago, these standings were a blank slate, but the season is well underway now with 16 games down, so let's go ahead and see how they all stack up after a day of upsets. In first place, it's a tie with Cloud9 and Team Solo Mid going 3-1.
Then it's a 4-way tie for third with CLG, Coast Curse, and Team Dignitas.
And tied for 8th place is Evil Geniuses and XDG, ending the week at 1-3. Now, Kobe, let's take a look at impact players who turned in sterling performances at their respective positions.
All right, so let's just say off the bat, get this out there. It wasn't an easy decision for everybody.
Right.
A lot of topsy-turvy games today. Everything, kind of we just saw in the standings.
Yeah.
Everything's kind of gone amok.
Right.
But we had some top men vote on this.
Absolutely.
And
Heated discussions were had. We crunched the numbers. We poured over some of the footage to see what happened. And we're happy to honor Week 1's 5 OP.
All right, in the top lane, we have Cloud9. All week, Balls was in command. And on a team of stars, sometimes he's easy to overlook. But he's there rocking the top lane, and he deserves this spot.
Absolutely. From Dignitas, we're looking in the jungle now. Crumbs is our OP jungler for this. His shot calling that turned their week around with an upset win over the #1 ranked Cloud9. And that game didn't just look good. It looked really good for them.
It did. Then over in the mid lane, we have Shifter from Team Coast. Especially just in that last game, he's proved himself a threat and a leading mid laner here in North America. He's leading in KDA, and we saw him pull out so many clutch heals to save his teammates. There's got to be some sort of medic award that we can give to him as well.
It's the fast fingers. It comes from LeBlanc. OP in the ADC position, we have Wild Turtle from Team Solo Mid. This week, Wild had a heavy impact in the lane, and it really helped turn the tide in team fights for TSM.
Got to give credit to the AD carries
Always.
as well. Then, in the bot lane, CLG's Afromoo takes our support. He derailed Curse by stealing that blue buff at level 1 with an auto attack that helped CLG end the week 2-2. We can't get over that steal enough because that was just ridiculous.
Even Hotshot he didn't blow flash or anything. He just, boop, just took it out. But at the end of the day, Kobe, there can only be one MVP. Would you do us the honors of announcing that?
Well, making a strong debut in his first week in the North American LCS is the European imports, Bjergsen. We're going to have to give the MVP over to him.
Absolutely. Bjergsen had a huge impact in each game, helped steer his team to 3-1 for the week and tying them in first for Cloud9. Not too shabby.
He was repeatedly able to shut down the mid lane with his LeBlanc and his roaming Zed.
Yeah.
And currently, he's the least deaths in the North American LCS with only 2.
Absolutely. Don't forget, Week 2 of the EU LCS kicks off on Thursday, starting with Millennium versus Alliance.
Then, upstart Rokat takes on Super Hot Crew. After that, Copenhagen Wolves will do battle with Millennium, followed by Gambit facing off against SK Gaming.
Indeed. It all kicks off at 7 p.m. Central European Time, which is 10 a.m. Pacific Time. Then, in the North American LCS, we will be back next Saturday, starting with Crumbs and Dignitas taking on Zuna and XDG. Then we have Coast challenging Team Curse for a little first week payback.
After that, Evil Geniuses face off against Dignitas. Then Bjergsen and TSM take on Hotshot GG and CLG.
And that all kicks off on Saturday at noon Pacific Time, 9 p.m. Central European Time. All right, that does it for Week 1 of the 2014 North American LCS Spring Split. But before we send it over to Freak and Jat for the NA Challenger Series, remember, check out lolesports.com for the latest stats, teams, infos, and recaps.
If you missed any of today's action, click on the schedule, hit the match details button below the games to watch.
And while you're there, be sure to click on the tickets link and secure your spot in our live studio audience for an in-person dose of our game day action. And without further ado, let's send it over to Jat and Freak.
Hey guys, welcome to the show here. Freak here, Jat here. Got NA Challenger coming on
Welcome to the 2014 Challenger Series, brought to you in part thanks to our friends at Coca-Cola. I am David Freak Turley. I already called you Jat, but I felt like saying it again because we're back.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just like when I say your name a whole bunch?
Freak, Jat, our names.
Freak,
I'm
Jat.
used to hearing it.
Yeah,
Some
me too.
people call me Josh.
Some call me David.
It's much more rare. I think everyone calls you Freak or Turley.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I rarely get my own first name from my own friends. Whatever. It doesn't matter. We're here to bring you the games, guys. We got 2 coming up. It's going to be a whole lot of fun, guys. Okay, so Challenger matches coming up. First off, we got Curse Academy playing in here. They just beat Complexity Academy to get in this one. It's going to be fun. And, of course, they're taking on No Big Deal. After that, Tint Gaming faces off against NK Inc., Evaniscus, and Skyline.
Yeah, that's actually the games that happened yesterday that were just up on the screen. We do have the games Freak just mentioned on the audio if you're listening. The winners of tonight's matches will not only lock down a spot in the Challenger Series quarterfinals, they'll be guaranteed a chunk of cash, but most importantly, it's the Challenger Series points that they're playing for.
Exactly. That's how you get into the LCS promo tournament. So speaking of the quarterfinals, let's check out that Challenger Series bracket. That's the important part. On the top half of the bracket, it's the spring promotion tournament participant, the Walking Zed. They will face off against the winner of tonight's Tint Gaming versus Skyline Throwdown.
Yeah, and the second quarterfinal matchup features last night's 2 winning squads, which is the Chinese powerhouse LMQ, which has moved over to the States, and the team Wiso Esports, who actually pulled off a big upset last night when they took out the top seed Cognitive Forge.
And, of course, in the bottom half of the bracket, another spring promo tournament participant, Determined Gaming, will take on the winner of tonight's other battle between Curse Academy and No Big Deal, while Cognitive Gaming, who also got a participation ribbon in the spring promo tournament, will face off against VVV Gaming White.
Yes, and remember, the top 3 teams in the Challenger's first spring series will automatically earn a berth in the second spring series. The teams who didn't quite make the cut will also get another chance to make their LCS dreams come true with another round of play-in games at the end of February.
Yeah, and of course, as always, you can get all the Challenger Series info by heading over to the brand new LOLesports.com. It looks almost as good as Shoutcasters Invests.
Yeah, just call out yourself a little bit. That's fine.
I look sexy,
Nobody
Jat.
knows. And just pull down the menu under the Leagues and Tournaments tab. You can choose the NA Challenger Series, and then you find stats, schedules, and everything else.
Okay, guys, let's get to it. The first Challenger Series of the night, Curse Academy versus No Big Deal. And remember, the winner gets a spot in the quarterfinals. The top 8, they get at least 1 Challenger Series point and the chance to play for more here on their way for an LCS spot.
Yeah, and it's been a while since we got to see Curse Academy. There's definitely some familiar faces we're going to have here. Rux, as always, is on Curse Academy, seemingly forever in college, unfortunately for that guy. He's graduated a few times to the LCS, but then he always gets sent back down. He is a quality top laner, though. He's most comfortable in that role.
Yeah, and actually the players that I really like to watch as well on the rest of this lineup is got to be Fabi and Jaximus, the AD carries in the mid laner. A lot of you guys who follow the North American scene know Fabi as the gatekeeper.
The gatekeeper of Challenger.
Yeah, you don't
There's
get
a video about that once.
You don't get in Challenger unless you beat Fabi, at least.
Yeah.
Or
unless
he doesn't
like
throw
that guy,
on your team.
Unless you're like that guy who was the first Challenger in the world.
Yeah.
That came from EU West.
Yeah.
He was really happy about it.
Yeah,
Played a lot of League of Legends.
I remember Reginald and I think it was Wicked battling for first person to get Platinum back in Season 1.
Hotshot and Wicked, I thought.
Maybe.
Could have sworn it was Hotshot and Wicked.
Okay. One of those guys, though.
throwback,
One of the guys who were like OP in Season 1 back in NA. And then he got like 2200, but it was like 2222 was the cutoff, and he was like super mad that it wasn't a round number. And so Wicked beat him to it, I think. Maybe I'm wrong.
Wicked would remember.
Wicked would remember. We could ask him over on the EU LCS when we see him on Thursday. But guys, champs like beginning. Kale and Kha'Zix banned away from No Big Deal. Gragas, Yasuo dropped away. Jax was a great Gragas player. Jungle Elise in the mid-cast and also removed here.
Yeah, so normally I'd be like, oh yeah, first pick Elise because that's what we saw most of today. Obviously Elise is banned away this time, so Annie is fairly popular. I think Fabi always loves to play very aggressively in lane, to say the least. And I think Annie would enable that type of support play the most from anything that they'd be able to throw out if they're Curse Academy. If I had to predict a first pick.
You think Annie?
Or Shyvana, because that's what they're hovering
Or
over.
Shyvana. Yeah, okay, that one. As I look over and back to chat's like, or Shyvana. You're right. It's totally on the screen right there. First pick Teemo, also a great option. And you're right about the Annie pick in general in that was actually CA's last lane was Annie Caitlyn when they got their win in the prior round. So no big deal. Their own time to make some choices. Actually, you know, interestingly, NBD is the team that banned Gragas. They actually played it themselves Jungle Gragas. I know we saw him a couple times here.
Saw twice today as well.
Yeah.
It lost both games, if I remember, today in the LCS. But that was some team-specific things, some misfortune
You can't blame
type
Gragas.
actions at the blue buff. I can blame I Will Dominate.
Oh, I can
for
too.
Not having his smite up when he went to do blue buff. That was his
Yeah,
fault.
that's really greedy, and he got punished for it. I actually always take Wraiths or Wolves. I'm going to go for that. But the lock-ins are here for no big deal. You've got the Thresh for support, the Jungle Vi already. NBD picking some pretty safe picks, but strong ones overall.
Yeah, I can see Curse Academy wanting to get a little bit more safety right now if they decide to go for something like Caitlyn. I wonder if Curse Academy is going to go with an all-dive type team, or if they're going to go with something more passive. Jack Smith is a brand player.
Oh,
He
yeah.
played a lot of it in the past.
A lot of
but,
it.
he was just kind of selecting it. No need to lock it in yet because he wants to be able to counterpick his mid lane if possible.
Yeah, it's a good choice right there.
It's not like someone's going to take brand away.
Yeah, it's very unlikely. It's one of those
Yeah.
few. It's like Boy Boy's a collie. Like, you'll get it if you want it. You can just pick it at the end to make sure the matchup's good. What I'm kind of sad about is they did pick Caitlyn. Curse Academy is a team that occasionally runs no AD carry. Fabi will play like Tryndamere or something. And so it'll be like a melee AD carry, but they won't run a marksman in their lineup
We did see
at
a
all.
lot of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, that's not here, but it's okay. They're going to still do something pretty fun.
It's in their back pocket.
Yeah.
In case they need to bring it out later. Although, if they lose this one,
too late. Their pockets are empty.
Their pockets will be empty.
Literally and figuratively.
Best of one, of course. It's pretty punishing for these guys, but at the same time, 6 weeks later, they're going to be able to get into another Challenger Series.
Exactly. Ladders reset, play some rank 5s, get yourself back in there. No big deal, as it were. Here we go. These guys picking their next few. Jinx picked up. Actually, it's interesting. Caitlyn was the first picked AD, like the first AD carry picked with nothing removed from the pool.
Yeah.
Curse Academy really wanted the pick. It's one of the new ADCs we've seen get played. Ziggs mid, also of course a great choice as well.
Yeah, I mean even Cop from Curse. I was going to call him Curse Prime, but the LCS Curse team.
Yeah, yeah.
Cop played a lot of Caitlyn as well. So there could be a little bit of Curse to Curse influence going down there. Annie amazingly makes it all the way through to the very end if they decide to pick this one. And they do.
Yeah, I mean, NBD picked Thresh early on, so you figure you're going to play Annie in the first place. You don't have to first pick it anymore. So yeah, heck, why not? Just take it whenever you want.
All right.
And
let's do it.
Yep, Darius picked up here. Yoshi did play that last time. That was against the Nasus, though. He decides, no, I'm going to punish a Shyvana with Darius this time. So you like Darius, Jad.
I like him in the bottom lane.
Okay.
Darius is cool in himself in the top lane. He's not as explosive in the top lane because he's fighting against tanks. But really, he's extremely gankable because he's going to want to play extremely aggressive early on against Rux. It's all about stacking up his bleeds, building tanky and cooldown reduction if he's in the top lane, and just outlasting people.
Okay.
Basically, Darius relies on people not knowing or figuring out how much damage his ultimate plus his bleeds together deal, and kind of surprising people in that way.
Like, you're 800 health. You're dead. if
Yeah,
you
you're actually not allowed to get that low against Darius.
Nope. You fall over and die. Poor Dragon Lady's going to have maybe a hard time here. So, all right, the lineups are there. Pretty freaking aggressive there from No Big Deal. I love the dunks. Darius, I'm a fan of like, the thematic teams when you've got, like, Dunkmaster Darius. I realize not the original Dunkmaster. That was Yi. But you've got enough guys who can jump up in the air and then slam down on you. Ziggs, Jarvan, Darius, etc.
So they had Ziggs in that team comp as well, right?
Yep.
Yep.
2 dunkers.
Six
Vi.
Darius, Vi.
Thresh.
No.
Doesn't count.
Doesn't count.
Jinx.
I like it.
Doesn't count.
They got a couple executes if you think about it.
True.
It's actually going to be most efficient for, and this is the funny thing about Darius actually. When he came out, everybody that played then remembers his instantly refreshing ultimate and him just jumping all over the place like crazy. And it used to have a small window where if the target died like a quarter second after you killed him, you'd get the reset anyway.
Yeah.
Even if you didn't get the kill. That got taken out. Now it's only if you get the last hit with the ultimate.
Yes.
So Darius ends up doing a lot of overkilling with his true damage ultimate.
Yeah. To guarantee it.
And very rarely he actually gets resets. And it used to be it would reset forever. And then one of the changes went that it would be he would be allowed to use it for the next 12 seconds and then recently the next 20 seconds and then it would go back on its normal cooldown. But what's interesting is when the change got made to not instantly refresh but then instead go on a 12-second cooldown and then be on its full cooldown, his power didn't really change overall.
Yeah.
And I actually think that, this is a weird Darius theory, that if the reset mechanic got removed entirely, Dyrus might actually become a stronger champion overall.
Why is that?
Because so many people worry about getting the last hit with the ultimate that they often don't do nearly enough damage. And if it got changed that people weren't trying to last hit with it, but instead get 5 bleed stacks and then get the full damage out of the ultimate regardless, you would do more damage and be a more effective champion for the most part.
Huh.
So in this game, since Darius and Jinx are on the same team,
yeah,
he should stack someone up, ult him as soon as he hits 5 stacks, and then let Jinx try and get the execute.
Yeah, and actually I've seen that when we see Cho'Gath getting played. So many people try to last hit with Cho'Gath.
With his feast.
Yeah.
Just get the damage out. It's it's like, what does Cho'Gath do? 600 or 800 true damage depending on AP?
Yeah, something massive.
Yeah.
And the thing is, they'll be at 6 stacks and then still like have the cognitive like, oh no, I need to eat you like completely. If you don't all get in my belly, it's not fulfilling enough.
Yeah.
So I like how it's thematic for Cho'Gath. It's not necessarily the most powerful way of doing it.
I want to see how No Big Deal plays Darius. Almost everyone tries to execute with it.
Yeah, almost everyone does. Now, guys, as the teams load into the game, let's take a look at the 2 squads, starting with Curse Academy.
Yeah, so Curse Academy had a very tough game on Friday, actually. They came away with a hard-fought 48-minute win over Complexity Academy, even though they were the number 4 seed and Complexity was the 17 seed. Curse Academy also has a couple names on their roster that we saw in Champion Select that are familiar to LCS fans. Rux obviously played for Curse a little bit in Season 3. He stepped in as support, actually, when Elements left the team way back in the spring. And obviously their AD carry Fabi, the gatekeeper of challengers, solo queue superstar, tends to play a crazy amount of Vayne and likes to hypercarry games.
Yeah, plays at least used to play a bunch of Draven as well. And
he either does amazingly or just awful.
Yeah,
so
it's
Fabi
15-0
dictates the game.
or 0-15. No matter what, he's going to figure out who's going to win the game. On the other side of the rift, though, is No Big Deal. They earned their spot in tonight's game by, unfortunately, breaking the Pink Ponies on Friday.
It was a pretty impressive 34-minute win over the Ponies, though. Yeah, they had some big numbers in that one. Their mid laner, Anir Attack, went 2-0-11, or Anir Attack. We're going to figure that one out, as Kale. And their AD carry, Jummy Chu, went 6-0-10 as Caitlyn. And Anir Attack's claim to fame is actually 2nd place in the Best Riven NA tournament. He barely lost out to Mega Zero.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah.
2nd best Riven NA, not playing Riven. Wasn't even banned this game.
No.
No respect by Curse Academy.
No need. He didn't play it. The Ziggs makes more sense in this.
It does.
Also, Best Riven NA was played in the top lane. He's now a mid laner.
Yeah, it's fair. And not, and not even everyone who played in that tournament was a top laner. You had guys like Cutie Pie joining in just to try what they could do. The Best Lee Sin NA tournament happened as well. You had like a bunch of AD carries showing up.
Hotshot GG played in that tournament.
Yeah.
I'm a Cutie Pie. Definitely beat him pretty soundly. Level 1. If anyone hasn't seen one of those things, actually,
they're fun.
Yeah. Those Best Riven NA tournaments were pretty strong. I do encourage you guys, if you want to see Hotshot GG play I'm a Cutie Pie, just search like the VODs. If you want to see Anir Attack, which is Katarina backwards against Mega Zero, you can watch the game there too.
I totally didn't realize it was Katarina backwards.
Yeah, neither did I. Somebody told me.
We should probably dictate the pronunciation as well.
How would that dictate?
So Katarina, right? Because the I's all have different sounds. So Katarina, Anir Attack.
Okay. So if you were to spell freak backwards, how would that dictate the pronunciation?
Kerp.
Because
HP is not an F sound.
I don't.
It works in my. Shut up!
Logic.
It works in my example.
Okay.
How about Jat backwards?
Taj.
Taj.
Yeah. But
So
it doesn't make
softer
any
J.
sense because it would technically have to be Tesh. Like you can't say a double T at the start of a word. It doesn't work.
At the
that
end,
way.
it's fine though. Apparently.
Yeah. So we're about to get into this game though.
Yeah.
Darius is definitely the thing that I want to watch for.
Okay.
More than anything, I want to see.
Lock camera. Garen.
I mean, I might do it personally. I might just kind of look at the minimap and stare at Darius for a while, and you'll be like, "And that was a great gank bottom lane." I'll be like, "Yes, it was, freak."
Darius got
Yes, it
3
was."
CS.
He bled those minions out.
You know, I used to do that casting way back, like Season 0, because I didn't know it like enough strategically about League of Legends to like say much about it, even though I was like a top-level player. And I would just like critique people's last hitting under turret, because I had nothing else to talk about.
You know what? Last hitting under turret takes years and years of mastery. There's the zoom in on Yoshi's Darius.
For like 2 seconds, but it was enough.
Cameraman knows what he's doing.
Good.
Professional.
Yeah. So you know, Jaximus's real name on live is only Jaximus. He didn't pick the champion, let alone the skin. I'm disappointed that he's actually same with Anir Attack, right? Didn't pick Katarina, but it's unfortunate. They don't even live up to their own names.
What if Ziggs is actually Katarina in disguise?
How did she get so short? I feel like that'd be really hard to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to say something about flexibility, but it doesn't work.
Nope. Sorry. It's okay, though.
Anyway,
We're here.
No invades. These guys not pulling the Evil Geniuses. They're going to do the regular ward game. I want to see the Zed versus Ziggs matchup, though. That's a rather... It's a rather high damage matchup, I'd have to say. And Ziggs is going to have to adjust his build accordingly to deal with Zed in the mid lane. Not something Ziggs likes to do. He's really risen to prominence, obviously with a lot of buffs, but also with the fall of the assassin mid laners. Because a lot of the Kazakhs and the Zed would have just eaten him in lane early on. And I want to see if a near attack can live through Jackson's Zed.
I want to say we saw this matchup before, actually. I think it was Bjergsen or it was High, and it was against Pobelter. I'm almost sure I remember seeing Zed versus Pobelter Ziggs. They let him have it, and he got killed pretty early on. Could be wrong. I feel like
We've definitely seen this matchup play out multiple times. It can go either way, because Ziggs has so much damage potential and very good zones of control that if he gets an edge on Zed, it's quite good. He'll go for the Seeker's Arm Guard most of the time to avoid Zed crushing him.
And maybe a couple Doran's Rings for mana and health in the way. Olaf going to grab his blue buff. Safe jungle starts here. Actually, both starting on the top side. It might pan out about 3.5 minutes in when the junglers show up to the bottom half of the map. Annie waiting to stun people with that annoying 625 range. Yay for Annie, having more range than most AD carries.
I thought it was 600.
625. So she beats everyone but Caitlyn and, like, Cog with W active in late game Trist.
All right. That's true. Or Jinx with a maxed Q.
True. Yeah, I forgot about her. 700 range on her with rockets. I feel like, what, rank 1 rockets is 600? I think it's 25 per rank, so... I feel like not enough people rocket harass. Or maybe people are so good now that they sort of realize...
I've been noticing a lot more rocket harass this weekend. Nice chain, though.
Into the root as well. Fabi dropped dangerously low. Already flashed away. The flash in from Jumping. Barrier burn. Cleanse on the Ignite. One more hit, and no one's going to get it. Now, Sheep, do you have the damage? Well, Fog of War is going to make that hard. One more attack. Down goes the kill. Now, Fabi,
still got flash.
Pick up the rest. Yuno is low. Look at these guys just playing them out, and Fabi gets the kill. Would you believe that?
Fabi and Sheep dictating the game. They put themselves in a crazy situation, and then Jimmy Choo and Yuno just went a little bit too aggro. The minions, since the levels were so low in that situation, did the lion's share of the damage at the end there.
That was pretty fabulous.
Yes, I guess so.
I'm going to make them more painful and obvious.
He's now becoming the gatekeeper of the Challenger Series.
That's good.
Yeah.
I like that. CA going to go all the way to the finals and be like, no. Although, wait, if you make it an LCS, though... No, this works. This works still. Never mind. Here we go.
Big gank.
Nice jump away by Katarina backwards. Yeah. Force the satchel charge. Do you think that would hurt a little bit?
No. Ziggs is immune to his own explosives.
Okay. They're just water balloons anyway. No one ever got hurt by a water balloon. Unless it was frozen. That would actually kind of suck. Just get hit with a block of ice. I was just playing.
They call those something, actually. I think there's a nickname for them.
That's just being a jerk.
Or like just
That's
like
what I would call
frozen snowballs.
Aren't snowballs already frozen?
Big gank coming into the top lane, though.
Uh-oh, no, Darius, please live, Yoshi. Here we go.
See, he's very gankable. He does have his flash up. It shouldn't be... it's all about dodging the axe.
Yep. Burn his flash forth, though, but stylish either way. Yoshi does survive this one. But, of course, now if T-Tours shows back up, it's pretty much a kill.
Yeah, Aerodactyl needs to spend a lot of time top lane if he wants to get Darius going. When Darius saw a lot of play in Season 2 earlier on, near when he was released, it was often for the 2v2.
Yeah.
So Vi needs to spend a lot of time up there and almost force the 2v2 to happen. Otherwise, Darius is just a waiting gank target.
And he pulls a lot of jungle pressure in general. I remember, actually, first it's going to be Iniratok. He's fine. Okay. But I remember Darius pulls a lot of jungle pressure in general. Season 2 Worlds, Dyrus played Darius into Jace, saying, yeah, in a 1v1 it's a bad matchup and I'm going to lose.
Exactly.
But if I get a jungle gank, even in the 2v2 with the jungle gank, I will win that fight. And so you kind of have to show up with your jungler or you're going to end up succumbing to the Darius overall.
Yep. That's what I was thinking about.
Yeah, yeah.
And I mean...
I didn't understand you properly.
You can see him here. No, you expanded on the point. No,
okay.
At least Rux is pushing up a little bit. Ooh. You can see it takes a while for Darius' damage to kind of stack up, but now he has the bleed stacks. Rux is really getting taken low. That's the way it works.
Yeah, good and painful right there. All right, Yoshi getting him down to half. He's guys trading blows. Doran's shield, no potions left in either of these guys. So once 6 happens, Darius going to go Duncan. It's going to be fun. Curse Academy, though, still able to push out the bot lane. Now, these guys, of course, got to back and got heck a lot more items. Vamp Scepter already for Fabi. I feel like this lane's going to keep going these guys' way.
I think you'd be allowed to say hell if you want.
I know. Yeah. I just don't.
All right, Hecka.
No, Hella is definitely. You don't get to not say Hella.
You just did. You said Hecka something.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
That's why I made the comment in the first place, man.
Then I just I have shamed you, NorCal. I apologize.
All right.
I had a friend who used to say hell of cool, just to be a troll.
All right. Good enough. It's been a long week so far.
We're good.
It's been good, though. We've gotten a whole bunch of LCS out of the way if you guys were checking that out. Lots of upsets in the North American LCS today. And the Challenger Series is just getting ramped up here. The winners of these 2 games today make it into the bracket phase, and then it's best of 3 from then on out. So I definitely think Curse Academy is the big favorites. Maybe not even this game, but to do very well in this overall tournament because these guys have been playing as a team for quite a while. You know, Curse Academy is a constantly changing roster. Quite successful. Fabi is always a strong player. You know, they must have a lot of synergy going by now.
Ooh, Sheep pulled into the turret, takes 1 turret shot so far, eats a flame chopper. That's maybe okay from the fire pack onto Yuno. Do they have enough damage? You know they don't. He's going to get away with a flash. Curse Academy, just a bit of a damage trade.
Yeah, now we might see some action right in the jungle. Aerodactyl going in.
Rux missing the ulti, but Aerodactyl still only 5 burns his flash as well. And all right, well, Curse Academy got control of the red buff.
Yeah, and that was mainly because Yoshi lost a bit of control in top lane. Rux disappeared. He didn't necessarily follow because they were not in position to do a 2v2. I think they were afraid of a 3v3 in there if Zed and Ziggs would have came at the same time. And they end up getting their redstone. Let's see if he can counter with anything of his own.
Yoshi trying to control the blue buff here. He does have a level advantage over T-Tours, who I feel like can't stay around until he gets teammate help, which he kind of does, and you see Yoshi actually back out from this one. So no opportunities there, but we have the level 6 Darius, so it's going to be a thing to watch.
It's interesting that Darius went for the Vamp Scepter.
Yeah, Hydra you think maybe, or just for sustain?
I've seen Tiamat and Hydra Dariuses in the past when they have a lot of farm. Generally, Trinity Force is actually my favorite item on Darius because he really benefits from the move speed.
Yeah.
It's your favorite item in life.
Well, yes.
It's my favorite item on Darius.
That's why I play Legend of Zelda so much.
All right.
I don't have to just play League of Legends. I can still get Triforce. It's pretty wonderful. RNA is not my favorite player.
Because of the Triforce tattoos.
Yep. Didn't want to like him before, but now I don't have a choice.
Why didn't you?
He's actually a cool guy. I realized that couldn't like be left standing. I was like, wow, Freak's a dick. He hates RNA for no reason. I'm just kidding. Sorry. Actually, I remember when RNA was a support player way back when. I cast him in like Season 1.
I remember back in. This is probably a little off topic, unfortunately.
That's fine.
Back in WCG, Locust, our support player at the time when I was on Team Dignitas, had a scouting report on RNA. And like I'm a cutie pie, and Boy were just like terrified of him based on the explanation because he's like he is crazy. He will just flash over a wall to try a gank. They're like, oh man, what's he gonna do? He's just crazy. And it's like, well, he's actually crazy. Don't be scared of him. He just does really stupid things all the time. And then like during the game, they're a little bit intimidated, but like he would literally at one point in the game he flashed over a brush, and we like saw it because it was onto a ward. We're like, did he just flash into that ward? We just like backed away. We're like, all right, that's fine. But he's gotten much better since then.
Definitely has. One of the better junglers in Europe for sure. We're seeing actually Darius, giant minion lead right now, 18 above. Got ganked, lost his flash, had no fear, and is like back to pushing Rux around.
Yeah, he's definitely pretty strong right now. You can see Rux doesn't have any sustain built up yet. He's just sitting on that Giant's belt. So as long as Darius can stay in this 1v1 for a while, he'll keep lane supremacy and keep that farm lead. It's really completely on Curse Academy whether they want to just let that slide because they feel like Siobhan and Darius are mostly trading farm. And if they don't, then obviously Yoshi's going to continue to be a little bit ahead.
Okay, Jackson's getting jumped on right now, though. Not much help from the Ziggs. He's going to answer back onto Aerodactyl. Do they have the damage? Kalen ult as well. Actually gets knocked into range of Aerodactyl by the satchel charge. That's going to give Jacksmith a kill right there and control over the dragon.
I like this move by Curse Academy. Instead of reacting to the Darius, they just go and take something else. They're not going in any 2v2. They wait out the Ziggs.
That was close.
Wow.
Those are both really close, actually.
They could still go in on this. I wouldn't be surprised if NBD decides to actually try and fight this, but Curse Academy on the run.
Sheep takes some damage, but he's still going to be all right. Let's see. Bottom lane is regrouping back down there. And, you know, we talk about the lanes a little bit. Actually, Yoshi, is this in kill range right now? Could he, like, all-in Rux?
The problem is he has to get his bleed stacks up. And Rux would also ultimate away.
Yeah,
the more Qs he lands, the closer it gets. He might try to pull him in here and force an ult.
There's a W. Gets another Q. 4 stacks, I believe. Those are going to bleed off pretty soon, though. Curse Academy, so we talked about a little bit, Darius up about 15 CS. The dive in, good cleanse there, but now it's on to Yuno. He's stuck inside his own box, trying to run away. Sheep getting ignited, and that is a kill. Jinx gets excited. She's out. Jemichu, good pick up there. I take the back. Yuno getting the kill credit, but still, nice for NBD.
Yeah, getting something back considering they were down a Vamp Scepter mostly in that lane matchup is big stuff. You wouldn't think that Fabi and Sheep would lose that trade after getting the 2 kills for none so early on in the lane.
Now what happened is actually, looks like Jemichu backed for a BF sword before the Curse Academy bottom lane ever did. So they were fighting BF sword to Vamp Scepter, and that'll usually give you a lane win. Am I wrong?
No, Fabi had the Vamp Scepter had the BF sword and a Vamp Scepter.
Oh, he did? Okay.
Yeah, whereas Jemichu had just the long sword. So like damage-wise, they were the same.
Okay.
But just a little bit more gold and itemization on Fabi.
Lifesteal not as useful when you're dying in 8 seconds.
Yep.
More or less. Of course, actually, Fabi's the one who survived, so to be fair.
Sheep.
Yeah, Sheep, unfortunately, taken out, turned into wool, but he's back. We're going to be okay. Fabi back to the CS game right now. Of course, Dragon has given Curse Academy a bit of a gold lead. NBD did rotate for the top lane turret, so they're finding things to do. That Darius lane right now, their big sort of like locus of power right there. He's doing well, making things happen, but I don't know if they're going to convert much out of that. I want to see him in fights.
Yeah. NBD is sticking close enough. It does seem like Curse Academy is in the majority of the control in this game. If Jaximus is able to start roaming around, that's really going to be what decides this game. Whether that is Fabi and Sheep turret diving with the Zed, or they want to get Rux going with Jaximus. Either one is going to show us a lot if Curse Academy can snowball this game ahead.
Well, here we go. They're making a little bit of a move here as both junglers showing up to this top lane tri-brush. Olaf might sit on a ward soon. No, he hits behind the wall, so they don't know Olaf is around. But he gets pinged danger. Looks like we're okay for now. Yoshi taking a bad trade right now against Rux, but will he come back in? He's got the bleed stacks. No, the ulti in. Yoshi forced to run. Ignite is on him as well. Rux just bleeding, but he's going to be fine.
I'd say it's a more interesting top lane than usual.
Yeah.
Just
they're
because
fighting
Darius. They're trading a lot of damage with each other.
You know, Darius, I think, is the first champion with a recall animation.
Really?
I think so. And it snuck under the radar because it wasn't a very obvious recall animation. He just lifts his
Sticks
axe
his
up.
axe to the sky.
Yeah, and people noticed it with Draven, which came right after. And I was like, oh no, actually Darius came first. I was like, oh, okay. Ooh, blue buff. That's Aerodactyl, but it does get denied from a near talk.
I believe you.
Axe in the air. Darius' first recall animation.
Yep.
Someone asked me that about a week ago, and I was like, I think it was Darius. And then that made it much more easy to recall here. Random everyday life helps me cast sometimes.
Word association as well.
Yes.
Helps you finish sentences.
Yep. You know, Jat, sometimes we finish each other's.
Sandwiches?
Yes.
Not sure.
Yeah, you put the mayonnaise on, I put on the beef, you put on the cheese. I don't know. I don't even like mayonnaise. I don't know why we led with that. Whatever. Minions going down. Look at this. Perfect CS. Jemichu. Good job. He waited. Had enough attack damage. Once you have about plus 20 AD from items, 25-30 roughly, actually.
Yes. Because you were talking about
one-shot caster minions.
Yeah. It becomes almost comical the last hit of turret. Like, I also like how the turrets are fairly consistent in the way they deal damage now. You can really tell when someone... it's like a mini game every time you go down to farm. If a big wave hits your turret, like what's going to happen to Rux if he had a turret?
You get the first one pretty easily.
He's going to hope to get the mini game going. But yeah, just
screwed.
trying to do your mini game and farming all the minions is actually quite challenging. You can see the pros almost never miss. Focus on that every time you're in a game and you see minions coming through to your turret. It's an incredible amount of gold over the course of a game if you can get all of them.
Yep. Melee minions, the turret hits it twice. You'll get it almost no matter who you are, with very few exceptions. 2 auto attacks and any champion auto attack, and you're fine. Casters always need help of some kind.
Yeah,
whether it's
you
like
want the support to hit it.
Yeah.
Oftentimes you see people use spells on it. There's a few strange spells you can use, like if you have a really low damage spell, if you're on Cassiopeia or something, you can throw a W on right as you're auto-attacking, but don't let it sit too long, otherwise the turret will kill it.
Yeah.
Some weird stuff that you have to do. It's really champion dependent. Or like if you're Shyvana, you have your burnout, take it for like a second.
Yeah,
It's a lot
Ruck's
of
been
weird
doing that
stuff.
actually.
Mhm.
But now he has Sunfire, so that's kind of gone for him. I've actually learned which mages have instant damage spells. So Swain's Q, for example, deals damage the instant you press Q.
Yep.
Whereas his E, like I don't know if it even ticks at the beginning, but you've got to like get the projectile out. So like you can like auto Q as Swain, you'll get casters. You can like E early then auto. It gets really weird when you have Blade of the Ruin King, because you don't do enough damage when they're low, but you'll overkill it when they're full health. So you have to somehow get 2 attacks in, and you can't hit early or you'll kill it with % health current damage, and it'll die to the turret.
Same thing used to happen with Jarvan until his passive was adjusted a little bit. It was like impossible for him to kill the ranged minions at turret.
Poor guy.
But not anymore. And it looks like Curse Academy's taken a bit more control of this game. You can see Fabi finished off the bottom turret, and now they're actually using him as a soul split pusher. He's very experienced in this role because he plays a lot of Vayne, and Vayne is typically the split pusher that can then duel an AD carry. Caitlyn doesn't have the same dueling potential, but he still knows how to position himself as a solo person and stay safe.
Yeah, and at least he can ward for himself. That helps a little bit here. You know, you can actually chain all of your spells in with your net. You don't have to just EQ. You can EW, which is sometimes way better, because the slow helps them not avoid the trap, and you can often combo into a root.
I haven't seen anybody do that in pro play necessarily.
Yeah, I feel like I don't either. I feel like I don't see a lot of mid-fight traps.
Yeah.
Either because they're not noisy enough that I see them cast it, or just because they're certainly good players. Like, I'm sure they're aware of all the combos. I don't know. I've noticed the Nidalee players are really good at spreading traps out down the sides of the lane, though.
Oh, yeah.
That when a fight breaks out, someone will eventually hit one, but they'll almost never get taken by minions. All right, another dragon for Curse Academy.
Yep.
2-0 on this. 4,000 gold in the lead. That's actually pretty good at this point. Low kills, but good objective control. Winning in turrets as well.
Yoshi didn't really make much of an impact up with Darius.
Yeah.
Yet.
He will. Pentakill, calling it.
The Vamp Scepter is still a little questionable for me. But
yeah, he wanted to sustain, I guess, but now
I
he's
know.
items behind.
Yeah, he did outfarm Shyvana. They traded turrets. I think if a fight happened right now, he can still make an impact, but an air attack would have to get a lot of damage down. He's looking not very healthy.
Yeah, here we go. The dive going to come in anyway. D2 is running towards the front. Yuno taking a bit of pain. Jinx ulti does not even land as that I saw. And here we go. Yoshi going for the pain, trying to take down Annie. Doing what he can after this fight. We're going to have a quick game pause, but Yoshi's still in the battle. Does go down. Looks like a 2-for-1 overall. NBD does come out ahead. All right, guys, we got to pause real quick in this game. So, Darius, 2 kills for the team.
He did get a couple kills. That was a decent fight for them because they initiated so hard into the jungle there that he could get a couple bleed stacks just by spamming his Q a few times. His executes were okay, and I was a little distracted. I mainly just watched the Darius that fight.
Yeah.
But he did all right.
That's all you have to really watch for here.
Well, at least when he has the resets, right?
Yeah.
That's what we're watching for.
Yeah, it's actually going to replay that fight, Jet. Since we were so zoomed in on one champion, we should probably watch all 10.
Let's watch the other ones.
Yeah.
It's
Let's
generally pretty important.
watch the other 9. I mean, I guess we maybe saw his victims for a little bit as well, but we can get that replay up on your screen. Yeah, one sec. We're getting that set up for you guys. So, so that's interesting. So Curse Academy was winning pretty hard, like good margin, comfortable margin, and we just had NBD win a fight. Now, unfortunately, Dragon's already gone. Nothing to take for that. Only turret they've killed yet is top outer, so they could maybe rotate to mid. Maybe rotate to bottom, try to get some extra pressure there. We're going to get the replay on your screen right now, though, Jat, so here we go.
Yeah, so the big thing here is the Thresh box is actually pretty much the perfect box. Everyone has to run through that. And then it's just a big cluster. If the Jinx ultimate would have hit the middle of that fight, it would have been just ridiculous benefit for Team NBD, but because it wasn't, Curse Academy kind of escaped the giant cluster and still came out on top of that fight 2-1. But it was a pretty dangerous place for them to be diving into. Things almost went wrong despite Curse Academy's big gold lead.
Yeah, they could have went way worse. The Jinx ulti actually hit the back line. It touched the full health Fabi instead of getting like all the super chunked frontliners there. And I did see the Caitlyn cupcake mid-fight there. The Darius had the revealed buff on his head, meaning he'd eaten a cupcake early that fight. So Fabi, putting cupcakes down mid-fight. Do that when you're Caitlyn. Don't forget. It's really important. It's free peel.
Agreed.
Self-peel. Pretty useful. All right. So coming through this game, the other thing I think about, I just like to talk about Darius. We don't see him much.
Sure.
I'm just going to keep going. I hope you have like some more
What
do
else
you
could we
knows.
talk about Darius? Well, the thing is, Darius is a pretty simple champion.
Yeah.
Did you know this is like if you read the tooltip, you know this.
Mhm.
But his W is actually an attack speed slow as well as a move speed slow. So if you can close in on an AD carry, it theoretically helps him duel in those tight-knit situations.
Yeah.
Also, his E is one of the few like vacuum type abilities in the game.
Mhm.
And by vacuum, I mean it brings multiple targets into a singular point, which is rather potent with other AoE, but it's got a little bit of anti-synergy with himself. So if you actually get a hook on someone, I like hooking in, Wing them so they're slow, but then I want to fade back so you can get the extra damage on your Q because it's got 2 zones of damage. The outer one is 50% more, the inner one is less. And then since they're slowed, you can still attack them again later and keep the auto attacks in. But the fadeaway is really nice. And that's why I like Trinity Force, because it gives him more of that mobility.
Yeah, and he just moves fast whenever he auto-attacks or kills something as well. That's cool. Did you know gains move speed per person bleeding?
I did know that.
Yeah. So for what it's worth, it's very like invisible. You see the bleed and you're like, ow, this hurts a lot, I'm taking damage. But if he gets the entire team, that's 25% bonus move speed until the bleeds all fall off. And so he's actually going to like start zipping around that fight a little bit more, for what it's worth.
Yeah, it's an absurd amount of move speed. He's also unfairly extremely hard to itemize against.
Yeah.
Because he does physical damage with his 2 normal abilities.
QW auto attack.
His E gives him armor penetration. Then his bleed just does magic damage. Alt is obviously true damage. So the things you want to build against him is basically health, is what you think. But then his Q's hitting you for max damage anyway, and the armor pen is making it closer to true damage on all his abilities.
He's a painful dude.
Don't build that much good against him. That's why people didn't like him.
Yeah,
Didn't
at least you
seem
can
like he
kite
has
the
many
guy.
Counters. Unless he builds a Trinity Force and a Zephyr.
In which case he just dies in 3 seconds. Or not. Sorry. You're the Darius master.
Sometimes he does.
Sometimes.
Only build that when you're very far ahead.
When you're very far ahead, just Alacrity Enchantment, Boots of
Yes.
Swiftness, run at people.
Well, it's an interesting thing. Champions with low amounts of tools, which I'd like to call Darius, also Udyr, and maybe even Garen, are favorite champions for Alacrity Enchantments.
Yeah.
Since they are useless if they can't get in melee range of somebody. So therefore, move speed to me is just catastrophically more valuable than other itemization, which means I almost always build Alacrity Boots when I play those champions.
I remember playing against you in the beginning of our Season 3 playtests, and you would rush Boots to an Alacrity Enchant on Jungle Udyr, and it's like 10 minutes into the game, it's like your only item.
Yeah.
Right? And you're just like, he has like 400 move speed without Bear Stance, and I'm just like dying all the time.
Yeah, it's really good.
'Cause I'm Ashe and sad.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
Sometimes I did Swifty Boots because it would reduce your slow percentage. So
Oh, it's true.
It's like Boots 2.5 with the enchantment.
Yeah. So then I'm even less useful as Ashe. Thank you for being a jerk and countering my champion
Not
with
a
your
problem.
items. I hate you.
Anytime.
Yeah. Other interesting things, like as we talk about sort of the new items coming with the seasons, I guess it makes sense. I didn't think about it, though. One of the Cloud9 players was talking about how they're playing less Ashe because you pick up Mikhail so often now. That I think it got cheaper, if I recall correctly.
It got way cheaper.
Yeah. It's like 2,000 goldish now.
I want to say it's even cheaper than that, but I could be wrong.
It's like 2,000 or 1,800. Fairly cheap overall. And yeah, I mean, 3-minute cooldown is long, but you only get that many miracle arrows per game that he's like, oh, you stunned our AD carry for 5 seconds. No.
Yeah.
And it worked really well in that case. I remember the act of getting moved around a little bit. So it's now flat plus % of max health. So it's not like a... It is a bait in that, like, you want to bait someone to overcommit, but it's not a, like, missing health heal, like... I'm trying to think of missing health heals, and I'm blanking.
Missing health heal.
Do we
Soraka
have
is a
any?
missing health heal?
Yeah, she does now.
Yeah. I think that's most of them. I don't think we have any. We generally have, like, missing health executes.
Yeah.
And just now we have missing health heals.
Yeah.
And it's pretty much just on Soraka.
Okay, so before what it's worth, that baiting's been kind of fun. It was actually really good to me. I like the item because if I'm getting like Alacrity Boots and like Talisman of Ascension, I'm already at CDR cap, and I'm like, but I really want Chalice. And now it builds into something other than Athene's. I guess it always had, but Mikhail's really good now, and I can feel good buying a Chalice on like Janna or something.
So, our fancy stat people, Karma has a missing health percentage heal.
Yes, she does.
Yeah.
Mantra W.
Yep. It's a lot of health, too.
It's like 20% missing both ends?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's maximum like 39.9% or something if you're like a sliver when you used it.
You know what the...
and then took a bunch of damage and then continued to
got back to 2 health. Used the shield in time. Actually, did you know, this isn't actually a mechanic, but I went back and watched the Dignitas Alliance series, and in the very beginning of Game 1, I think it's Game 1, where Kiwi Kid and Cutie Pie gets dived on,
Yeah.
Kiwi hits level 3, learns W, actually activates Mantra and is like almost mid-cast animation as he's running back to his turret, almost heals himself for 20% of his health, and survives that early tower dive. That Shook gets in at like 3 minutes.
Did.
He like almost survives. He's basically a quarter second from healing for 20% of his max health.
Would it change the game?
Maybe.
No, it wouldn't. I think Alliance had that one pretty well.
Yeah, but it was the beginning. It snowballed a little bit.
Yeah.
And Tabs got a bit bigger, but I was like, I was like, slowed it down. I was like, the icon changed. He did Mantra. He did hit level 3 and learn it because the spectator was on him already, so we could see his skills. So really close to that happening. You never know. I don't know. QT.
Those turret dives can often be extremely close on whether they're going to work or not.
There's some crazy. I mean, we saw that with last night, the LMQ game. Godlike.
Ackerman?
Ackerman.
Yeah.
Godlike from Royal. He renamed, but that's the same player.
Ackerman.
Yeah, but he was. Unless I'm like actually dumb and I was lied to, but same player, right?
No, he is Godlike from Royal.
Yes. Okay, making sure. Yeah, he like lived with 12 health for like 5 minutes under that turret. Kind of like gets an Ori shield. I don't think he actually got a Cold Meek off, but just enough resist that he survived and then tanked the turret, killed the champions there. It was just like some people just survive that long. Beta Tarek, 300 armor. You remember playing like old Tarek?
That was just like a couple days ago.
Huh?
A couple weeks ago, wasn't Tarek able to get?
I mean that's true, sure. But
Yeah.
I remember the fountain turret used to deal physical damage.
Right.
And you could sit in the fountain for like 8 seconds.
So yeah, I guess in the Alliance game against Dignitas at Battle of the Atlantic, they all tried to do that fountain dive thing. That used to be way easier. Yeah.
Just sit there.
Like, you could actually do it. I know some games way back when I was playing Uter back then, and I would hit something like 200 or 300 armor, and we'd like to run it with a lot of shields or heals or something. So like, I could actually just turtle stance tank and just have people healing me and shielding me and just be in the fountain for like 25 seconds if we wanted to. It was amazing. I can kind of see why they removed it.
Yeah.
It's not very fun for the enemy.
A little bit.
But it was pretty fun for us.
Yeah, I imagine. And it pierces Kale ulti, it pierces
Now it
Zillion
does.
ulti, now it does. Pierces GA, everything. You can't even shield like damage.
No.
So if you thought you were gonna like Blitzcrank passive, no. None of it. It just like
I agree with the decision overall. Yeah.
But when I was winning, it was so much more fun.
It was.
Oh well.
And we would see so many more fountain dives in the LCS if it
Thresh hooks are already enough.
I mean, we already see fountain dives.
Yeah. Sorry?
We already see a bunch of fountain dives.
Yeah.
Is what I'm saying.
They're fun.
Yeah.
And the teams that do it wrong, there's actually a video up like 3 months ago or something of a team who like killed all the minions, all the turrets, they're like Nexus at half, and they all fountain dive and die, and the team comes back and kills the base.
Yeah.
And they lose by bad mannering the fountain.
And just so you guys know, the issues have been solved. We are now back into the game. Thank you for listening to us rant about almost nothing League related.
We almost always rant about beta, I've noticed.
You know, being nostalgic is one of the coolest things I've found in game communities. Like, knowing where this game came from and what has changed is always an interesting topic of conversation. We'll delve deeper if we get another pause, actually.
I do like League stories. They're really enjoyable. Just all the old like sit on the porch, listen up stories. But we're back into the game. NBD, they do take the mid-outer turret, 2-2 in turrets here, of course. Curse Academy still up 2 dragons and a champion kill. To recap, guys, if you don't remember what's going on, if you tuned in late to the stream, whatever, what have you, this is a match, a best of 1. The winner goes into top 8. The winner of this plays Determined Gaming. We saw them play against Evil Geniuses, lose 0-3 there. But this is going to be their next opponent, whichever team wins here. Top lane Dyrus is an awesome bro. Got a kill and assist last fight. And overall, it's a fun game going on.
Yeah, it's gotten fairly close. I think Curse Academy, they've controlled 2 of the dragons, if any of you are just tuning in now. Fabi and Sheep actually got a very early double kill in the lane. So Fabi's going to be looking to become a force later on in this matchup. But they've actually lost a lot of their lane presence since getting that double kill. Yes, they took the tower, but they had a 2v2 fight where they actually ended up suffering a death. So not everything is going right for Curse Academy.
Not everything. And we had one minor fight where NBD went 2-1 in the battle in just kind of the middle of the jungle. So these guys definitely trading blows right here. Jackson is picking up the money. He is a 1-0-1 Zed. I feel like his split push scariness is going to grow over time, especially when he completes that last Whisper. Should be able to take on almost anyone from the other team. I feel like Darius couldn't beat a Zed. I don't think he'd kill him in time. I feel like.
Right now, Darius for Zed?
Right now, without Last Whisper, maybe he's all right.
Yeah.
He's
I think
12,
it'll be
so it's a really good power spike. But I just feel like 3 items for both these guys.
Yeah, I think there comes a point where Zed becomes more potent.
Okay. NBD looking for the bottom lane here. Looks like they have rotated first. 4 people going to be here as Darius holds the mid lane. This turret pretty much at full health, but there's no one here to defend this really. The rest of the rotation's coming in now. Annie's joined up with Zed, Jacksmith, and Sheep here. They're trying to kill off the minions, and looks like NBD's going to flinch here and not quite go for it. That was the reason we paused. Yoshi has reconnected, of course, already. The game's continuing on.
It's an artifact right there. Not something that was actively happening. He's good to go. Coming back up towards his top lane, trying to stop Rux. He's fallen a little bit behind in farm because of those team fight shenanigans that just happened. I feel like Rux is actually getting to that late game scaling point where Darius is going to be scared of him. So Yoshi actually needs to find more team fight situations where he can start bleed stacking multiple people and just help Jinx get those executes.
Let's see if he can do it. NBD with a good siege on his bottom lane. Decent damage here. That turret down just a couple hundred health right now. Next time someone's left alone, it's going to be going down. Rux, good rotation to mid. No one here to stop him at all. Curse Academy looking to kill this building down. Good stuff right there. Just a freebie.
Kill this building down. Yeah, they're pressuring around the map. It's because Rux had pushed so much in the top lane. He just rotated mid, and NBD had nobody to come up and match that. And Aerotech had gotten a little bit distracted and ended up going to the bot lane. NBD's trying to get some of this turret pressure back, but they're just falling a bit behind now.
And Yoshi just seems to be having a worse time killing off these minion waves. You talked about Rux just pushing top so hard, and Yoshi was basically unable to move. And, you know, to kind of add to all this, Rux is actually just, he's going to be really big. 170 minions, going towards Blade of the Ruin King as well. I mean, I feel like Rux is going to have a pretty good time trying to dive towards the back line if he gets to.
Yeah, things are looking way up for Curse Academy right now. Everything absolutely going the way. I think especially once they get Static Shiv, since they're already substantially out-pushing NBD, they have a very good push comp at the moment. You know, Rux on Shyvana, almost an unstoppable split pusher at this point by anyone on NBD. Jacksmith has enough damage, and Aerotech actually did go for the Athene's Unholy Grail with the Seeker's Arm Guard, so there's no Zhonya's he can't get in range of Zed. Then you just add in Caitlyn Olaf, both those guys extremely good range wave clear. All 3 slots so far for Curse Academy here can push through extremely well, and NBD, despite having Ziggs, who is one of the best counter pushers in the game, just don't have enough across the map to keep the minions away from their turrets.
They don't just yet, so Curse Academy, the outer layer already been peeled away. Look for the second layer soon enough. They're actually looking to control the the Baron a fair bit. 2 pink wards around Baron. Another one on the route in, so that is 3 of them already put down. Using the sweeper, using other wards to spot the ways in. Looks like they're baiting right around the wall here. Near attack gets seen. The flash in from Sheep, and near attack. Good buy right there. Sheep getting the kill credit. 2-2-2 on that Annie.
Yeah, it's been a strong initiation there, and especially with the steal potential of Ziggs down, they just have to pick off Vi or zone her from the fight in order to secure this Baron. Let's see how well they zone out Aerodactyl, or whether they're willing to just engage in a 50-50 trade here.
Let's see what they do right there. Vi is nearby. No one's probably going to zone him out. Of course, his team's still here to go for this one. The jump over from Zed goes for the ulti. Can they one-shot Vi in time? Health bar still going down for Curse Academy, but they can turn back in this one. Jackson flashes over the wall. Jinx ulti's going to claim a kill, but it's Baron in a 1-for-1.
Yeah, they were just able to get that Baron. Good job killing Aerodactyl. It does seem like the connectivity issues continue for Yoshi.
In the past.
No, they're still happening. He disconnected during that fight. There's the online rules as well, since these are played online, that if you only get 10 minutes of pause time for these guys, and I believe they've went close to through it. So if he has connectivity issues, it is the individual's responsibility as far as these rules go, unfortunately, to hold their own connection. And it seems like he's reconnecting in a little bit more often than NBD would like. They were losing when it started, but it has persisted.
That's a fair point. Okay, so we'll see these guys can regroup from all of this. A 7,000 gold lead, though, puts Curse Academy in a pretty good spot. Set up the wards, set up the play, traded kills, got rid of the enemy jungler, and gave themselves a high percentage smite here. Randuin's Omen plus Ancient Golem here on the Olaf jungle. They've got a force to dive with. They've got an AD carry who can sit there and put out the damage from the back, and a bunch of menacing split pushers. Curse Academy, pretty well-rounded lineup right now.
Yeah, Curse Academy looking to shove in as many lanes as they possibly can. It's about an 8,000 gold advantage. Yoshi reconnects again.
Very unfortunate.
Stay back this time.
I believe. got to believe. You believe hard enough, and they show back up.
You got to believe pretty hard in this case. They are down substantially. Darius, even if he wasn't having connection issues, has a very weak late game when compared to Shyvana. All the pushing advantages are accumulating for Curse Academy. The Baron is up. These are very hard things to come back from if you're NBD.
Definitely are right here. Curse Academy still putting the pressure on. Sweeper used to get rid of some of these wards, make sure that jungle is blacked out as they go for that second ring of turrets. They're still at 3 right now, but 4, 5, and 6 are right in front of them. Zed in the bottom. Shyvana with the rest of the team up top. Aerodactyl not quite finding a fight right here. Yuna's going to go and finds the pull. Teacher is going to pop the ulti to get away from this one. So Olaf is safe, but loses a cooldown.
That was kind of cool looking.
Yeah.
The Death Sent is just kind of disappearing as soon as it almost like it got zapped or something.
Yeah, it's the new particle when you remove
death
it.
particle, yeah.
It's awesome. Yeah, I like it a lot. It sort of shatters with Thresh Green Mystic Energy. Ooh, Sheep gets pulled up there.
Oh, could
nice
see a
play
big
backwards.
fight here.
That was a good Timbers. Goodbye, Fabi gets the kill picked up. Pretty easy one, all things considered, for Curse Academy. Maybe Yuna shouldn't have gotten in that one. Unfortunately, that whole jungle was warded.
It's really hard for them to get control right now. There's pink wards in the jungle. The catch potential of Sheep is too high, and they just cannot seem to get Yoshi back in this game.
Very unfortunate for these guys, but the pressure is still just going to continue for Curse Academy. The dive in by Rux slows down Jumichu and just goes down. Fabi on a rampage, 4-0 and 4. Aerodactyl stunned up as well. That's another kill picked up here. Curse Academy likely to get some turrets. The Near attack also goes down. Jack has lost some health, but very much worth it there.
Yeah, this looks like it could be close to the end here. Curse Academy just got a whole bunch of kills. They still have the Baron buff, and they're just pushing down the inhibitor turrets.
Inhibitor turret number 1 under siege, 4 turrets to 2. CA 10-4 in kills as well. Inhib number 1 also gonna go down just 27.5 minutes in. Jackson is still pressuring the bottom lane as well.
Backing away to play this one a little bit more safe. Oh, there it is. That's a surrender.
That is a surrender. NBD dropping out. Curse Academy moving on forward. They will be playing against Determined Gaming, I believe, in the very next week. But all the round of 8 matches are either next week or the week after.
Yeah, they're going to be always right after the North American LCS on Saturday and Sunday. But, you know, it's a very unfortunate ending.
Yeah.
Right there for those guys. I know they're not going to be happy about that one. But Curse Academy was winning that game previously. It's just the tough nature of this tournament sometimes.
Yeah, it's very, very unfortunate for these guys, but Curse Academy, of course, putting on a pretty good amount. And by the way, that's going to be February 1st, that game. So 2 weeks from yesterday, if I have my days properly.
Damn.
Yeah, 2 weeks from yesterday. Right, yes, 13 days from now. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break, but when you return, Tint Gaming takes on NK Inc., Evaniscus, and the rest of Skyline in our second match of the night. The 2014 North American Challenger Series will be right back after this. everybody, and welcome back to the 2014 North American Challenger Series. And it's time for our second match of the night and our final game of Week 1, Tint Gaming versus Skyline. Now, the winner of this battle will guarantee themselves some cash and a Challenger Series spot and earn a point, of course, on their way to the LCS promo tournament. And of course, their opponent, though, in the ground of 8 is going to be the Walking Zed, a tough one.
Yeah, Walking Zed was quite the team. One game away from actually making it into the LCS, so definitely some big competition coming in here. But honestly, taking out Team LawPro to get here was quite an impressive feat by NK Inc. and Emaniscus' team.
Yeah, so Skyline did a pretty good job there of putting up a good performance. It was a very grueling battle, by the way. Close match, but they did make it happen here. So you got to kind of consider Skyline the favorite here. A couple of former LCS players, a couple of known names. It's a strong group of people.
Yeah, even with the Eve nerfs, NK Inc. also is able to draw the Eve ban very early on. He kind of was the trailblazer for Eve in the LCS. He played so much of it back in Season 3. It's even more potent now in the 2014 season, so I can see why it's a pretty important ban for TNT to get down.
Yeah, they got rid of it, although it's still surprising to see her not really played that much in top tier. Like,
yeah, I know.
It's weird. It's one of those champions you're like, yeah, she's going to do really well. We see some teams run it because, like, AD Assassins mid are back, kind of, in a lot of ways. Like, there's a lot. You're seeing Kha'Zix again. You're seeing Yasuo. Zed's still getting play. And it's like, you need AP damage somewhere.
Well, surprisingly, actually, I think in the highest tier of play, Eve's kind of really difficulty of seeing her with the vision system is diminished a bit. The reason I think she's so annoying or successful in, like, mid to high tier play is it used to be that you could just kind of pink ward to avoid Eve. Now people don't think you can because she'll just kill the pink ward and then go at you. But in, like, tourney level play, they are good enough to get wards all the way into the jungle, so they see Eve while she's not invisible, and they're also much better communicating with each other and guessing and knowing where Eve is based on cooldowns of jungle camps and all these other really complex things to keep in your head, which you can't even do up until Plat, up until Diamond. It's really difficult, but in pro level play, you generally can.
Where's the smart ping for she was here 30 seconds ago?
Yeah, it's in your mind.
It is in my mind. It's over voice comms, and I'm like, by the way, Evelyn was at Wolves. She's probably bottom side of the map now. Well, of course, picks and bans have gone through the Elise, the Shyvana, the Kayle. A bunch of great picks here for Tint, but Skyline, they've gotten the Kha'Zix again for Golden Glue. Now, last time we played the champion, again, against that LawPro team where he won, he went 9-2-6.
Nice.
So, yeah, pretty good performance.
Do you know what he was playing against? Because playing against Kayle as Kha'Zix is not a very easy matchup.
No.
I know that Kayle should be able to shove him in fairly early, and even later can shut down his burst fairly successfully as long as he doesn't get in a really isolated situation where he can get queued over and over again.
Yeah, so we'll see if he can make this situation happen or not. Leap in and out of the slows. We'll see. Skyline, though, still putting together the same comp as last time, the Rumble. They also played before, and this was actually something I really wanted to know about because maybe I'm just wrong here. I don't play a very good top lane, but I feel like Rumble would have a really hard time against the super tanky bruisers because they'll just run at you through the flame spitter, and you've got to run away, not doing any damage at all. And you've got an obvious Shyvana top lane here against Rumble, and they're like, yeah, Rumble's fine.
I think it's the same reason that Vladimir would have some weaknesses.
Right.
I believe Rumble can survive against Shyvana mainly because having, as silly as it sounds, 2 Electro Harpoons to keep him back, and because Shyvana's move speed is not long enough to go that much over the slow field. He should be able to keep his distance. Against Amundo, I think he'd be much worse.
Okay.
But I think against Shyvana, it can work. And I also like this for the Skyline team composition as well, because Rumble will hopefully have enough upfront damage that people are low for Golden Glue. Very few top laners nowadays can get kind of team-wide that many people low to let Golden Glue potentially get some resets.
And that to me was always, I felt, a requirement for Kha'Zix teams. Now, if you're Gambit and Alex Sitch, you don't care and you play whatever you want because you're that good. But generally speaking, I've seen the only teams that worked well with Kha'Zix were ones that had that upfront damage, that had the Rumbles, that had maybe a Gragas somewhere.
Absolutely.
Even like Evelyn, but just something to start the fight out, get them low to enable the resets. And that seemed to work out. Yeah,
and TNT, obviously, with their team composition, they have a little bit of resetting with Jinx, but mainly they're just a high damage team. I think Shyvana is one of the only tanks in that one, and that's generally pretty good pickings for Kha'Zix. If you're running a one tank team Kazakhstan oftentimes just jump through that unless the tank gets really out of control.
Yeah, how well do you think we can see like Kale blocking that? Because he's got to all in at some point. Like you're not just gonna void spike poke and be like, I got to reset, right? Like at some point he's gonna go in, and how well can the Kale block that? Block the Q, all the damage. He comes in, has no reset, dies.
I know.
Potentially.
Yeah.
That's gonna be a fun little mini game to see.
That's a really high skill mini game they're gonna have to try and play. Even when Zed was a thing, it was rather difficult for Kales to block it properly.
That seems weird to me.
I know. Well,
He's
it's because he dive in, but that's the craziest thing with Zed is he just does so much damage even before his ult. Like you can just throw out a clone and hit him. Well, I didn't kill out that. Like you could kill out the death mark, but there was so much AoE damage that oftentimes you'd hold it on like too late into a fight.
I can see that.
Yeah, it's a lot of it has to do with sustained damage too. Like against the death mark for sure, it's good, but it's not an easy thing to use. Kale's got to be one of the most difficult champions in the game to play.
She's a lot of fun though.
Yeah.
I recommend playing. It's really powerful. All
Do you
that
play
fun
Kale?
stuff. I do. I love shot people with QE Lichbane.
Okay, that I didn't know. I've seen that happen a few times. We were watching was it a challenger game yesterday? And there was a late game team fight. We're like, oh, it might turn. We're like, where did the Jinx go? And we're like,
Flash QE.
Oh, Kale just flash QE'd it.
Yeah. All right. Did you know the only spell she has with a cast animation is her Q?
True.
No, her W. No, you can move with W. Yeah. The only spell that cast animation is her Q. Everything else is instant cast.
We mentioned this the other day, but did you know she's one of 2 champions whose ranged auto attack can hit through the wind wall because there's no projectile?
Yeah, her and Thresh, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Let's see. Did you know the best time to ult as Kale against Zed is actually when he starts the ulti, not just the death mark at the end? Because they will almost always burst through and do all of that, and if you block the damage, then you're fine. Did you know the splash damage from her E does not work with Hurricane? The splash is on attack when she swings, not when she hits something. So she only gets one splash.
And it's a melee attack, isn't it?
No, she becomes ranged.
Oh, okay.
She's technically ranged, so she's you stop getting Ravenous Hydra. She will actually become ranged and melee based on form, like Jace, like Elise, like Nidalee. So you only splash on attack, which is only once, and then you have the just slightly higher bonus damage on the target you chose, which will go to everything, which will work 3 times. So you do get like a decent amount of bonus damage, but you don't splash 3 times.
Yeah, she's pretty good in like shred compositions back when people were really trying to stack armor pen and magic pen as well.
Yeah.
It's often a very forgotten thing about Kale since she has so much burst damage that she actually shreds you over time by putting up Holy Fervor stacks, I think is the name of it.
If that's still the name. I don't actually remember anymore.
Yeah.
Because I know her passive changed a couple times.
The shred thingy.
Yeah, the shred thingy. Her passive. We're good. That's how we actually do it officially as casters here. Did you know, let's see. Did you know in Season 2 she was played as an AD top laner by people like Dyrus?
Yes, they used to go double Dorans oftentimes to an Infinity Edge and a Phantom Dancer. They turn into a double AD carry.
Yes.
And then it was actually Soul Crush, one of our many designers, who was like, why isn't Kale building AP all the time? I'm just going to buffer ratios. 0.2 to 0.4 on E won't do much, will it? And we're like, all right, go for it.
Yeah.
And it did.
But the funny thing was the build there was Leandry's. It was like the main build was Leandry's Kale because did you know E is one of the very few, like, I'm trying to think about how to describe it right, but it's like a repeatable attack thing that actually triggers like on spell effects.
Repeatable attack thing.
Well, so for example, like Teemo's Toxic Shot doesn't spell vamp, doesn't apply Rylays.
Right. It's like a special cased spell.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't. There's nothing special there. So, but Kale, her E will trigger things like Rylays and Leandry's and whatnot, and that was initially the big build before Lichbane Nashor's Tooth became the big thing because it would work. It would also apply Lizard Elder. Now, guys, as the teams load into the Rift, let's take a moment and look at how these teams got there, starting with Tint Gaming.
Yeah, so Tint Gaming, who I'm going to probably call TNT, they beat a team called Jet Fuel on Friday in a 48-minute slugfest, so very close game. The top laner Drill had a huge game on Renekton, but it was actually the play of their AD carry, Evan RL, that carried them to victory. He was 9-0-6 on Caitlyn, which is impressive in a game that long for you.
Yeah, it really is. Not dying as AD carries, sometimes a very difficult thing to do. Of course, on the other side of the Rift tonight is Skyline, a team with a couple of familiar names on the roster.
Yeah, so Skyline actually pulled off an upset on Friday when they took out the former cursed mid laner Nyjackie's team, which was LOLPro. Skyline was the 15 seed, while LOLPro was the 6 seed. Nyjackie wasn't the only former pro in that game, actually. Skyline has a couple former members of Velocity Esports on their roster. NK Inc., the jungler for Velocity, as we were talking about, drew the Eve ban early. He was in last summer. And, of course, Evan Niskus or if I was willing to scream how Kobe called Evaniscus really loudly, is from Velocity as well. He had a couple good games last split.
And if your ears didn't die, then our microphones are really high quality.
I just
they
did a
capped
quiet
us.
scream.
Oh, I just go all out all the time.
All right.
I'm actually sad about this. So I actually like Evaniscus, like as a player and as a person. I've talked to him a few times. But my only like big memory of him in LCS was like the horrific. I was gonna say horrifying, then it said horrific, so it just sounded bad.
I just remember him dying a whole bunch. Is that
Yeah,
what you're gonna say?
in a really bad Lissandra game. I think it was the first Lissandra we saw in NA. Had a really rough game, like 0-8 or something, like really saddening.
So when Evaniscus did badly, he did really badly in the LCS. Like, he had his couple good games. I really liked it when Velocity Esports ran a lot of those, like, double AD, Janna mid type compositions. Like, he felt pretty at home in those teams. But when he was on Zyra or something and he started dying,
he just died a lot.
He died a lot.
That just kind of happened with supports back then. I mean, it still does, I guess, a little bit here. But when your core champions don't have, like, escapes or hard CC and where you're like, I'm Zyra or Lissandra, I am very squishy and have to go in to do things. Like, I just remember, like, how many times Zyra would die to Ahri in the World Championship games. She would just see her at some point and would die to Spirit Rush.
It was really sad. It's like it was a DFG, and then Ahri just stood next to him, and he died.
You press your non-skill shot buttons to make sure you can't possibly fail. And the champion fell over. She turned into leaves. But here we go, guys. Skyline and Tint Gaming back. Well, not back, but now on the Rift here. Best of one winner plays the Walking Zed next Saturday in the top 8 on their way towards the LCS. We'll see if these guys can do it. Right now, Ezreal just taunting, saying that Jinx belongs in a museum. But I feel like she'd rather blow one up than walk into one.
She would.
Yeah.
Yep.
You belong in a museum.
Man, he really wants her to know about this.
I got to say, though, I'm pretty excited to see the Rumble Kha'Zix synergy. It's been a while since we've seen Rumble in the top lane. I think the last one was Balls in the Battle of the Atlantic. We'll see how well Jezzy can do. I think it's definitely going to be worth watching whether his Electro Harpoon can keep Shyvana at bay and whether he gets trained down like frequently or not.
Yeah.
Because if he can farm up and become a strong Rumble, the synergy between him and Golden Glue's Kha'Zix is going to be really high.
It's true. It's going to be a really easy comp. And you even have Jarvan there just to lock him in place for a bit more fire. You've got Ezreal to fire across the top. So there's actually a good amount of synergy. Like, 4 members of Skyline are there kind of, at least in part, to make Kha'Zix work. Tint moving in, though, for the jungle. Looks like a 3-on-2 here. And, yeah, Skyline's got to give it up. And
Yeah, good delayed invade.
Yeah, I like how late it was because Ink was, like, ready to go for the red buff and is like, still hasn't even started his jungle yet, and the red buff's already taken.
Now he's got to run all the way back across the other side of the map, and it's a kind of a late developing lane swap as well. They're going to 1v2 Rumble.
Okay.
Which, by the way, is much worse now than it was maybe 6 months or so ago. A nerf that used to happen to him is a 10 damage got taken off of his Electro Harpoon.
Yeah.
Which doesn't seem all that consequential, but we were talking about last hitting under turret and the difficulties you have by yourself. It took it under the threshold to last hit the range minion with one shot. So 1v2ing his Rumble is really difficult now if he wants to get farm. He means he has to tag it with his Flame Spitter and then get Electro Harpoons down on it.
One of the hardest things, by the way, is last hitting a minion with a Flame Spitter because the damage ticks are so low on minions.
Yep.
Like, I mean, getting the first hit and then Eing afterwards, sure. Okay, Skyline, though, this is good. They got the 2v1 lane bottom, and so they rotated down to their enemy's red buff, and they got that successfully. So the late invade didn't really hurt Skyline that much. Now, guys, we got a quick pause. We're gonna get ourselves back into the game in a second, but we've just seen the early jungle developments. Despite a really clever late invade by Tint, ultimately nothing special happening to the junglers.
Yeah, I don't think much is going on. I am interested to seeing how the Jarvan jungle fares because we saw so much of it, and then really the nerfs to its width on the flag toss combo really just got rid of his play. It's very easy to miss that now. It's just, I want to say it's like actually playing lawn darts.
It's actually jukeable. To me,
it's really hard to land.
To me, as a guy who lanes more than I play jungle, I just like, oh, it's actually dodgeable now. This is nice. And I'm just like smugly happy about this. It's like, oh, I have counterplay. How sweet.
It's interesting, though, because you see the Jarvan in the game and you're like, oh, it can dodge it, but you just don't see the Jarvan in the game anymore because people don't like missing it.
Yeah.
If he's good enough to land these skills, though, it's still the same old Jarvan. He's still got the same damage. He's still burst crazy hard, and his ganks are incredibly potent.
You know, even after the ganks, I saw him a couple times. I would literally see like top tier junglers. Actually, hold on, Jezzy getting dived, only level 2, likely to go down, and the turret aggro dropped. Nice play by Mimo on Elise. 1-0 already for Tint.
Well, 1v2 Rumble turns very quickly into 1v3 Rumble, and look out.
Wow.
Where was he going? We must have missed a little bit of that action while we were paying attention to the 3-man in the top lane, but
yeah.
I would have to think that he was trying to escape a gank through there because he was pushed up in the lane.
Yeah.
Not that he was trying to rotate to the top lane. That is the most likely explanation.
I mean, everyone burning their flashes for that one. 3 summoners for 1. Definitely a hardcore chase at the end of all that. So 1 for 1 on this one. But to continue the Jarvan point I was making, so after the nerfs, I would occasionally see like very top tier junglers would flash W because they
to slow it down.
Right, to slow them down because they knew that if they flashed, they could still catch with the EQ, and then they would EQ long to catch the flash. So there we go. Taisha getting jumped on, and he has to run to the left.
Yeah, it's because NKN came down from the bottom side, and then he flashed, EQ'd, and forced a flash. But that's why the chase was a little bit longer. NK Inc. does get the red buff proc on. And I actually agree with you on Jarvan plays there. You too often see Jarvan's just like not getting into auto attack range first, especially when you have a red buff. It's oftentimes worth it to just flash and hit him once.
Yep.
Especially as Udyr in the jungle if you have a red buff. A lot of people will, like, since you're going to catch him anyway with Bear, they think, oh, I'll just run up to him and force the flash, and then I'll flash after. But it's actually better to point-blank flash into them and get the Bear stun, because the slow plus the stun duration will allow you to catch him afterwards anyways.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And you get the early
I find
upfront
it's more
damage.
effective, at least.
Yeah, that makes sense.
At the very least, you trade flashes, which you're going to do anyway, and at best, you get a kill.
Nice. I like the upside there. Kale, oh no, Taishi, you are in the wrong spot. Goes upwards, not much going to matter. A Wild Thro's nearby, lands one of the stuns, but the Volto Spiderling, oh my gosh, he actually lived and couldn't chase. No cooldowns left.
We were just talking about the flag toss combo. That was a really poor flag toss combo by NK Inc. He threw it like 3 feet in front of him and then dashed to it. It was like a slow motion dash, and he didn't even get the knockup onto Tashi there. Obviously, they stopped chasing because Elise was there for the very late counter gank, but a little bit of time wasted and a nice escape.
Oh, well played then by Kale, making that one happen. Last thing in a turret, Drill only got one of them at the end there. Slightly late attack the one before that. It's okay, we'll forgive him. But this 2v1 lane down here, so we saw the dive initially work there on the top lane, but they all recalled. They didn't stay for the turret, so none of these turrets have yet fallen. Meanwhile, Drill stuck in this 2v1, and his turret's not dying all that fast yet. This one's going down, though.
Yeah, I think it's because there's been a whole bunch of a wild Mimo in that top lane. First got the kill on a Jezzy. Second was able to finish off the turret. So Tint will want to try and rotate those lanes around, and there's a outside chance they make it back to this bottom lane before the turret falls. That would mean the world to them, but it's going to be a tough move.
It's going to be hard. Looks like Jinx Lulu will be there for the next wave, but this one without a cannon. We'll see if it does enough damage here. Okay, Taishi getting rid of some of his minions, and this is close. Last minion is going down. Not that much damage left in the turret. They got their dual lane back.
Plus, they got a BF sword now to a Doran's Blade. So when Jinx arrives back in that lane against Impactful, which, by the way, some people say isn't a word. I disagree.
I don't think it is.
Yeah.
I've seen it on some online dictionaries, but not on others. And it depends what reference you want to use.
I've always been a proponent of English is whatever language you want it to be.
Okay.
Yeah, the same way that, like, LOL is something that people say now.
And selfie? Word of the year.
Selfie is, unfortunately, a word. But
it's okay.
It
better
exists
than
as well.
YOLO. I mean, YOLO's an acronym, but still.
According to our writer, Merriam-Webster does say that impactful is a word. So whoever told me that impactful wasn't a word is not true. We just about had a pause there, but
just kidding.
Luckily, we didn't have to.
No pause at all. There are no bears in this game whatsoever. None of these champions would have pause, actually. I don't think Yordles count. I feel like they don't have pause.
What
Maybe
about
they
like
do.
a Kha'Zix before he grew up? If he wasn't Mecha Kha'Zix, would those be considered pause?
I mean, does a praying mantis like ever have pause, or are they always like sweet freaking scythe arms?
They're kind of scythe arms.
Yeah. Rainbow Scyther, by the way, is the unofficial name.
Oh no, dude, Rumble. He's a furry little guy. He's got pause.
Yordles have pause. I asked that. Do Yordles have pause?
Rumble better have pause.
Why? He's a Yordle.
Otherwise,
right?
got a severe hair problem.
I mean, you could just be a furry dude. Mountain men, all of them. All Yordles are
There's
actually...
a difference between being a little hairy and having hair all over your face, Freak.
It's a really long mustache and really long bangs.
Yes. It's just a ridiculously low hairline. You never guess it.
Really big eyebrows, maybe?
Bushy eyebrows right there. Anyways, it's a pretty big lead here for Tint Gaming. And I actually have a question that you're going to probably be able to answer for me. Is the blue side team always the higher seed in these up until
they
the point?
get choice.
They get choice. Okay.
So the way it works is we actually assume players want blue side. Historically, teams always tend to ask for blue side. And so it's like, if you don't say anything, we'll assume that you wanted blue. And so it just keeps things going. But like, for example, in the World Championships, like SKT and Royal both asked for red.
A lot of times they do for picks and bans.
Yeah, every once in a while. So some of these guys do ask for red. I believe this was a standard Tint ask for blue here. I'm also actually not entirely certain on the ruling. We do have a pause real quick, so we'll talk about this. I actually don't remember. I need to look up the rule of how seeding works. Like if you get an upset win, like do you take over their seed? Like the spot on the bracket is always higher seeded, or if you have to upset everyone, you're just like, well, I'm still lowest seed the entire way through.
Yeah, we'll get the word on that. I'm
Probably
sure.
the latter is my guess.
That I don't think it would,
number 22.
dynamically reseed. I think it would just be a bracket style, so teams have more time to prepare.
Yeah.
That was definitely the logic for seeding at Worlds. When they were seeded in from the group stage, it was a full bracket through.
Yeah. Okay. So anyway, So game started out, a little bit of a gold lead here for Tint. Good sort of turret play so far. They've gotten their own turret here. We're going to get the game on pause about 20 seconds. That's the word we're hearing, so no big deal. We are playing on a delay from the game itself.
Yep.
And then it lets us do cool things like this. We never see a
secret.
pause screen.
Yeah.
We can lie to you about stuff.
We get to talk for like 6 minutes before a game starts.
Yeah. We also know when it's going to end. And so we can be like,
I don't know when it's going to end. They don't tell us when it's going to end.
He's told me.
You are a little cheater.
I'm not doing the analysis. I'm like, I think this might be a game-winning push.
No, there's not going to be a fight.
I like spectate my other computer and be like, I really think they're going to go for a 3-on-1 dive because of, I think it's going to work.
How does he always know?
I'm just really good. That's the secret of the crystal ball. We actually not time-lapse. Everything's actually slightly in the past. The games are played like a day beforehand.
Starting theories for you.
It's not true.
Starting theories. Dangerous theories.
Tin foil hats, guys.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Tint up in the mid lane. You've got Taishi still, despite getting ganked a whole heck of a lot of times, he's still pushing up that lane a decent amount. He's down in minions, but like he's not flinching from that lane.
No, not in the slightest. I mean, Golden Glue has done exceedingly well against Kale so far in this one. It's a tough lane matchup, Kaz against Kale, but NK Inc. has given him the ganks when it really matters, and it's allowed him to pull up a CS advantage. He's going to want to get that Ravenous Hydra as quickly as possible. We got to see Kaz a couple times in the North American LCS to very varying success rates.
Yeah, we really have Tint, though, in control over this dragon right there. Looks like they're getting their first, but it's what looks like a 5v5 if they show up here. Slow and Evaniscus pull onto Evan RL. The play as well. Rumbled, he comes across the flash away. Who's going to go down first? A lot of damage on Evaniscus. The chase still in. Kale goes down first. Looks like a big fight here for Skyline. They've picked up 2 so far, cutting backwards. Evaniscus not going to land the play, but Tint on the run now. Jezzy gets his spells back up. Going to land the slows onto Evan RL. Jezzy picks up the first kill. Looks like that was a pretty amazing fight. 3 for 0. They lost the dragon, but they got themselves right back there in gold. Got another quick game pause for you guys, but
SKO wrecked that fight.
Oh, yeah.
Just now. The Rumble ultimate placement was exquisite in that one. It got everyone low, and then there was a really nice push-pull, I think, by NK Inc.'s Jarvan being in and out in that fight, really utilizing that flag toss to its best abilities.
That's actually one of the cool things about what Jarvan can do is when you go in for the knockup, 2 really minor things. So one, you never want to W immediately because they're still in the air. You'll lose slow duration, right? EQ, hit them, pop the shield a little bit late for extra slow, but also then because you have a shield and they are slowed, that same move that you talked about where you can walk back and get out there, right, and get out of range is much easier to do because they can't follow you in the first place. And I know some junglers, I know Meteor started talking about this by the end of Season 3. He's like, I started maxing shield second, and that's crazy. Like, max rank shield in a full team fight's like over 400 points.
As far as just being tanky, since a lot of the jungles, Jarvans are just exceedingly just meat shields.
Yeah, their job is to be tanky. And you do get 3% attack speed for your team per rank in the flag toss, but the cooldown doesn't go down. The damage goes up, okay, sure, but like you don't get that much per rank up. And he's like, oh, at level 13, I have 400 bonus health and a bigger slow. That's great for us.
And he's just about got his first big jungle item, too. Not a huge amount of farm, but definitely outpacing a Wild Mimo. NK Inc. spent much less time 3-man pushing lanes and much more time farming. So even though they're down 2 turrets, they're almost caught up in gold, which means there's a lot of unclaimed gold on that map for Skyline if they can get any type of push going now that they've shown they can win some of these fights.
Definitely can right here. We're still waiting on the Kazakhs to really go mental in this one. He went 2-0-1 in the last fight, has the Tiamat, has the Vamp Scepter, so Hydra's not far apart, but we've seen some good starts to these fights overall. Yeah, Tiamat making that pretty easy to clear for these guys, and just to keep you guys up to date, the Kazakhs did evolve his Q. This is what he's maxing as well. We've seen different builds. I've seen evolve the Spike Racks for wave clear. I've seen even maxing Spike Racks as well for wave clear, but it's all Assassin right now.
It's pretty rare that we'll see the W. It's occasionally done nowadays, although it's a very cool explosion particle. It's a bit of a shame we don't get to see it more often from these guys. I think just the assassination potential from the Q and then the reset potential from the E is an absolute must.
Oh, yeah.
That by the end of the game, they want the 3rd stealth, so you very rarely get to see the W.
It's too bad. It's a fun one still. It does have more slow, so I feel like you really need poke or you really need just, I don't know, somehow some more extra catch potential over everything else.
Yeah.
I don't imagine you'd never not evolve Q, though, at the end of the game, just because the damage is there, but...
People didn't used to evolve Q.
That's true, actually, you're right.
W is a big thing.
But I guess the W evolve was enough damage boost. The Rumble ulti coming across. Mimo not super happy with that one. Clipped by the Ez ult, but no one's going to go in on that one. Just forcing a couple of retreats there as Elise goes back in the jungle to farm.
Well, with Equalizer down now, there's a little potential if Shyvana wanted to engage, but actually Jojo comes in from the side instead of the back. If they catch a Cocoon, I think they would have been in. They just didn't quite get it. If we look at these teams overall, there's very low amounts of initiation from Tint. Unless they land a Cocoon, they don't really have much.
They're basically relying on like late game rockets from Jinx and Lichbane Kale proc to like push turrets down, or to hope to just have enough stats they can just run at you and hope what Shyvana Lulu does enough to start a fight.
Well, they were very much a fast push comp early on in the game, and it's kind of slowed down. They got the first 2 turrets, but now they've stalled out a little bit. You can see Golden Glue just scaring Evan RL away from that turret.
But then leave him to go and grab the rest of the minions, but that does make it the first turret of the game here for Skyline. And one of the things that I've found really interesting in the 2014 season is the fact that turrets have, at least the first 2 tiers, have local gold and global gold. And what I've seen some teams do is they'll get close to the turret kill and the support will leave to funnel more of that local gold to the AD carry.
Yeah, it's pretty smart.
You share it otherwise.
Because otherwise it's shared amongst the people that have hit it or are in range of it. One thing you shouldn't do, and I've done it far too many times, is leave the turret alive for the minions to finish it and just run away, because then you miss out on the local gold.
Yeah.
You feel like an idiot afterwards, which I've done a lot.
150 for the outer ring. And I actually have seen games where I'm like, I feel like they should let the turret die, even though they give 500 total global gold around.
Or like a team should let the turret die to minions, almost like just a full deny.
Yeah, like, still if you get 500, but you deny 150 eventually.
Yeah, because you know the turret's going to go down anyway. At that point, you're just hoping that you don't help someone on their team hit a big item.
Yeah.
Because it's funny, gold doesn't mean anything until you spend it, which is oftentimes forgotten in these games. You can see like this gold is this game is dead even, 20.4 to 20.4. But I guarantee you one team has more gold than items because some teams haven't shopped. I mean, just looking at it now, Skyline has way better completed items. It's a Ravenous Hydra, plus the Haunting guys on the, well, maybe it's just the Ravenous Hydra. I was just comparing the mid laners. Everyone else is pretty even if you compare like a Cutlass to now a Leandries. You know, those are big ticket items, and they don't see the same big ticket items on the other side.
And then you've got just to make it even more confusing, you've got a Sightstone done on one side. That's for Tint's support. So that's gold not spent and lost on wards, at least not as much.
I see 2 Sightstones.
Oh, there was, sorry.
Did he just
Lulu
buy it?
Just bought it.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, he was actually without one for a short time. Evanis has had his for a while. But then I looked down and saw it, and I was like, oh yeah, that was the guy I was talking about, and just kind of face-palmed to that one. But yeah, very equal gold right here. Looks like the teams are kind of going back to their side lanes. And we'll see who makes the next play right here. I feel like the mid laners aren't so crazy powerful that they're just going to like make awesome crazy roam plays, but that is probably more on the junglers to catch someone out.
It's interesting how both the mid laners have just kind of turned into side laners, and the mid has become where everyone's grouping up their people. I think the big part of this is middle turret's most important for the fast push teams, and because of the lane swapping that happened, the side lanes fell very quickly. So now the battlefield is this big old mid lane, and the teams are not letting it go away because they know how much importance it holds.
Yeah, Tint, actually, the only outer turret they even have left is the mid turret. Interesting stat, by the way. So top and bottom outer turrets are most likely on average the fastest turrets to fall, and then the mid lane outer turret is next. But then of tier 2 turrets, mid lane is actually the most likely turret to fall first, because typically, and this is my theory on it, once you've gotten the outer mid turret, that's probably because you want to fight for that turret and you get 2 off of it.
And you just go straight up the mid lane because it's generally closest. Whether you win a lane
it's
on
like
either side of the
right
jungle,
there.
you can just run straight up the mid lane.
Yeah, and so you tend to get both when you kill mid turret, and then the next ones follow. And that continues the rest of the way through. Mid lane inhibitor also usually the first one to fall.
Really, people just have a deep-seated need to play ARAM, and when the game gets like 20 minutes in, they just group mid.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's actually how it works. Here we go, guys. Skyline picking up the dragon, though. Not a very hard one for them. They just kind of got there and no one really contested it. Tint losing a lot of their pressure right now. It seems like they're waiting for Kale to catch up. You talked about Golden Glue having the Hydra done to like not even close to Nashor's Tooth yet for Teishi, and that seems to be a really big point here where it's like, all right, Kale, we're going to wait for you to catch up, and Jinx will hold mid in the meantime.
Kale has a lot of catching up to do as well. Not even a Stinger. You usually see Kale go Stinger first item, but Tashi decided to go Phoenix Kodak because you probably want to heal a little bit more. This is that ARAM need we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, they've still got at least Jesse up in the top lane split pushing. Someone's got to defend that because the minions are going to reach that turret soon. But no one... There we go. Okay, Shyvana's going on their way. Drill needs to show up to defend that top lane, but it's going to be a bit late. He'll lose some of the minions to the turret up there. And NK Inc. No, never mind. Blue Buff's not up right now, but it feels like Skyline's now the team that has the better map awareness, the map vision, and play calling.
Yeah.
And I feel like they're going to start controlling the jungle. They've got wards over the blue buff. They already got the dragon for free, basically. Or, like, without any contest, I should say. They obviously
Nothing is free in League of Legends.
Nope.
It's something we've...
Except trinkets.
...really started to talk about. But even that...
Opportunity cost.
It's an opportunity cost of a different trinket. If you
That's
get a
why
Baron
we don't see blues.
that no one was contested, it's because you snuck it. Or because you had vision control of the area. Because you smited it away. You get a dragon, it's because you scared him out of the area. Get a turret, it's because you spent tireless amounts of time just chipping away at it. Everything in League of Legends is earned.
Yeah. And to speak to your Baron point, actually, there's actually huge opportunity cost in actually taking Baron. Doublelift could have been taking Wraiths right then.
Think of all the gold.
Think of all those 4 gold Wraiths Doublelift could have killed every time his team goes for Baron. So much on the table.
They are really grouping in this mid lane, though. Another thing that's happening is since there's just such low initiation potential from Tint.
Yeah.
Like the Shyvana coming in from the side is pretty much all they had. So as soon as SKL was saying, well, I guess I'm going to back up a little bit, then there's nothing TNT can say about it. Unless, while Mimo lands a cocoon, we're not seeing a fight. And if SKL doesn't want to fight,
not gonna.
That's going to be the decider.
Yeah. And, you know, to think about this, like, remember the CLG curse game? Whoop! Oh, he got it!
Nice shot.
You could say that was an impactful ultimate.
It was, because he got blue buff.
Yes, it was.
I completely agree. Oh, that's his name, too. No.
Kha'Zix is an unseen threat. But he's seen right now, so it doesn't work anymore.
In the top lane.
Evan is stealing minions. I saw that. He's got 13 now, which is actually also losing potential gold because that means his ancient coin isn't proccing.
Yep.
Such a waste.
Nice hook. Are they going to go? No, because it was Elise. It would have been too dangerous to go in under the turret right there.
You'd never follow a spider into her web.
It does seem like Skyline is definitely chipping away at Tint, and it's kind of becoming a bit of a desperation right there for him.
Drill's trying, but runs out of health rather quickly. Ooh, good flash. Golden Glue. Runs to the side.
I'm surprised he didn't just flash Q right under the turret to try and execute him, knowing that Flash was already down. I think it would have killed him, but instead he's just going to try and lifesteal up on the wave to make it safer, because their goal is the turrets.
Well, the turret does remove isolation, though, if you're close enough. Ooh, bit of miscommunication. Mimo just going to go back in there, picks a whole bunch of ultis, but repels at the same time.
And
Golden Glue is around the back right now. Unless TNT backs away, there's no kill ultimate to stop him this time on Kha'Zix. The next wave could very well be the Turrets.
This could be rough. Kha'Zix still waiting. I think he gets spotted on the way over, but he's just waiting on the side. Skyline ready to push in. They've got a numbers lead as well. It's going to be a 5 versus 4. At the very least, mid lane turret does go down. Let's see if they can get another one here. Pull is on. Uh-oh, Lulu, you're not in a good spot. You do have flash, though. Ezreal, they're going to live.
Still successful.
Yeah.
They've claimed the gold. Uh-oh. What are you
I think
doing?
he wanted to be tricky and then failed.
Yeah, and then he took half his health and damage.
Lantern's
maybe
on coolant
more
right now, too. Ooh, they're re-engaged there from the Rumble ulti, baiting the team in a little bit. Ultis are mostly down, and here comes a fight on in. Taishi has nowhere to go and no way to turn invisible. Impactful jumps in and picks that one up, thanks to his blue buff in part. Evan Arello still on the fight, has to run away.
Cheeky little Ezreal able to bait the team in. That's the old look like you're in the shop so the other team chases you a little while. I can't believe that worked for Skyline. That is a backbreaker right there for TNT.
That's pretty great. You know, you're lacking engage, but you can always bait them in. You know, actually talking to, I know...
well, it's weird because Skyline's the team that has the engage. That's how they're able to turn it.
Yeah.
Because they said, like, they fell far enough away from their base, and now they just decided to fight him.
It's a tarp. Trap.
It's a trap.
It's a trap. And it was. Well done by Skyline here. It's actually funny. We talked to Cloud9 on the desk here. It was their win over CLG. He said, yeah, we were using Elimination as bait, but we underestimated Andy's damage, so he died instead of actually baiting a
like
fight.
Multiple times.
Yeah, like 4 times. And then I kind of wondered, like, so in games with support has a lot of deaths, how much of those are like, oh, it was bait? And how much of that was actually true and just said as the reason after the fact?
Well, if you're trying to save face, all of them.
All of them were on purpose.
Yeah.
But even still, it still means you misjudged their damage.
It's true. But it sounds better that way.
It does. Just blame the jungler. If Meteos were there sooner, it wouldn't have been a problem.
Which is true, actually.
Always. But yeah, actually, no, but you're right.
You could say that about anything, though. So you're like, you know, we would have won that fight if it was 6v5. You're like, well, you're probably correct. That's just an impossible scenario, though.
Not for Yorick players. Or even Annie, in a way, if you count it. I don't know if Thibros counts as a full 1.
No, definitely not. Mordekaiser, maybe, if he gets a ghost.
6v4.
And at that point, it's 6v4, so absolutely. And that's a real scenario, so you're correct.
Yes.
We're learning. You can have real scenarios for excuses, but not made-up ones.
Oh, right. So, you know, if Warwick had a wit's end in this game,
then it would be... then SKL would... No, TNT would be at their wit's end.
Yeah. Such a good joke, freak. I'm amazing. All right, here we go. Skyline looking to flank around. This is not too good for Tint. Let's see if these guys can go in on this one. The Rumble ulti actually doesn't land on much, and wow, the flash is to dodge the hook as well. Tint still on the run. They have a turret to run to, actually. The box slows some down.
Yeah, but Kale is split pushing on the other side, so that disengage by TNT was actually pretty key. Taishi just now getting a little bit of damage down with that Nashor's Tooth, and TNT's going to want to stick around and distract SKL as long as possible for this one without actually getting a fight because they want time for Kale. Or they're just going to dive in.
4v4. Lulu ult knocks up every single one. Jinx gets excited. The dive is here. Oh my god. NK Inc., you knocked in your own team. He got himself and his friend killed. Only Impactful's going to survive. 3 for 0, and Kale gets away from the Kha'Zix defense.
So the one big initiation they could have is Shyvana plus Lulu for the big dive, and they pulled it off just now. Again, it doesn't really matter if they hook the Elise because there's no follow-up potential, and Shyvana gets the knock-up on everybody because Lulu got it right there. And yes, as the Flay hit, the Jarvan ult also did, and that's a bad place for NK Inc. and Evaniscus to get trapped in. The reason they were able to initiate right there is Golden Glue had just went back and they decided to go for the 4v4 right after the 5v4 had stopped.
And you got to consider, when the mid laner who was 2-0-1 had the highest CS in the game by like 60 backs, that's a big loss in power. Skyline.
Huge amount of gold just left that team.
Yep, and that's why just looking at the gold doesn't always matter. It's the gold and where it is and who has spent it and what they've got because of it. And that gold just went down the drain right there. So Tint really back in this game. 1,000 gold apart between these teams. Kale really catching up a bit here. Still hasn't upgraded boots, but is on the way towards, I'm guessing, the Lich Bane.
Gotta be.
Well, we did see one player, it was Challenger actually last night, Nashor's Deathcap Void Staff. No Lich Bane until the 4th item.
Still probably pretty successful, I imagine.
Oh yeah, very strong, but just a different look for it. Less bursty. It was ironically the more auto attack focused build. because you have a high ratio for the constant swings.
Yeah, the reason I think that Taishi is going to go for a Lich Bane here is they just found their first seed of success doing a split push, and the Lich Bane will become a bigger threat for that situation.
Oh, absolutely, but unfortunately, he's not in a good spot. Gets hooked as well. A lot of burst on him, but there's the ulti. Baits in Kha'Zix a little bit.
Oh,
but
no.
Look at that combo. 1 has gone down. It's going to be more. 2 have fallen, and there are the resets. 3 so far. NK Inc. even gets out safely. Can the chase continue? Only 2 members left for Tint.
That was just a fantastic catch. This time they comboed the Cataclysm with the Equalizer. Check this out. NK goes over the wall. Doesn't matter if he doesn't get a knock-up. He was just getting himself in position. And it was the Thresh death sentence that baited out the kill ult. And then that flash wasn't actually that beneficial because it just grouped everybody up for Skyline's combination. Golden Glue got on top of all the damage, was able to get some resets, and Inc. was able to eat it. But now it's about the steal. Can they get it?
No, Mimo is a little bit too late. Not quite dominant tier. Picked up by Kha'Zix as well. 3, 0, and 4, proving he is the superior bug here.
Whew, that's a risky one.
Yeah.
Such a risky Baron. They opted into the 50-50, especially when it's a best of 1. Doing something like that. They are the ones that dictate the team fights, so they didn't actually need to rush that Baron, but since they won and got the 3 kills, they thought they could take it, and they were able to get the smite. So props to them, but that is a dangerous, dangerous call.
Dangerous choice. It does pay out, thankfully, for the Skyline fans out there. 5,000 gold now puts them ahead, and that's pretty nice for these guys. They're going to have to go back and buy soon to put that cash actually to work for them. Instead of you working for money, you want your money to work for you. Heard that one a lot. Skyline going for that motto right here.
I've heard that.
Yeah.
I would say that's more of like a gold per 10
strategy.
item strategy.
That's true.
Yeah. Generally, your money does always work for you if you buy items.
Sure. Unless you miss all your skill shots and you bought a bunch of AP. Then it wouldn't really do anything for you.
No, it wouldn't.
In this case, though, guys tend to be hitting their skill shots, so I can't be too sad. Impactful going for, we've been seeing this build more and more from Ezreal, actually. Trinity Force, Ruin
It's
King.
the maximum amount of mobility. It's just playing more off of Ezreal's strengths, which is sometimes slipperiness. Trinity Force gives them move speed. If anyone ever gets close, gets even more move speed by using the Blade of the Ruin King on a tank that approaches him. It lowers him in straight-up dueling potential, but it makes him as annoying as possible. It's probably not as annoying as the blue build for the enemy to play
Probably
against,
not.
but it's more damage and faster. The blue build's all about slowing the enemy down. This one's about just Ezreal being quick.
Definitely going to be quick here. It has a plenty front line to hide behind as well. Looks like bottom lane turret's going to be going down safely here for Skyline. That's going to be number 4 here. Actually still behind in turrets, interestingly enough, but Tint hasn't found their footing in a little while here.
No, 0-4-0 on Taishi is not exactly what they want. You can see the Ezreal just flew out in the top lane to clear that, which tells me that SKO wants an extended siege moment here. I'm a little surprised they haven't used Golden Glue as a solo split pusher more. That's generally what I've seen other teams to get a farm Kha'Zix going are, but that's a nice hook on a Kayle.
Wow, half health from a bunch of different sources. No all-in, just half gone, just from that.
Still doesn't have too much ability power, 208, so his heal isn't super huge. He's recalling immediately. If the next minion wave can get there in time, then they're going to be able to get some damage down. Kayle just now in the base and coming back out of it. Let's see if SKO can make something happen. Kayle's really close.
Yeah, Stork Shoes, Lich Bane, and the heal for movement speed. We'll see if it's enough to get him back here. Turret starting to take damage here. Impactful, proccing the Trinity Force sometimes for some bonus damage. That's going to go down right there. Tint losing another of their structures, making it 5-5. And now both teams' respective sort of far side, outer second tier turrets, the only ones left standing on that group. Easy Dragon as well for Skyline on the way back out. There's not much left for Tint to recover for right now without winning a fight.
Skyline could have been way sneakier going through that Dragon. You saw 3 of them jump over. I was like, oh, but the whole team could have. Because Thresh could have hooked over and thrown the Lantern for Rumble. And
Yeah.
literally all 5 of them could hop the wall.
That'd be fun.
Like a freight train.
Yes. Similar to that. Missing a Hecarim, though.
Yep.
Fine, here we go. Skyline back in to the mid lane. Why the heck not? Get rid of the minions. Still no one's showing up top. They're just letting the minions accrue there and slowly push down to create pressure a bit later. Taishi getting whatever farm he can. Only level 13, though. Mind you, his lane opponent during the beginning of the game, Golden Glue, 17. Gigantic level lead between Kha'Zix and Kayle. He would
It's all
just
the split
destroy
pushing.
anyone.
It's all the split pushing Golden Glue's been doing. He has so much solo XP, and even though Taishi has split pushed a little bit, he's been trapped babysitting the team for quite some time.
And you've seen what that does to his levels right now. I always wonder if you get in these games if it's worth buying Ancient Coin on everyone, because it'll actually be worth like 10 extra gold per minion. Like, I feel like there's a world where that works. I don't know.
I've been trying to figure out weird strategies to break the game. Haven't gotten to test them yet.
Dual Targon at the beginning of the season.
I want to run a bunch of tanks in Soraka. I want to run like a double support lane like Soraka Sona, and then run 3 tanks, solo laners and jungle, and just like move into people. Because it's an underestimated thing, you know, how magic, resist, and armor scale very well with healing, because the heal is the same amount, but the more armor and MR you get, the more damage they have to deal to you. So you stack as many tanks as possible with as many heals as possible, and it multiplies on itself.
True. I
feel like there's something there.
I kind of agree. I think there's definitely potential there. I actually fought a Sona team in One For All, and the W's stacked. So they've all got.
Dear Lord.
I think they did anyway, because I saw a lot of buffs on their buff bars, and so they all have like 70 bonus armor MR or something silly, and it's like, yeah, it's kind of hard to kill.
Absolutely.
And they all heal for 200 apiece and target what? It's the lowest health nearby by percent health.
The lowest, yeah.
Lowest percent
And
health
yourself.
nearby champion plus you, yeah. So they'd all heal the same guy. Then you would get the bonus like 6 armor MR from being targeted by the heal. And life was just painful.
Damn.
I was Ash, you had to spike him out with arrows and stuns. We
Skyline's
lost.
doing a pretty good job pushing these turrets around, though. TNT is not able to follow them, and they have a huge minion wave here, so clearing it is very difficult. And we may see them get a whole bunch of turret damage here.
See if they can get it. This one's down to half right now, but they're backing off, giving a decent amount of room for Tint to push stuff away. You've got Static Shiv plus 2 more items on Jinx, so he does kill minions fast. We'll see if they're safe enough otherwise. Gonna do some more ward sweeping. Looks like actually with Baron in 40 seconds, Skyline might take the time to prep that fully. You got a couple guys looking to recall, a couple guys putting wards down. Looks like Skyline are happy to take some time and just go objectives.
Yeah, they're completely fine taking their time with this one. They know it's the best of one. They made their rush move by sneaking the Baron, well, not sneaking the Baron, by trading a Baron 50-50 and just trusting NKing smite ability. Now it's time to play a little more conservative. You don't want to flip a coin too many times.
At some points you hit tails.
Unless you call tails, in which case, that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think they're waiting for the next Baron. There's no reason for them to stick around and turret dive when they can just get the Baron to come up again, considering TNT has no control in the area. They can sweep out any wards they see them place. They probably know that that's the deepest ward that the entire team has there, and they're just going to maybe play around this corner and try to catch people.
Well, they caught Wild Nemo, knocked him there. Goodbye! He is dead. Drill forced to run, and the chase is on. There's the equalizer combo. He's going to get flashed out of, though. Drill still on the run away. SKO looking for more.
Nice flash.
Jumps in onto Evan RL. One more. Ooh, you going to go for it. The damage is there. Yeah, there you go. Golden Glue picking him up. Good by Evan RL. 2 kills for none. Now Skyline could backdoor turret. They can go Baron.
Yeah, Golden Glue flashed over the zap there in order to get more damage. And they're actually opting, instead of trying to take the turret 5v3, to just go and take the Dragon, the Baron 5v0, as long as they can burst it down, and then think of diving later on in the game. This is actually a call I generally agree with, even though most people always say to get the inhibitor first. I like the Baron as long as you have someone tanking on your team, and they do an NK in.
This looks pretty safe. Ultimately, no globals are available, and the Elise is not nearby. Skyline gets Baron Nashor at 35-15 into the game. And I was going to say something, but I forgot what it was. So Skyline.
Was it about Baron?
It might have been. So I remember thinking about a story about the coin flip, but I think it was something else, but I forgot. Oh, yes, it was Golden Glue picked up a pink ward dropper. I very rarely see that trinket upgrade, but he upgraded his warding totem into the one that drops pink wards on a 3-minute cooldown.
Why would he do something like that?
Because, so my thought is he didn't want the 3-minute cooldown to go for a lens, but he still wanted a ward sweep. And pink wards just are good. He's also basically got no item slots left, and he wanted to continue to be able to ward for his team.
And his team probably wants pink wards.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I think that's the big thing. Yeah, I think it's probably a pretty smart move. If I had to think of what type of trinkets I would want on like an endgame team, I would want, and a winning endgame team, I would actually want a couple sweepers and a couple pink wards just to mix up.
Yeah.
Especially when you're trying to do split pushing like this, because that, you throw a pink ward in the mid lane, you get to catch people running back and forth. Plus, as much as you want to sweep Baron Nashor, it's nice to just have a pink ward there all the time.
Yeah, the teams that I see doing Baron right now at the top tier is a pink ward inside the pit that will see all wards in there. You put it in enough.
In the pit.
In the pit enough that you will see the entire ring.
Especially the ones in the corner, like around the front of the Baron pit. Those ones are really dangerous to miss.
Then they use a sweeper sort of near the front or in the brush, or a pink ward in that brush, the little tiny brush in the river, to make sure that the general route in wards are covered, and that's usually enough that they're fine. No one seems to ward the top side by the lane. It's harder to get there. There's just less wards on that side.
I gotta say, Evaniscus has landed a lot of clutch death sentences this game. Their siege plan is pretty much just wait for Evaniscus to hook someone, do a bunch of damage, and then take a turret.
Well, it looks like this turret is going to be going down. One more attack impact puts that one up. Double knock from NK Inc. There's a flay back as well, and an equalizer is beautiful. Golden Glue picks up one already. The rest of his team likely to be falling. NK Inc. does die, but who cares? SKL doing a wonderful job this fight. 2 for 1. Inhibitor is theirs as well. They still got the Baron buff, but they got no minions to do much else with.
See, that's generally why I like the Baron buff over the Inhibitor sometimes, when you have confidence that you can pull off a dive like that, because they had such strong initiation potential. So they got the Baron, and then they got the Inhibitor right after because they had the power of the Baron buff. Nicely executed dive there by the entire Skyline team. Even if NK Inc. died, they got more kills, and they got what they came for.
Yeah, and NK Inc. knows his job. He knows there's plenty of damage on his team, so he goes for the tankiest build possible, right? Ancient Golem, Ninja Tabby, Randuin, Zoman, Spirit Visage just wants to be there in the front lines. Golden Glue caught out, but I feel like he's safe here. Mimo will get the white, but that's not a big deal. Another Dragon. Skyline playing this by the book pretty much, right? Take your frontliner, engage fights well, and they're getting every neutral objective they can.
Yeah, they got about a minute left on their Baron buff too. So if they go really quickly, they could do another turret dive. The turret's not going to be as low as the previous one, so they might not think it's a good idea. But I think it's a great idea. I think they should just wait for the equalizer to come up. Yeah. It's going to be up a little bit before the Baron buff expires, and they would be able to dive. They have the wave there right now. They just need the team to all meet up there, and they can go on the wave that NK Inc. is coming up with.
Here we go. This is the wave they get the chance with. And actually, Golden Glue uses a side split pusher.
Exactly, and this is even better because now that one inhibitor is down, he can actually come in behind the team. They had some trouble actually getting on to the right targets last time. This time they won't have that issue.
Well, here we go. Turret taking a little bit of punishment. Hook's not going to land this time. Golden Glue still on the side, and that turret goes down to half on the first wave, but Baron's going to time out for the next.
Yeah, I think they should have stayed in. And that's what they're doing. They're coming back in, getting the rest of the damage.
Good amount of shields there. Thresh helping the team. Of course, Jarvan and Rumble able to shield themselves. Inhibitor now under siege. Golden Glue still pulling attention on the side. Inhibitor goes down. That is number 2. And there was a giant wave coming down to the bottom of the map as well, if they don't want to go for the Nexus yet.
We could see a very last-ditch effort by Tint here, knowing that the Baron buff is down and knowing they're already down 2 inhibitors. This could be their last chance of actually getting some type of fight turnaround if they get the opportunity while this turret is being sieged.
Well, here they go. Kha'Zix off to the side. The whole team down here in front of the inhib. Box comes up, but that doesn't land on anything. Wanted to catch Drill, doesn't do it. This turret down dangerously low. That's going to fall as well. All 9 outer turrets are gone. Beautiful equalizer. Great Rumble ulti. Great Jarvan ulti. A lot of health bars dropping. Tint. First one goes down. That's the one picked up. Impactful. Forced to run back. Golden Glue low as well, but has a Guardian Angel. He's going to be safe so far. A lot of ultis burned from Tint as well. Very few comeback mechanics left. K ulti onto herself. That's going to be Jinx falling over. Golden Glue diving in to deal some damage. Popping his GA. Drill in the middle of the enemy team. Jezzy dropped low as well. Does Kale have the damage?
Alive still.
Zhonya's Hourglass keeping Jezzy up there and pulls a lantern. No one on Skyline is dropping. 5 versus 2, 16-5 overall score. Now the kill onto Teishi. Yeah, he's going down. Very well played by Skyline. A controlled battle. Nexus falls down. They will be playing next week.
Yeah, and at the very end of that, despite all the chaos, nobody on Skyline went down. A very controlled victory, surprisingly.
Yeah.
I think they really just realized that Tint could not initiate on them, and they played by the book.
Yeah.
Almost the entire time. I do think the Baron steal, or sorry, not the Baron steal, the Baron take when they had a 50-50 smite against Elise was probably the biggest turning point. But aside from that, they played solid.
Well, one done by these guys coming back from a bit of an early game deficit. But of course, now that the play-in round of the Challenger Series is in our match history, let's take a look at the fully filled out North American bracket. On the top half of this bracket, the Walking Zed will play Skyline in the first quarterfinal showdown in a best-of-3.
Yeah, the second quarterfinal matchup features the Chinese powerhouse LMQ taking on YSO Esports on January 26th.
In the bottom half of the bracket, Determined Gaming will take on Curse Academy on February 1st, while Cognitive Gaming will face off against VVV Gaming White on February 2nd. And while that's it for the week's league action, we are less than 4 days away from week 2 of the LCS and Challenger Series. Coming up Thursday, the European LCS kicks off with Millennium taking on an Alliance squad still searching for its first victory. Our coverage of this begins 10 a.m. Pacific, 1900 Central European Time.
And then immediately following the LCS matches, the European Challenger Series takes to the Rift with the first quarterfinal showdown over there. Nuke Duck, Zoro Zero, and the Ninjas in Pajamas look for redemption in the Challenger Series when they take on Team Kappa Prime, who had a very nice Yasuo Trundle combo in a best-of-3 throwdown.
If you didn't say that, I was going to, because that was a lot of fun to watch and cast. But guys, that does it for us here and an incredible week 1 of the North American Challenger Series. Once again, thanks to our friends at Coca-Cola. Now for myself, Jat, and the entire wonderful live broadcast crew, thank you for watching. Good night, and GG.